Yeah.
But this is very scary.
Yeah, this I don't like.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to this live stream here. We are live from Paris, and with me is the one and only Harshit Bhai.
Hello, 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 Sagar bhai. This is so exciting to be here in Paris. The first round is between Vidit and Magnus.
Hello, hello everyone. Guys, we are inside here in this amazing booth.
Studio. क्या ही
And
studio है?
look at this. The players are all analyzing. We can see Vidit, MVL, Fabiano, and Nepo analyzing. Maybe let's ask our viewers if they can hear the players, Harshit Bhai. Let's see if they can hear them.
Yes, I think the players are almost done because the games are about to start. They're just putting their pieces back on the board. 3 minutes until they make the first move.
Yes, we have Jan Nepomniachtchi right now heading over to the board. What beautiful scenes we are getting from the venue. We can see Gukesh in the background, the world champion. But right now, all eyes on Jan. But where is Jan going?
Yeah, Jan is going towards this board. It's a huge playing hall. It's
It's
super
so
spacious.
big. It's so big.
And there's the shake hand between Hikaru and Jan. What a matchup.
Yeah, huge one. Huge one. And guys, sorry for being a bit late, but we first day setting everything up and it looks really good here. We can have a look at what's going on the different boards. Harshit Bhai, let's first look at, we have Arjun Erigaisi
Fabi
versus Fabiano Caruana. Kya baat hai? Too good. And then we have on the second board, Magnus versus Vidit.
This has to be the game that we put our eyes on. Oh, the players are standing up for some things.
Yeah, not so sure, Harshit Bhai, for what is the reason?
Normally, maybe did somebody.
Maybe our chat can tell us. Yes, guys, it's
Hello.
Magnus versus Vidit with its first tournament after marriage. And Magnus, of
Actually,
course.
both of them are newly married, no?
Oh,
Hello, Amruta, handshake. Look at Amruta's timing.
No, I'm here since a long time. But
Oh.
there we have E4 on the board.
क्या बात है?
Berlin होगा क्या अमृता?
Petrov.
It's freestyle. Just what's the
Light
position?
why is the light so less on their board? Like maybe they both are shining bright after the wedding, yeah?
Yes, Amruta. And where are you? Oh,
I have been here
Oh.
since a long time, since the beginning of the stream. I think you were not able to hear me, so I kept
could you hear
quiet.
us?
Yeah.
We were like saying this is not working, that is not working. You could hear
Yes.
us.
Yes.
Wow. शांति से बैठी थी अमृता. So
Harshit OP हो जाए, guys. US से he's traveled to Paris to
Amruta,
see the Eiffel Tower.
Opito, it was your dance in the wedding. Oh, so look
Okay.
at the position.
yes.
Can we look at the starting position? We have knight on h1, rook on a1. What was the position number?
Not so sure, Harshit Bhai, what the position number was.
895?
895.
No, my guess.
पता नहीं अमृता.
Maybe 962.
Oh, by the way, Magnus goes e4, Vidit plays e5 and then c3.
Wow.
Flip कर देते हैं and we will.
White is playing like Alapin.
Oh, by the way, the time control is 10
10 plus
minutes plus
5.
5, so it's going to be super quick.
Absolutely, it's going to be a very fast game. And what is our chat saying, bhai? Let's have a look at our
828 is the position number, is what they are saying. And we have a crazy donation, someone says.
Oh, we have Amruta, huge donation on help chest today by Vijay Rajendran. 1,50,000.
Unbelievable.
What?
Yes. And that's the super fan. We also met in Prague. He keeps traveling to all the chess events. It was a fantastic experience to meet him as well. But thanks a lot for your donation. That is amazing.
Thank you, Vijay. It's very kind
Yeah.
of you. And we have a super chat coming in. Harshit bhai, maybe we can.
Yes, we says guys, Sagar and Harshit bhai.
No audio, no sound. Now sound? Okay, good now. Okay. E4 has been played. The queen on E4. What were you saying, Sagar? E3 square, yeah, for the knight he has created.
Yes. Well, the thing is, guys, the sound is back. E4 opens the queen. Knight is here. Vidit goes E5,
Yeah.
pushing the pawn forward.
And very peculiar move, pawn to c3, moving the pawn in front of the king, which in general I'm a little hesitant to do in classical chess, but this is freestyle.
Yes.
You can't
Yeah.
really apply the same rules.
Yeah, and guys, did you observe something very interesting in this game?
Mm-hmm.
Both
What?
of them with the queen on E1 and E8 have opened up with E4, E5. And both of them, yeah, Sagar got it very soon.
Got
with his
married this year.
marriage.
That's what Amruta is saying in 2025. So it's just they are just saying that this is my dedication to my queen in my life.
And after c3, f6 was chosen by Vidit, opening up his bishop on g8. And after f6, Magnus made another move, pawn to f4. Magnus looks very confident in the starting position.
Magnus generally uses the um, this period, like the rapid, to get into form. That's what he has said before.
And also, I think that after Weisenhaus, where he did not finish first, Vincent Keymer won the first leg of this tour. I think Magnus will be very motivated, Amruta.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And also, you want to beat with it, yeah, after his wedding.
Amruta just cannot get out of the wedding right now.
No. The wedding hangover remains, guys. It remains. I still have the tiredness from the wedding. I'm not used to attending.
Yeah. Everyone's very, very tired, including Vidit. But today is not the day to be tired. Today is the day to fight. And for now, after c3, the move that was played was f6.
And f4 was blitzed out by Magnus, and Vidit is thinking for more than 2 minutes. Guys, 2 minutes is more than 20% of the time in this time control. Has to make a move quickly.
Absolutely. He's thinking a lot.
What would he be thinking about here?
I feel like if pawn takes f4, white also gets to control the center with rook takes f4, and at some point pawn to d4 is going to come, and it seems like white has very good center right now. And unclear how black wants to develop his pieces in this position.
Yes. So right now, f4. And look at Vidit's time. He's down to 6 minutes.
Exactly.
Oh my god. Guys, one thing which you should all know about this is that top 8 players will qualify. And by the way, we have the bars on our screen.
Oh, wow.
So that you can follow all the games in one flow.
That is amazing. And it seems like the way Magnus has played it has been approved by the engine. I wonder if black can just go knight c6 here. Just go knight c6, defend the e5 pawn. But but what am I going to do with my bishop on b8?
Absolutely. Maybe come out from here, but it's not easy. And you can see that yesterday Vincent said that Vidit is a little bit similar like him. He takes a lot of time in the opening. But the problem is, this is not classical chess.
Knight g6
He
played.
goes knight to g6. He attacks this pawn and defends this. But Harshit, Amruta, Magnus is simply going to push the pawn forward.
f5, I think he might want to go knight e7 and break the position up with d5. Very interesting choice by Vidit here to go knight g6. Do you want to go check the other games, or do you want to stick to this game?
We want to check a few other games as well, Harshit bhai. we should look at what's happening with
Arjun Fabi.
Arjun Fabi. Let's go to Arjun Fabi. There we have, and
Oof.
also our world champion. Oh, by the way,
F5.
Magnus did push F5, but time to go to Arjun Erigaisi versus Fabiano Caruana. And Arjun has an interesting position out
So
of the
many
opening.
moves. F4 was chosen by him, opening up his bishop, C3, G3, knight F2, and then he goes for B3, knight D3.
Look at how Fabi rerouted his bishop.
Bishop to
Yeah,
A6,
that's
yeah.
very interesting. Why would he go bishop c4?
But now he has to be careful because white is going to threaten knight to C5 at some point, hitting the bishop on A6. So I think that Fabi must be take on D3
Yeah,
right
he
now.
must be thinking about taking there. So this is interesting. And maybe also Harshit bhai, we should-
Prediction. Can you just quickly, before going to the other games, give the prediction, Amruta? I feel Arjun will strike.
Oh, Arjun, definitely.
I think, especially after winning 3 Freestyle Fridays, I think that is too good in this format.
Can I say that this is Arjun's event, perhaps?
I hope so. He had a tough event in Vaikanze, but is someone who is, ready to, like, he's due to perform really well in one of these top events, and I think this event must be an event where he wants to have that breakthrough.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, we are wanting to check what is happening with the one and only, the world champion, Gukesh. And Gukesh is playing MVL, and you can see Gukesh already has slightly better position. If Gukesh wins today, Harshit bhai, Amruta, it will be his first win of
In
freestyle
freestyle.
this year.
Yeah, he's had a really tough event in Weisenhaus, but he told us before this event that he's super motivated to do well in this event. And I think when Gukesh is motivated, it's going to mean trouble for his opponents. Knight to H4 played by him right now. What's his idea? Can we just try to analyze what his idea is?
The knight was just attacked, I think it went back.
Oh, it was on F5. How did a knight go on F5?
From here,
Knight E6.
he gave up a pawn, took a pawn, G3, bishop goes back, E4. And let's see if Gukesh manages today to score a win. He has a good position out of the opening. We are also trying to get Gukesh's
Bishop to E3.
cam. And what are the viewers saying, Harshit bhai?
Chat is saying Hikaru is winning, by the way. That's what. Is
Hooray.
it true?
No.
Because that would be too early.
I mean,
No, but everyone's saying.
oh, okay. I thought Gukesh is playing Vashar. But yes, we haven't checked Hikaru's game yet. Maybe we can check that game.
Yeah,
Very
Hikaru.
quickly. And pairing of the day, I
Oh.
think today remains Magnus versus Vidit. Yeah. Sagar, you are not in the screen again and again. So
Ah,
maybe
sorry,
you can
sorry.
come a little close to Harshit Raja.
Yes, we
Harshit
will
bhai.
make everything better tomorrow. Today, first day, a little bit worried about stuff. And there we have Hikaru's position. Harshit bhai, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, the white is about to capture the bishop on G8, and I just cannot help but notice the rook on B7 and rook on A8. I have never seen rooks like that in a really long time.
Oh my god.
And that means that Naka has, made it happen. Black would not be joyous to get his rook to b7. So
How did
he
this even
is
happen?
clearly
Like,
better.
how does
Yeah,
black...
just let's quickly go through the opening moves because I think that's the most exciting thing in freestyle.
Oh, so F4 and C3 was also chosen by Arjun. So we see that players are kind of trying to find similar patterns in the starting position. Bishop again goes to
Look at
A3.
this creative idea by Nepo.
I don't know if that's...
But he just allowed G4, which is an incredible move.
But even without G4, it just
knight
feels
F6
weird
was very
to
strong.
have your rooks on B7 and A8. Queen G8, G takes F5, and white has a huge advantage,
Yeah.
winning.
Very, very good position. But Harshit bhai, we all know in freestyle chess, things can turn around very quickly. If you forget that black can castle, suddenly the rook comes in.
Yes, I in general would agree with that, but in this position, black just spent so much time bringing his rook to b7 that white has gotten way too much coordination with his pieces. The knight on h8 still not in the game.
By the way, a big news coming in. Firstly, let's quickly check what is up with Pragg. He's playing Richard Rapport. It is
Oh my
around
God.
equal.
Oh
the
my
position.
god. Guys, can you guess the best move for black in this position?
Oh, black to play.
Oh,
Oh, it's a nice
so
draw.
Oh my god.
It's a nice draw, guys.
draw. You don't have any mating net?
Boom, boom.
Boom.
Check, boom. Boom.
B5? No, but come on, you want to mate, no?
I
There's
think
no
b5 is
possibility.
interesting.
King
King d3,
B3.
queen e4, b5. But with king going to b3, I think it's going to be very hard to take advantage
Yeah,
of the fact that his king is
runs
outside.
away.
Yeah.
तो दोस्तों यहाँ पे this position Pragg is doing okay. It might be very interesting if Richard sacks the piece. Let's have a look at Praggnanandhaa on our screen if we can get him. Pragg is someone whom we are also very, very excited. He's having a great year this year. He won Tata Steel, then almost was leading in Prague until Arvind surpassed him. So he's been doing well. Who knows, maybe this will be his tournament.
Yeah, he's on a roll and knight d3 played.
Oh!
Knight d3 played. So
Taken. He takes it there. You can see on the video there. Praggnanandhaa now ready to
king
take.
d3.
It's going to be a draw.
yeah, I
It's
think
going
we
to
might
be a
get
draw.
our first result of the tournament. Queen e4, king c4, queen d5, quickly played by Richard. And I think it's a great result for Richard with the black pieces. Oh, is he playing?
No, bhai, it's a draw, bhai.
He can go c5.
Yeah, but Richard usually plays. We don't know exactly. It would be very impractical though.
He could play c5.
Yeah,
But
he can play
then
c5 and the game is
Knight
still on.
E3?
Knight
Queen
e3,
D4,
just
check.
queen check and pick up the knight on d4.
should we go to Vidit's
God.
game?
Yes, let's go there because everyone's saying Magnus is
Winning. Of
losing
course,
to nahi ho sakta.
winning possibilities are...
Oh
no,
my
he's
God.
not winning. He's not
We should
winning.
stick
No,
to
no,
this
no.
game because 5 minutes for
Magnus,
Magnus
3
and
minutes
3
for
minutes.
Vidit. So what happened was he pushed his pawn. Vidit came back. Magnus started to gain space on the king side. Vidit brought his knight out. Knight comes to g3. He
A6
plays a6.
to put his bishop on
भाई,
a7.
bishop को निकालो बाहर.
Exactly. And look again, with the white pawns on e4 and g4 on the light square, black wants to exchange his dark squared bishops so that this bishop on b1 is going to be very passive. With it noticing that d5 pawn moves on the flank should be countered by a break in the center. Of course, with it very, very principled d5, knight h5, queen to f7, protecting the pawn on g7, a4, and now rook to d8 played by Vidit, trying to perhaps put some pressure towards the white king. d4 also a
भाई,
potential
Vidit
idea.
has managed to kind of get a decent position, yeah.
Yeah, we were very afraid if he'll kind of get out of that.
Oh, bishop pin हो गया, pin हो गया.
Queen f8 quickly played.
By the way, look at our chat just telling us what is going on. It seems Gukesh is better. He's close to winning against MVL. The unfortunate part for us is that Gukesh's cam is actually not working. So
Oh.
Gukesh having a great position, but maybe we can
And also
stick to
everyone
this.
said that Hikaru has blundered, but okay, good to know in the chat. Yeah, we will stick to this game right now.
chat is being our fourth commentator today. They are helping us with all the updates.
Guys, do like the stream so that more people can join this crazy tournament with 4 of our best players from India participating. Magnus, Fabi, Hikaru, all of the chess stars are playing here. Sagar bhai, बहुत मजा आ रहा
भाई
है.
आपने बोला 4 of the best players from India participating. Magnus, Hikaru, Fabi. मैं बोला भाई क्या है ये
नहीं,
सब?
अरे, अरे.
कॉमा था,
अनीश
कॉमा.
बोलता था तो
हाँ.
समझ जाता था, but
ये
Bishop
सब
d5.
लोग इंडिया
Okay,
आ गए ना
so-
भाई, तो इंडिया will be super power in chess.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, by the way, there have been few updates. Bishop a2, queen f8. He takes the pawn, bishop takes, and Vidit is now even slightly
Wow.
better against
because his
Magnus.
pieces are very active, right? Sagar, look at the king on c1. It has to decide. It looks a little unsafe because the pawns have been pushed.
I agree. This is not a very safe position.
And also the knight on h5 is not really doing a lot. And
No,
the,
it is putting pressure here.
but the queen is well placed on f8. And if the knight on h5 moves, let's say you go knight g3 at some point, knight to f4 is going to jump in, and then knight d3 will be a very, very strong and brutal idea.
And also, if he goes queen f7, which is not the best move here. The better option was to trade the bishops with bishop a7, but somehow Vidit was perhaps a little bit worried about the knight on d5, so he defends it.
And perhaps he even is considering some sacrifices like knight takes b4, trying to go knight d4 next. Maybe something
And then
like
with
this.
the queen entering, could be some problems here. Guys,
Guys, do you
Yeah.
think Vidit will manage to survive or upset Magnus, or do you think that Magnus will prevail?
oh, he goes knight e3. And now Vidit can take here and play bishop a7. He has 3 minutes and Magnus is down to 4 minutes.
You know, it's a decision after you play bishop a7 whether you want to allow bishop takes a7 and rook on a7. You
Yes.
feel that the rook is doing nothing. So it's actually not a very easy
But
move.
Amrita,
to
you
make.
can take with the
back
knight.
And then what? You bring back the knight, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, then bring back, then bring the rook, then long
That's
castle,
so nice.
double the rook on d file.
आगे बढ़ने के लिए कभी-कभी पीछे जाना पड़ता है.
I mean, Vidit just got married, but one has to ask this question whether he'll be more happy by beating Magnus or by.
Oh, that's a very, very simple question, Harshit Bhai. You will
Yeah,
know
of
it
course
if you are
getting-
married.
Yeah.
Right now, Harshit Bhai still
Exactly. Now he proves
makes-
it.
Oh!
he takes it.
What? He sacks a piece?
Knight
Why?
d4 and then rook d4. I love this.
What
love
the
this idea.
hell?
With version 3,
Can we go
come
full
on. Like
full
he's
screen?
bindas sacrificed
Let me
without
see
worrying
why-
about
why
Bhai,
anything.
this is Vidit 3.0, bhai.
Version 3. Absolutely.
How is Vidit doing this?
Oh my god. Knight takes b4. We weren't even, I mean, we saw that this could be a possibility, but Vidit just, without hesitating, has sacrificed it.
मजा तो आया वो जब खेला वो. Sagar, can we try to analyze this because practically it will have something.
Yeah.
Bhai, आज तो धूल धमाका होने वाला है. Night before, I think this is going to be
भाई
an
नहीं नहीं
absolute.
ये थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया ऐसे मुझे लग रहा है because
Bye,
look
bye.
at the bar it's suddenly saying Magnus is
See,
better.
it takes.
But
Okay,
this
let's understand.
comes
Rook
in.
rook
d4.
before, knight
It's
before.
Bhai, Magnus finds the best move. It was the only move.
Oh my
Queen
God.
b1. But what's the point if we take rook
Rook
b4?
b4.
Queen a2. He's just, this Magnus sees these kind of
Queen
nuances so
e7.
quickly.
Let's go queen
No,
And
check,
queen
e7.
e6
check,
check.
check, Amrita. Don't let him.
ठीक है, knight
But now
b4 को क्या
take
है?
with the knight. Take with the knight.
have to take with the
Stop
knight,
Queen
yes.
coming to a2. He
Knight
must do
c2.
it.
But
But you
knight c2,
Knight
queen
c2, knight
c4.
d3 check coming. Be very careful.
Oh, he finds again the best move, controlling d3.
Arey yaar.
Why Apun kya hai? We are playing the world's best player here. Vidit is playing. It's not someone.
Eh, now go queen e7. Discos. Because अभी संगीत हुआ डांस में इधर भी डिस्को हो जाएगा.
But Amrita, there is no disco for the knight. The moment you give a check, I'll take it. Also, queen b3, rook c3, many good moves. So Vidit now has to play bishop a7 with
Which is
the
a
idea
very-
of long castling. by.
Actually, that seems very logical. Bishop a7 does seem like
he
a
will
move
play it. He
to
will
bring
play.
your piece in the game. But I love this style, the aggression with Vidit is playing. He's not being passive.
Yeah.
He's saying, I know you are the best player in the world, but I'm not going to shy away for a big, exciting fight. Queen b3. Again, Magnus finding the
Oh.
best move, however.
Yes, offering a trade of queens, and if you trade queens, then white is completely better. So Vidit has to avoid queen trade, but then the queen enters with a check.
Oof.
You can't avoid the queen exchange. That means.
Queen f8 maybe, trying to go queen c5 check.
But queen
So-
f8,
so-
knight, queen check, king
King
b8.
b8.
Uh-huh. But now
But then the
Vidit's
rook on
time
a8 is not coming in the game.
Absolutely, Amrita. And also look at the time, 1 minute 27 seconds for Vidit.
Basically, Magnus is saying, let's get the queens out right now. Let's have a fight between us.
Yes. Acha, oh.
The queens cannot be exchanged though. That is for sure. In this position, black is down a piece, and with the white knight being on h5, if the queens are ever exchanged, the
Yeah.
g7 pawn will also be very, very vulnerable.
I agree.
So knight on h5 eventually became like a very, very, work from home, but contributing in a great way.
I mean, Amrita, this happens so often with Magnus's games. We kind of wonder what his knight was doing on h5, but he somehow has this vision. He somehow has this vision that he can predict where the piece is going to be the most productive, and knight on h5 suddenly is a great contributor in white's position.
And how much patience it needed, right? Knight on h5, g7 is supported, कुछ भी नहीं चल रहा है, but वो बैठा रहा उधर ही.
Queen
Check.
f8, queen
Oh, he gives a
e6
check.
check.
And now come back with the rook.
But
And
that's...
then you can long castle.
Oh, I
Yes,
didn't.
yes,
Oh,
yes.
rook d7.
Just
Nice.
rook jumps. He
Ag-
found it.
I
He
think
found it.
Magnus
And-
missed this.
And guys,
Guys, this is a...
guys, Magnus has
Oh
to
my.
play only move g5 to keep the advantage going, which I think he
Okay,
will.
will he find?
No, but then long castle. I mean, it's very
Yeah.
complicated.
But then gf6.
I mean, rook d2 is also
No,
hanging.
no, bhai, pin.
Oh
pin.
yeah,
Bhai,
he
long
will
castle.
find.
Oh,
He will
but long
find.
King
castle ke
doesn't
baad
move,
pin.
only
Magnus
rook
will
jumps.
find.
Amruta, did you see this? If long castle, only rook jumps. King has to stay
Yeah,
here.
I got confused. I thought pin bhi nikal gaya.
Guys, we haven't forgotten any player. It's just that this game is so interesting with both players having 1 minute, like Vidit having 48 seconds, Magnus having 3 minutes. But just to tell you, the bars are below, so we will be looking at all the games after this one is over. We do want to follow any battle between Magnus and an Indian player. No, like
Absolutely.
that is something we don't want to miss.
And Vidit is obviously someone we really
Yeah.
want to follow closely, especially after his supremely nice performance in the qualifiers where he qualified for the Paris this tournament here.
Supremely nice performance where he had to cancel his honeymoon and come to Paris.
Arey Amruta, shots fired. By the way, Gukesh is better here. You can see he's attacking the queen. The queen is very active. So we will come back, but he's doing well for now, guys. All eyes on this game. Magnus Carlsen put under pressure by Vidit Gujrathi. 2 minutes, 2 seconds. Vidit has 48 seconds.
This we weren't expecting so
Bhai,
much
bhai,
drama
itna
in the
jaldi.
first round.
We
Bhai.
started at 1 p.m. 23 minutes into the stream already. It's nerve-wracking action.
And this is why we love freestyle. Right from the get-go, we get an absolute chaotic position and we get so many imbalances. And I think this is really why freestyle chess can be something that becomes very entertaining and
Which-
exciting.
Harshit Bhai is going to play very soon, guys, in
Arey.
Grand K Open. So we are going to watch him from taking a role of commentator to a player very soon. For now, we are going to enjoy with him for the next 8 days along with Amruta Mokal, who is in Mumbai. Bishop F2,
Long castle!
mistake, long
Much
castle.
better. Vidit is much
Okay,
better.
long castle is obvious. Don't
He
think.
played it.
Done.
And where did Magnus make the bishop move? He moved his bishop again, I think.
He played short castle.
But King
this is
B8.
much better.
Bhai,
Vidit.
bhago. King B8, Rook D2
And now
hanging.
G5 is gone. The G5 ideas are out of the box.
I
No
am only
way.
imagining the feeling what will happen if Vidit wins this and Nitin is going to go crazy, fall in love all over again, Sagar bhai.
Falling even more in love.
No, but
Crazy.
what does that say about getting married? Yeah, after that, like
Harshit bhai, before
No,
Grand K
Amruta.
Open, you have to get married.
Amruta, Harshit, Vidit has never beaten Magnus over the board. Guys, remember, he has beaten him once in online chess, but never over the board. King B8 was the best move, but he comes back knight C6 with
It's
the
never
idea.
easy to beat Magnus,
Rook bhi
yeah?
mar raha hai
Bhai,
A3 pe.
rook mar raha hai.
And rook b3 would be a terrible mistake because knight to d4 will fork both the rook and the knight. So
Only move, rook
Rook
D3.
C3.
Rook D3.
What? Rook
You
D3
can't
pin
take,
hai.
it's a pin.
rook d3 only move, but then knight d4.
Yeah, knight D4.
Unpinning.
Exactly.
And then you know what? Somewhere G6 will come. Yahan pe it's going to be blast opening the king.
Amruta,
over there.
50 seconds for Vidit. For Magnus.
Magnus also falling low on time. Guys, do like the stream, subscribe, do join us. This is Freestyle Chess coming second
7,000
leg of the
people.
Grand Slam from Paris right now.
Yeah. 7,000 people are
Rook D3
watching,
found.
Sagar.
93 found it.
Knight D4 has to be
94.
played.
100%.
Quickly
Played it.
blitzed out.
Played it, bhai.
Vidit is
Played
super
it. Oh, he
confident. Rook
sacks.
takes.
He sacks. Bishop
Bishop
takes.
takes.
Bishop se maro,
Of
bhai.
course, bishop ban nahi kar sakte. Quickly took with the bishop. And what was Magnus's move?
No, right now he takes. Now, video is 1 second behind or 2 seconds behind. Now he takes on d4.
Rook
Magnus goes
B1.
rook b1. Great move by Magnus Carlsen.
You can't go king b8. Queen
Exactly.
takes a6 ho raha hai.
Very nice point by Amruta.
Wow,
King B8.
Amruta super quick here. I think Amruta, you are in good shape.
I remember from Weisenhaus that Amruta is really
Yeah.
good in freestyle format. She can she can spot patterns very quickly.
Very quick to find. Oh, c6. And by the way, right now, with it trying to just block this queen's path, the knight goes back. This is, I feel, somehow not easy. Magnus is getting his pieces in. These knights are menacing. He comes in with the queen. भाई
Best
मेरे
move.
को नहीं पता चल रहा क्या होने वाला है ये गेम में.
I think it's all going to come down to the last few seconds and who makes the last mistake.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a bullet game now.
But who is going to make the last mistake? He
Queen
goes
C4.
queen c4 and now just bishop drops back attacking d2. You are a bit afraid of these pawns. You know, there are these soft spots there. And I think there are more chances for Magnus to outplay with it somehow with the knight jumping here.
I
and
somehow want to just take that d2 pawn.
Good
I feel
move,
that
good
knight
move.
e4, even just take that d2 pawn.
No,
मार
if
दो वो
knight
pawn
e4
को.
now, rook
मार दो
d4.
pawn.
Bhai, rook d4. No, there's check
Can
here.
you just take on d2 or it's too much?
It's too much, bhai, too much.
It's I don't
It's
know.
still playable
Bishop takes
though.
e3.
Playable. Oh, bishop takes e3 you wanted to take.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then it's playable still.
It's complicated.
True, he goes knight e4.
Queen d3.
Vidit,
Wow.
what a move by Vidit Gujrathi.
Such understanding
He's
with 13 seconds.
offering a queen trade.
Because white is trying to attack, so he's just using logic over here.
And the d2 pawn is going to be very weak because the knight on e4 is its only defender, but rook is going to come to d4 at some point. Vidit has very good chances in that endgame.
It just shows that the logical mind has improved for Vidit after getting married.
Amrita is like शादी के पहले कुछ भी नहीं आता था उसको. Everything is after marriage.
I mean, you kind of argue, right? Two people, and then your logic, you have to use logic.
No, Amrita,
That was the idea.
It takes time for a married couple to argue. It's still right now honeymoon period. Oh, they traded. They traded.
Oh, I cannot relate to any of it. So I'll talk about chess. Rook d4, I think is going to be black's next move, which will not only attack the e4 knight, also the a4 pawn. Knight hila, so d2 pawn will also be following. Knight c4 played.
Oh, now take the
Take.
bishop.
Bishop is hanging, so we have to take. That is going to be happening for sure. 20 seconds for Magnus, 10 seconds for Vidit, 8, 7, has to make a move. Oh,
This
he
is
takes.
hard.
He takes.
Takes.
Bishop f2, king f2.
Maybe what to do now?
And-
Just
and
rook
now-
d4? Just rook d4
Yeah,
now.
rook d4 looks good.
Trying to hit
But
both
this
the
doesn't
knights.
seem like converting the advantage. No, it looks like white
No, but
is
it's not a
kind of
huge advantage. He
solid.
did play rook d4, bhai.
Yeah.
He played your move.
Yes.
Now the knight is hanging and this knight is hanging and also the a4 pawn under pressure. Let's see what Magnus is doing here.
Magnus for sure
And
feels a little
Magnus
nervous.
is
10
equal
seconds.
time, 10
Yeah.
seconds for both. Oh my god, and no game is
6,
completed until now.
5.
भाई कितना fight करेंगे लोग?
By 1. By time. D3 played with 3
D3.
seconds.
D3, can we not take it?
I think we can. I think we should.
Look at Magnus there. He banged the clock. He was like 2 seconds left.
He just-
And now Rook takes pawn.
Knight c5 played. And now Vidit has to be a
Oh,
bit
no,
careful.
he's attacking the knight and b7.
Vidit has to be a bit careful. B5.
Oh, finds another
How?
classy move. What is
Really?
wrong
But
with
what,
Vidit? Or what
93?
is right with him? He's finding amazing moves.
He's down a piece, but he
Yes.
has
Yeah.
3 pawns
He has 3
in
pawns.
compensation.
And look at his rook is so active. It can go here, here. These 2 pawns along with the king can start just rolling down the board.
It's a very big question now. What pawn do you take back with on b5?
I want to take with the a pawn.
I also feel that a takes b5
Oh, he
fit
takes
with
with
the
the
c
c
pawn. Because the knight is a notoriously bad defender of the a pawn. I think Vidit kept that in mind, and that's why I took with the c pawn.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Now king b7. He's
King
going to keep this 3 people together. First check, attacking here. Magnus goes up and says, "Be my guest. Take the pawn. I'll just enter in with my knight or the
Wow,
king."
What a decision by Magnus.
Huge
Giving up the
decision.
pawn on h2.
Just understanding chess bet really well. And Vidit now has 10 seconds to take the pawn or to move the king. Harshit bhai, what to do? I would move the king, keeping control.
Yeah, I mean, if Magnus is giving up a pawn, I think he's doing that for a reason. I would
He
go
moves
for
the
king
king.
b7.
He moves the king.
Yes.
Amazing. Just don't play your king here. There's what happened?
g5 played by
Magnus
Magnus.
went g5. Vidit took rook g1.
And if I go h6,
Yeah.
he's going to want h4. I'm a bit scared now.
No, but take the
Everything
h2
is
pawn,
about
right?
the f5 pawn, yeah? Because if it is a passer,
Yeah.
then it will create hell for black.
A 5-4 with it really under pressure now.
He
a5.
pushes a5.
Giving up the g5 pawn.
Guys, we have the first result. Arjun Erigaisi
He
beats
wins.
Fabiano Caruana.
Big
Hi.
one. Big one.
OP.
But Arjun is just too good in this
Bhai,
format.
Ajju bhai, unstoppable, guys. king e5. He's going to take this pawn. He goes back. Rook g2.
Maybe king b6. Try,
Maybe.
just bring one more king towards.
Bhai, anything can happen here. I think even Vidit can win this. What
For
do
sure.
you think?
I mean, if black gets king b6, king a5, b4, and that pawn advances to b3, I
Yeah.
think black is a big favorite.
I think only problem is that you are facing Magnus. Anyone else and you would be really, really happy with this.
And that only problem is slightly big.
But the knight is really powerful. I think it's a very unclear
But no, Amruta,
situation.
b4, b3. He takes the e5
Yeah,
pawn.
I would push
b4.
b4 here. And after king e6, black can even consider at some point to
97.
sacrifice. Not maybe at this
Really?
exact
Because the
moment,
king
but
is very near.
yes.
Hmm. But after king g6, there is 97 big threat.
No, but b4, king e6, rook b7,
He pushes.
and then b2 is coming.
Yeah, rook
No
b7.
time.
No
Oh.
time.
By the way, 25 seconds and 1 minute 8 seconds.
Oh, they
So,
got it back
yeah,
by
yeah.
increment.
Magnus played very quick, and what a beautiful move by Magnus. Look at this, guys. He's coming in with a check,
Oh, you
wanting
cannot
to
allow.
win the
You
pawn
cannot
here.
allow that at all.
And if you push b3, which is the most
Still check.
natural check, king has to go back, and somehow you have, pushed the king a bit away. Knight c3 attacking here. This could get very interesting, actually.
b3 played.
Difficult to calculate.
b3 played.
b3 pushed.
Rook
Check,
c5, king
king
a6.
a6.
And I think rook c6, king a5 could be some sort of a perpetual if Vidit wants.
Oh.
If Vidit
No,
wants,
but rook c6, can we not fight on?
he can. But the question is if Vidit thinks that he's going to have chances in this endgame. Rook c4.
Okay, king b5. Draw maybe, right?
Yeah,
Check.
rook c4.
No, where is the draw? I go here, where's the draw? Check, I go king
By the way,
a5.
king b5 only move, yeah? Because if you go a3, rook a4 check and
take
you are
the
going to
pawn.
lose that pawn.
No,
And
King
what
b5
is king
played.
a5?
king b5,
Okay.
king b5.
Only move for Magnus now. Otherwise, Vidit is completely winning.
Rook c8
Okay,
finds
finds
it by Magnus is
Crazy.
crazy. Rook b7 blocked the checks.
What? How did Nepomniachtchi win that
He won,
game?
he won by. He tricked Hikaru. We have to see that game.
How did that
He
happen?
tricked him. नेपो भाई इधर से भाई अपना आवाज बाहर नहीं जाता है ना नहीं तो फिर ये लोग अपने को पागल समझेंगे. Oh, he finds rook b7
That's a good move because now you're threatening a3 and a2.
and also b2 a3. Guys, these two pawns are like me and Harshit bhai who are moving towards Paris.
We are already here. सागर भाई कुछ भी हो सकता है यार. How did Nepo win that with rook on
Yeah.
b7 and rook on a8?
Guys, we will go to other boards and check other games. Please, let's stick with this one for now. We have one more result.
Gukesh draw against
Okay,
Bashir.
Okay.
Well, you can't queen because knight c3 check.
Very good
So-
point.
But you can knight.
Oh,
You can make a
Oh.
knight. And then you'll be 2 pawns up. No, 1 pawn up. Which would be nice.
Which is a rook pawn, by the way.
Yes, exactly. No, I
Oh.
think this is looking
Oh, this
quite
is looking
promising.
really good for Vidit.
And that's why Magnus is taking his time.
Why generally Magnus puts pressure on his opponents in endgame. This time Vidit is putting pressure.
Yeah. I mean, this just goes to show how in form Vidit is even after his marriage. He's keeping that momentum up after winning freestyle qualifiers.
Bhai, don't say after the marriage. I think it's
हाँ?
because of marriage.
Exactly. मैं वही देख रही हूँ.
Oh, he plays Magnus goes rook c4. Great move. Great move. By the way, if you make a queen now, we already know there's a knight check.
And if you make
And
a
if
knight,
you make a knight here,
then rook b4 check
then check king
wins the
a6
pawn on a4.
and then take this and a draw. So Vidit plays king a5. He wants to play for a win now. Rook b4.
I think
Go
rook
for
b4
it.
is going to be scary.
Go for it.
Now the
He
good
plays-
thing is he
Oh,
doesn't
he
have to worry
finds
about the
it, bhai.
g7 pawn.
Right, dude, Liya. And now knight b1. Magnus also finds the best move. It's a draw, guys. But still, Vidit can push because he can take
King
here
b5.
and then start running towards these pawns with his king. And while... Oh, he doesn't take. He attacks here.
But he attacks the pawn. I mean, Vidit definitely wants to play for a win even in this position.
No, but just king e4. Your pawns are not advancing now.
Then rook b4. He'll go.
King
Because
c3.
Now take this.
And then rook f2 and take the h2 pawn
And
as
then
well.
take this and then
But
you can't
somehow
lose.
feels like it should be a
You
draw.
can't lose. Oh, Magnus is like, sorry with it. I'm not giving you my h pawn.
Yeah, because if you go h5 now,
Guys, we have 10,000 people watching this live all the
like
way.
the stream.
Do like the stream, guys, because this is only the first round. We have 5
Did
more
you
rounds after
check?
this today. Check, and okay, maybe now they're going to
Draw?
draw
King
because
A3
King
check.
A3 check.
No, what a game this was. What a game. Guys, look at these two players, two gladiators. Sorry, not this.
April Fool बनाया.
King C3, Rook F3, King C4. Okay, and now A3 perhaps. Trying to go A2. White has to sacrifice on
But
A3.
somehow Magnus Carlsen is fearless. Yeah, he doesn't repeat. वो आगे ही आ रहा है. Look, he's not taking the draw. He's
What?
going knight c3. He wants to
What?
play. He knows that Vidit's nerves are not so great. In the past, he has tricked Vidit. But is this Vidit 3.0 or is it still Vidit 2.0? Where, we don't know. We don't know.
But this position should be a draw. Maybe Magnus is hoping that he gets rook knight versus a rook, where he'll perhaps try to push in that endgame. But I think that black has a huge drawing margin. I don't even think white is the one who's better in this position. So I expect this game to end in a draw.
By the way,
I'm
we
just
have a
hoping that
few-
it doesn't end in rook knight versus rook and we play another, long game.
No, but by the way, guys, huge news coming in. Praggnanandhaa has lost to Richard Rapport. Oh, that's not a great
Oh.
start for Pragg. And so it has been one draw for Gukesh, win
One-
for
Arjun.
Arjun, and loss for Pragg.
So we are at like between the three Indians, we have 1.5 out of 3 right now. With its game still going on.
But Harshit bhai, Arjun beating Caruana is a huge result.
But I don't
Yeah,
think. Yeah, Amruta.
because Caruana has played amazingly in every freestyle tournament. So first round, Arjun's first time experience for freestyle, on the board. So I think it's a big result.
But I somehow feel that in that matchup, even though Caruana might be higher rated in classical, in freestyle, it's quite likely that Arjun is a stronger player. I think he's a big favorite against most of the players in this tournament. The way he has shown his understanding, we should definitely take a look at that game because beating Fabi in the first round is a massive result for him.
Absolutely. Harshit bhai's preparation is going on for Grand K from today, from right now. Look.
But this time control is really tough for the players.
These qualifiers are very tough actually. Once you are in classical mode, guys, just so that all those who are new to this freestyle format, there are 12 players, and out of which we'll have 11 rounds of 10 minutes plus 5-second increment. And then by the way, this is a draw now.
Yeah.
This is a draw. And top 8 players will qualify to the quarterfinals and bottom 4 will get eliminated. So it's not at all easy. But I think the way in which Vidit has started, he can be proud of himself.
For sure. Putting pressure on Magnus with the black pieces, it sets the right momentum for the rest of the games today. I think he should definitely be feeling quite happy. But the game is still going on.
Yeah.
The game is still going on. It's better to be happy about the game after the result has been declared.
But now it doesn't seem like, that black has any worries. Winning these 2 pawns is very tough. No?
How many times have we said this about Magnus's game and been surprised?
When there is a knight, a fork is something you really have to take care
No,
of.
if Vidit loses this, I might imagine him to be like, he might do this.
Sagar bhai, what color will you color your hair?
Did you see me? I colored blue.
I saw.
Yes. I can do now. I can actually do
Your
black.
beard.
Yes, I can shave my beard. By the way, I have a French beard here.
Looking
specially
very Parisian.
Because I'm in France. Yeah, I was planning it all along. Amruta, did you see it?
दिख ही रहा है ना तो कहाँ छुपा के बैठे हो?
Did you see it?
नहीं मतलब इतना मेरा deep planning था to start building French beard back home when there was 1 week left for the freestyle in Paris.
Amazing.
Wow.
Your planning is amazing,
Yeah.
Sagar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Is he
think.
really trying to mate with it? With the rook and knight and the king?
I mean, the thing is that with rook, knight, and king, I mean, black really needs to go very wrong in order for white to have chances. And also, the pawn is on g4, so it's really hard to imagine something going wrong. By the way, Vincent lost the first game against Abdusattorov.
Yeah, Vincent Keymer, the defending champion of the last Grand Slam, has started off on the wrong foot. Actually, Harshit bhai, the players are so evenly matched here that we will be seeing a lot of upsets.
Yeah,
I don't even know who's the best freestyle player in the world right now.
Yeah, we don't have enough data about it. Also, Nodirbek came yesterday afternoon straight because of his replacement when Hans backed out.
Yes.
And
They told that Hans backed out one day before the media day, which was maybe on 4th. And Nodirbek had like 2 minutes or 5 minutes to decide whether to come or not. And he just said yes. He booked a flight and he just flew down.
Oh my
unbelievable.
God.
Imagine you're at your home preparing or watching Women's World Championship and then.
No, making avocado toast by. Like Harshit bhai is making. And then all of a sudden you get a call saying, "Are you ready to come to Paris?"
I don't think you have to think about that. The answer for that will
The
always be yes.
yes is easier. It's not like, oh, will you marry me? Say yes or no in 5 minutes.
Magnus is
ऐसा तो
repeating,
नहीं.
guys, repetition coming in.
Yeah. So I think we have all the results besides this game.
Yes.
So by the way, when you say before the media day, he backed out. Sagar, was he scared of you?
Hopefully not. By the way, there you see full screen. Magnus is like, okay, Vidit is the one who is saying, I want to play on.
No, I think they have already repeated this
No,
position twice.
Yeah, but Vidit is thinking, no.
Knight c5.
Oh, Magnus says, "Hey, ऐसे कैसे draw?" Crazy.
I think it's mind games right now.
Yeah.
They both are actually seeing their how the wives right now, are they stressed? Where
King
do they sit
c6
generally?
actually is threatening
Sagar?
something nasty. If you go king c6 and imagine if black goes g3, how can white win? Chat. White to play.
Good question, guys. Amruta, the answer to your question is only Nidhi is here. Ella is not here.
Ella has not come to Paris, yeah?
No, she's here, but she has not come to the playing hall today.
Got it.
Shubhi Gupta finds it first.
Arey, Shubhi, hi.
Arnav Agrawal, of course, always.
Arnav Agarwal is ready for your questions.
Dhanush Sivakumar. A lot of people finding it exactly. Knight
Check.
d7.
Very
and
good
rook
question that was,
Mate.
Harshit. To move mate.
Rookie
H5.
And
takes-
especially when you have 3-4 seconds, it's very possible that you push the pawn.
Exactly.
And then you realize that, oh my God, that's a mate.
Of course, Vidit is not going to fall for this. He goes for h5, check, king a7. King b8.
Still, the king is somewhere pushed to the corner. So with it needs to be careful, right?
Yeah,
As you said, he needs to go really wrong. That I understand.
and he's pushing his pawn to g2, which is very smart, I think, so that white's rook will be forced to be on the g file.
Hmm.
Check, king a7, and rook g8.
Okay. Now this is easy because G2 pawn.
Yeah.
But we still might land up in a situation where Magnus is gonna play with the rook and knight versus.
Yeah, if white wins the g2 pawn, Magnus will definitely play this for 50 more moves. Just to update the other results, guys, Arjun won against Fabiano Caruana. Gukesh drew his game against Washir. Nepomniachtchi making a big win, defeating Hikaru in that difficult position. Praggnanandhaa lost to Richard Rapport, and Abdusattorov defeated the winner of the last Grand Slam, Vincent Keymer.
Yeah, Hikaru versus Nepo is one game we need to check, and also Arjun's game later.
Knight a4 again, very vicious threat of knight b6 check and rook b7 mate.
Oh my God. He has to give a
Shit,
check.
that's a cool one. He gives a check.
King b6.
Today, how many rounds are there totally?
6. This is almost a mate, yeah? This is
Yeah,
a
Rook
mate.
G8 is the mate now.
He has to come back and give up the pawn.
King B8 played.
Check. Rook back and take. And I feel like this is a little bit of a worry.
And now we are getting Rook Knight versus
But
Rook.
I feel like Rook Knight
Oh.
versus Rook is easy to handle. Like just go Rook H8 and then check.
But first we Black had 2 pawns. Then he had 1 pawn. Now he has 0 pawns. Like it's definitely getting difficult by every move that
But
Magnus
no,
is
I
making.
think this is easy, Arshit bhai. For a player of with its caliber, he knows
But-
how to.
But Sagar, king on the last rank, almost towards the corner. Does that give an extra stress with 17 seconds on your clock?
Okay, Amruta, do you think
Not
it's going to be draw for sure or
100%.
chances for Magnus?
100% bhai. I
Draw,
can
draw.
do anything. You tell me what.
Draw.
I can sell my house.
Oh.
ए तू पका मत है अभी
From being Amruta telling me to to cook something for her, now she's saying don't cook.
Arre.
Arey, Vivaswan ji, hello. Lovely to see GM69 regularly on stream now. Hi Sagar Amruta, how have you been? When is the wedding vlog coming up? I haven't missed it, right? Wedding vlog aa raha hai dosto. Second, I made day one vlog. What happened,
Hi,
bhai?
only move King C8 tha.
Kaise par? What was the problem with Rook F8 actually?
Knight C5 and it's lost.
How?
because knight descent checks.
Why?
C8 now,
go
rook
here.
C6.
And this is lost.
What? Nee, how?
This is crazy. Can we go to the live
Oh,
position?
Check either or aise.
Huh. Knight D7, King A6. And
And
now
what-
Rook C7 next. Bhai,
And then
let's
knight
go to the
B6.
live
No, one
position,
second,
bhai.
last, bhai, ek
Rook
minute.
C7 or Knight
Oh, knight
B6.
B6 and rook B7 mate हो रहा है. Knight B6, rook A7,
God.
rook B7.
Oh my god.
Bhai, let's go to the live
Knight
position.
C5.
Okay, he finds
Okay.
it.
He's
Luck-
running.
runs.
Vidit was like, Bhago!
Bhago, bhai, bhago.
Bhago! Now he's safe. Now he's
Okay,
safe.
now he's safe. That was a bit scary actually. King
Guys,
B7 and this will.
this is just the first round. We have many games coming up. We'll be looking at games of all the players that are there, and we will definitely. But the highlight of this round was surely this game. I mean, we haven't seen others, but this was really interesting.
It somehow feels like this was such a nerve-wracking game that just after the first game I can feel the tension that is developing in this tournament. Knight B7. How many moves have been played, by the way? Around 20. It's the 93rd move right now.
I think Rook takes G2 was the move. So
King B6. Yeah, Rook G2 was move 87.
So we have only made 7 moves.
Oh, bhai.
Is this the last game going
Yeah,
on?
yeah.
Like
Of
all other
course.
games?
Yes,
Of
Amruta.
course, yes, true. We never expected it would be Vidit versus Magnus, the game would go on. But Rook and Knight, Sagar, did I not mention this kind of a situation which could
Imagine
happen?
Nidhi watching this game and like all the games are finished and Vidit is still playing. क्या हो क्या रहा है?
Yeah, I think in general this often happens when you have like many games going on in a tournament that Rook Bishop versus Rook or Rook Knight
Yes,
versus
5
Rook
seconds.
happens.
This is not at all trivial.
Bhai, it's easy, bhai.
But when you have 10
You know, I've
seconds,
played
and
this once, and I was with the Rook and Knight, and I just couldn't find any idea to checkmate my opponent. So I felt it was quite easy to hold.
but for example, if a normal person was defending this and had to find his only move King C8 with 10 seconds, I do think that
It might
someone
have
like
been tough.
Magnus would have defeated them.
You mean if Sagar is playing, yeah, with black pieces?
I didn't want to say it, Amruta.
But you said it in your mind. That's why she
See?
could hear it.
Amruta can hear me.
बिल्कुल नहीं सागर के बारे में ऐसा सोचने का
हाँ ना, दोस्तों,
अरे, अरे,
क्या
अरे.
है? Guys, I'm going to make a comeback soon for my chess. थोड़ा छोटा एक टूर्नामेंट खेलना है.
Wow.
बस दोनों ग्रेन के ओपन मत खेलो, नहीं तो इधर मैं फिर अकेली हो जाऊंगी. By the way, we have a super chat by Parth who says, is Pragg signed by SATUL for EWC? Any leaks?
Actually, I don't know who's Pragg is playing for which team, because I believe that all other players have already been announced, but Pragg's not yet, I think.
Sneha, who has been a member for 29 months, asks, hey, what's the format after round robin?
Then it's tie break.
The top
Sorry,
8
then it's
player.
knockout.
Yes. So after the qualifiers, the top 8 players out of the 12 will qualify for a knockout, and then after that we'll just progressively go towards the finals where 2 players will play each other for the championship.
I won medal.
Yeah.
Sankhya Tare, thank you for his contribution. And Swayam asks, a long time no see, Sagar bhai, kaise ho aap log?
I mean, the way that they have given us the studio and the organization here is absolutely amazing, Amruta.
Looks good. And what are those elephants doing behind you?
They've given us a very traditional, nice elephant. Also, the chessboard. I don't know if you can see from this camera angle. Very, very elegant and vintage chessboard diya hai.
Beautiful, yeah. So you are in the wild sort of a place, already grassland kind of a thing. And then there are elephants as well.
Rook a7, king 8. The rook is in the last rank. But the thing is that it's very hard for white to bring his king, because whenever he tries to bring his king closer, the knight on e4 is going to be under pressure. So now just
Can
rook
I ask
e1.
you a question, Harshit bhai? Like when you're playing, like you will also be thinking about your energy. It's the first round. And will you think, Arey, I also have to conserve my energy, so let me go for a draw? Like you trust your opponent, he's going to hold. And
the thing is that you set, I mean, this is a psychological game. Like Magnus is saying that, yeah, I'm going to try to play for a win no matter what. And basically, after defending this for so long, Vidit will have this thought about this game that, yeah, I was defending this endgame. And in the next time that they play each other, this is going to play a role in his mind that, yeah, Magnus was putting pressure on me. So Magnus really knows all of this and wants to set the tone. If they ever play in the quarterfinals or the knockout stage, then he wants to set this tone that I'm going to push you until the very end.
wow, this is very, very nicely explained actually, that later also they may play against each other and this putting pressure is going to be helpful. Very cool.
Knight e5, he's trying to bring his king to e6 now.
Apurva asks 50 move rule. Yes, but they have only made how many moves? Like 20 around?
They started at 87, so they've made 22 moves. So they can play for 28 more moves. And the second round is going to be delayed because of this, Amruta.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is like a double game, no? Because already the timing was 10 minutes each. So
it was 10 minutes plus 5 seconds. So we thought that 30 minutes would be the maximum that a game can last. But this game is lasting for more than 50 minutes now. Guys, how did you find it? We are going to take a look at the other Indian games as well. Also the Nepo Hikaru game. Kaisa laga yaar first round?
chat. Shemal says, can we visit the venue and see the players and the Chess India team? Generally, freestyle has been a closed event, so it's not really open. So maybe better not to go there until
I think that at some point they are going to start having tickets in one of their next tours maybe. But I don't think that they have it for this event.
And Harshit bhai, the chat is answering your question. They're liking it. It's great. It's nice. Fantastic.
I also think कि Amruta, I've never really had an event जहाँ पे पहला ही round इतना मतलब crazy हो गया है.
और वो भी Vidit Magnus pairing भी like obviously like after you have like an elaborate wedding and then people are going to watch you. How do you play in your first game? It's
Oh,
different, yeah.
Amruta blunder. Amruta blunder.
That the same idea, no? Which you had
No.
mentioned earlier.
Amruta. No. I was telling you, Amruta.
Oh, the same idea, Harshit.
Oh no, can
Abhi
I go
Rook
full
A6 is the
speed?
mate. Yes, yes, yes. Rook
I
A6
don't
is
know
a
how to.
checkmate. No, maybe we don't have the board here. Maybe we'll show it. But look at Magnus. He knows it.
Oh
He
my
knows he's
God.
got it. And what is Vidit saying? Check how many moves have been done. He calls the arbiter. Oh, this
Oh
is really
no.
heartbreaking, yeah. We never imagined this.
This is.
Okay, let's try to explain the situation to the chat.
Yes,
For
rook
now,
to h3 is what white is threatening, and because of the knight on f3, black cannot go rook to h2 to defend it. I think this is what Vidit had missed, and now he's checking if 50 moves have been made, but no, they haven't been made. It's not close.
yeah, arbiter is saying something, no? Same. Oh, Vidit also realizes that he's lost. He's made a blunder. He should have played king h5, right?
Exactly. King h5 was the only move, but with 10 seconds, this is what can happen.
Oh, he resigns. Oh.
Oh my God, this is really tough.
No, this is
Really tough.
rook knight versus rook. Generally, we don't see such a scenario, but the king was always on the last rank. There was always this pressure, and as you mentioned that from 2 pawns, then 1 pawn, then
Exactly.
0 pawn, the
And I was
whole story it carries.
It's all about the story, because Vidit had a great position, and after that he got on the back foot. And I was telling you that Magnus loves, putting this psychological pressure. He'll push you until the very end, and if you are not standing firmly with your defense, he's going to take you down. This is really tough.
Can you show for a moment if king would have gone to h5?
Yes,
In
the
that
king should have gone
position?
to h5, so that now if rook h3 check, king can run to g4. And king to
And if I go king
f5,
f5,
I'll
then
just
again
come
king
back king
h6.
h6. But with 10 seconds on
What
the
did
clock,
he miss?
it's easy to miss this
according to you?
nuance.
Because rook h2 is controlled, yeah? That way. Okay, in that position, Harshit, for king f7, now you go king h6.
Well,
Rook
now rook
h3
h3 is mate.
just a mate. Because
Knight is controlling the g5 square. And they're still analyzing, which is of course great to see that Vidit still has this,
yeah.
the mental energy to analyze after such a difficult game. This is a very, very good quality that we are seeing. That he still wants to learn from the best player that what happened in the game and discuss this crazy game that they played. But of course, everyone, Amruta will, look at the result, and in the end, Magnus managed to win.
Wow, like so Magnus's decision of going on to play and not look at his own energy to save, but to keep trying, to keep putting pressure with that extra piece. This is something very, very critical to learn.
I don't think Sagar is going to believe what happened.
No, and the chat is all about Sagar selling the house.
By the way,
Oh
guys,
my God.
can we quickly take a look at the game of Arjun
Yes,
beating?
let's go because I think their analysis is also over, and Vidit and Magnus are arranging the pieces. It's Vidit has to, but I see Vidit being calm,
Yeah, he's calm. He
Uh,
knows. I mean, this can happen in this time control. It's very possible that when you have to make the only moves, you can go wrong with 10 seconds. Very exciting game nonetheless. Let's quickly check this game of Arjun beating Fabi. It started with f4, f5, c3, c6, g3, and we actually saw this, that he put his knight on d3 trying to go knight c5, and we predicted Arjun to do well from this position. Bishop d6 was played by Fabi to stop knight c5. Arjun still goes for it, says that yes, give me the bishop pair, because the position is kind of semi-open, and when the position is open, the bishops perform better. Knight f7, c4. Look at what this move does, Amrita. Completely blocks the mobility of the bishop on a6.
Very classy.
Bishop a6, bishop a3, c5. Black is like, okay, तूने किया तो मैं भी same करूँगा.
And then while doing this, he's opened up his bishop also.
Mhm.
So on the long diagonal, b7.
Knight c3, trying to perhaps go e4. Knight c6, e4. Exactly. He wants to open up the position. Sagar bhai, please. We have all the results.
हुआ कि नहीं भाई?
हाँ? आओ ना सागर भाई जरा.
भाई प्लीज बोलो ड्रॉ हुआ. What? What? No way! No way!
King h7 was played, unfortunately.
Blundered.
Very tough. Very tough. King h7, and after king f7, no way to stop rook h3 mate, because the rook on h2 is controlled by the knight on f3.
Wow!
Yeah.
But why did he not come up? Was it bad?
No, that was the only move.
But he was always coming to the center. Why
Yeah.
did he have to go to the side?
Exactly.
लोग बोल रहे सागर से sell house.
लोग बोल रहे हैं I am ready to buy the house.
But how did this? I mean, I was pretty sure, and I was just hoping that. Oh my God,
Okay,
the finish must have been insane, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Because
How was Vidit's reaction?
I mean, he checked if it was 50 moves, and after that he called the orbiters just to check if it is and not. But he was also analyzing the game after Magnus, which was a very good thing to see. I think he took it in a good way because it's still a long tournament ahead. But I do think
Oh,
that
this is a brutal
Start.
brutal way to lose.
Mhm.
Man, Magnus is endgame goat for a reason. You were showing some other games?
Yes, I was just showing the win of Arjun against Fabi because
Yeah.
I thought that it's very instructive. Yes, so we had it until e4 because he wants to open the position, right? He has a bishop pair, so he wanted to try to open the position. e6, queen to e3, bishop b7, knight b5. Very interesting, trying to provoke a6 because if black goes a6, the b6 pawn is going to be loose, and Arjun spots these patterns very quickly. It took him only 20 seconds to find this move, knight b5, rook d8, d4, suddenly changing the character of the position because the bishop on a3 is attacking the rook on f8 whenever the pawn takes on d4. d6.
But look at Arjun, no? His king on c1 looks so weak with all those 4 pawns there and the space behind. But ekdam he is completely fearless over here.
Yeah,
It's
I think he
amazing.
wanted to be flexible. Maybe he wanted to do a switcheroo, Amruta, and put his king on g1.
Switcheroo is back.
d6, ef5, g takes f5, d5. What a move! Because if ed5, f5 का pawn मर रहा है.
With a check. But it's possible, no, to play.
Wow, keeping awareness on both sides of the board, Arjun. E takes, bishop f5,
King
king b8, and now he just goes into this endgame. cd5, knight e7,
Bishop e6.
bishop e6, and already this looks like a very difficult position for Fabi because this pawn on
Oh, but he
d6 is hanging.
blundered with knight d5. Can we ask our
Oh my
chat
God,
what is
yeah.
the winning move here for white? White to play, guys. Huge mistake by Fabiano, actually.
Very uncharacteristic
Really?
as well.
Maybe he saw something deeper or what? There can't be. Yeah, it was just a slip. He had 48 seconds, by the way, at this moment. Oof.
क्या हो गया भाई?
I'm just seeing like maybe this light can be turned a little bit, so you know अपना तुम्हारा ऐसे चेहरे पे बहुत brightness है.
हाँ, इतना गोरा नहीं हो यार.
Yes, bishop takes f7 is correct. Rook f7
And knight d6.
and then fork. What a big miss.
Yeah. But I think Arjun was still the one who was in the driver's seat.
Yeah,
And
he was
when you
pressing.
keep like asking questions and when you keep posing these problems, that wow, look at that move.
Did he miss this?
Oh, I think this is what he missed actually.
Because his idea was here to attack the rook. And if you move the rook to g1, there is check. King here and the bishop enters.
I think you are absolutely right now that you mention it because after long castle, in the same line, after long castle,
Yeah.
after rook c2, king b1, bishop e4, there is king to a1. This move, which was not available when the rook was there on a1, and I think this is what was missed by Fabi, and after long castles, it was all over. So how does this change the schedule with this round lasting so long?
Yeah, because the round was supposed to start by 2
Two.
o'clock. So they are now going to start in 5 minutes. So it won't change much.
Okay.
But it's
But it's a part of expectation, no? Some game can always
yeah.
go on like. Yeah.
But you don't.
And how is it for you guys over there? Like right now, did you guys have lunch? Did you eat
I
something?
just went and ate a small salad.
Mhm.
So Harshit bhai, if you want to also go and
Okay, I'll just
grab
quickly
something.
bring something. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you didn't have like a proper
that
lunch,
place.
yeah?
In the tent.
Yeah.
Hmm?
No, Amruta, there is no need
Are you
for
living in a tent? Because then that is your house you'll have to sell. Because that's what people are asking.
No, Amruta, I hear that it's amazing. Yeah, like everything is just phenomenal.
Yeah, we saw the studio is firstly like in that wild, ऐसे बहुत अलग है, super beautiful.
Yeah.
Or we have a super chat result says Sagar bhai again having fun in Paris akele feeling sad for Amruta. Arey nahi, actually akele is never easy.
No.
So
Very tough actually, guys. It's such tough. Yesterday I walked for 1 hour alone on the road. Also missing Amruta here, you know, all players have come with their better halves actually, or girlfriends.
Oh,
Most of them.
really?
Yeah. Except our 3 Indian youngsters who are not here. Apart from that, you can see Vidit is with Nidhi. Nepo is here with his girlfriend. Magnus is here with Ella. Hikaru is with his wife Atusha. Who else?
Maybe you can teach them all the couple dance which we did in Vidit's wedding.
Maybe. So,
But anyway, you are there, and normally wherever Sagar is, I experienced that as well. So it's amazing.
yeah, I mean, it's true. It's true that this tournament is actually going to be heating up a lot as the rounds go by, because Amruta, you have to qualify for the top 8 spots. It's very, very critical. If you cannot do that, it's like in 2 days your event is over. From trying to fight for 200,000, you will go back with only roughly $10,000. So it's a huge miss if you are unable to win.
Absolutely. Plus, what do the players do generally after 2 days? Maybe two players will go back, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, last time in Weisenhaus they were there, both Ronian and Fedosiev, but I don't know if this time the rules have been changed or not. But maybe the players stay back and they are given. I mean, it's just a nice thing to have the players.
So, by the way, guys, all those who have joined late, we have some amazing news over there. You can see on Help Chess, we have got a very huge contribution from Vijay Rajendran of 1,50,000 rupees.
Yes.
Maybe in euros, how do you convert that roughly?
Around 1,500 euros, or 1,600, 1,550 or 1,600 euros. Yeah.
Acha, 90 liya hai kya?
Hmm.
God, amazing. And also we have first round is over. We had a incredible match between Magnus and Vidit. 5 more rounds to go.
And Amruta, these are the standings now. I have managed to get them.
Yeah, and also the position is Sagar. Don't we have the camera for what's going on there when they are
Oh yeah,
pulling
yeah,
out
we have.
those plus heart rate ka kya hua, Sagar? Do we have this time heart
Heart
rate?
rate, nahi, but we have all the cameras. I will ask for heart rate on some other point. But these are the standings, Amruta.
Okay, Arjun Erigaisi on 1, Magnus 1, Abdusattorov also 1, Richard Rapport 1, Nepo 1, then Gukesh and MVL on half, they drew against each other. Naka lost to Richard, and last time I think in Weisenhouse, Richard and Aronian, they both got knocked out in the first in this rapid event. Pragg lost to whom? I don't remember.
Today, Rapport, Amruta. Pragg lost to
Rapport.
Rapport.
Okay.
These are the stand here. And
Okay, Vincent lost to Nodirbek, and Vincent had won the last event. So for Nodirbek, a very good start. I mean, coming yesterday, last moment. Yeah.
And Amruta, this time you see the second round is already all decked up. We have like amazing pairing that we have. We have Fabiano Caruana versus Nodirbek, Rapport versus Keymer, Nepo takes on Praggnanandhaa, MVL versus Hikaru, Vidit versus Gukesh, Arjun versus Magnus. So it's a crazy round that we have here.
Oh my God. So the world champion takes on Vidit Gujrathi and Magnus takes on Arjun. I think these two are definitely the pairings to look out for. And that's the tournament hall, it seems.
Yeah, I was just seeing if there is. Yeah, there we see some footage.
Analysis. Can we see that?
Amruta, we can. I will get that one as well.
आराम से, no stress, आराम से, कोई tension नहीं. All the guys who don't understand Hindi, आराम से means take it easy. Or don't worry. What's the correct translation? Maybe the chat can help. But it's a very easy word for you all to say. Aram se. Calmly. Slowly and steadily. We could have some slight Hindi classes also, Sagar, through the streams. What do you say? 5 words a day for our international audience.
Yeah.
Oh, by
Amruta,
the way,
if you can check the chat just a second,
I'm checking. Silkham says that he really was looking forward to have your hair blue. But Silkham and Sagar was also ready for that. He was going to do that. And then I like जितने हैं बाल वो भी चले जाएंगे जो नीले हो जाएंगे तो. So as of now it's halted, but you never know. Time नहीं था इतना ज़्यादा. Who is, yeah, we don't know the team.
Amruta, look at this.
Well,
Pragg, Gukesh, and Nodirbek are analyzing.
wow. Oh,
Amruta,
all the
can you
youngsters,
check
man. Vincent,
Can you check
Gukesh.
if people can hear on stream the players'
Okay,
audio?
guys, are you able to hear their analysis? Like what they're discussing?
Look at Magnus joining in.
No, they can't. Wait, yes. No, they can't. Yeah, it would be amazing to get the audio, but this is such an incredible sight which we have. Magnus, Gukesh, Pragg, Naka, Nodirbek, and Vincent. Wow.
Incredible, yeah. They are
And so many times, Gukesh and Magnus would sit alone. But not this time. Okay, what is he saying? What is Magnus saying? Can we understand through his gestures? I love the whole thing. 6 people analyzing on one single board. Delight. This one, what the freestyle has introduced, I think is a completely epic and innovative idea. Brings in so much freshness. Michael says, loving the buzz cut, Gukesh. Where is Arjun? And there will be another group, guys, which will be discussing. Are these all looking at black pieces or white pieces? Or maybe both.
No, Amrita, Magnus is white now. No,
Hmm.
he'll be black, no, now.
Yeah, actually, it's a good question because normally all the people with white, they generally form a group, correct?
Yeah. No, Magnus is black.
In fact, all the 6 people were there, but I am not very sure of their colors.
No, all are black. These were all black players.
Oh, the Magnus joined in. And Magnus's opponent was Arjun. Because Arjun was not there, he was able to join in. Got
But
it.
they
If
were all
Arjun was
discussing
there,
from black only, Amrita. All had the
Acha.
black pieces.
Artur says, oh, Gukesh putting the pieces back. Yeah, he was. Is the standard chess position allowed in freestyle for a round? I don't think so. That one position they have removed. Otherwise, it won't make sense.
By the way, you can see there Arjun Erigaisi now coming in, and he is going to take on Magnus Carlsen. This is going to be a very exciting game. We also have a very exciting clash now between Vidit Gujrathi and Gukesh. This is actually the clash of two amazing players from India. Praggnanandhaa, meanwhile, takes on Nepomniachtchi. This is also a very exciting clash. And the game has begun, Amruta. F4 played in here. And there we see Vidit with the white pieces, Yan versus Praggnanandhaa, and Arjun also opening his game with one F4. So it's time for us to get ready. Magnus is adjusting his pieces. We also have Harshit Bhai back, Amruta.
Wow. F4. Sagar, did you observe that most of the times in freestyle, F4 is.
क्या हो गया? Amruta?
कुछ भी किया तो.
Suddenly your voice went away.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now.
F4. Every time F4 is played, like it's maximum played in freestyle. So, jo classical chess, the E4 move is equal to F4 in freestyle. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
हाँ.
No, Amruta, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. F4 is equal to E4. It's
नहीं,
just that it opens the bishop.
Yeah, but
and the
F4 is in maximum times I'm seeing on the board.
But I love this move that Arjun has played F4. He has opened this up. He's also setting this other bishop. But Magnus is like, sorry, you cannot move. And Arjun is like, I'm going to push my pawn and now activate the bishop anyway. So
Wow.
E4 and F4 on the board.
What are your? I think I mean it might sound very bold, but I actually think that in this game, Magnus is not a favorite. I think it's 50-50.
Whoa, F5. What a move by Magnus.
Yeah, I mean both players are super creative, and Magnus already sacrificing a
I
pawn,
love this move
recognizing
so
that.
much.
Yeah,
Because on one hand, you're giving up a pawn. On the other hand, you're stopping your opponent from moving his G pawn. It's such a powerful move. Aditya bhai.
Yeah, and he will not take. He will not take F5. I think he will go G3 or G4 would be crazy.
yeah, because
Maybe.
right now your bishop on H1 is hanging, so it's very hard for you to develop your bishop on H1.
So let's go back, Sagar. He
Look
didn't
at what
play
Shubhi
F5, right?
says. By the way, he hasn't played his move. She says 5 out of 6 games have started with F4. So Vidit also played
Yes.
F4.
Mm-hmm.
Hikaru Nakamura versus MVL also played F4.
And Hikaru also goes F5. Just like Magnus.
Oh, wow. Maybe they can see each other, yeah? Pragg goes F4 against... Pragg is black. So Nepo goes F4 against Pragg. We have Keymer versus Rapport also.
the same.
Same.
Exactly, Sagar, that's what I'm saying. F4 is happening many times, maximum times, in fact.
Caruana is the only one who hasn't played F4.
But he still went F4 in the second move, so it transposed.
Update bars.
Let's stick to Arjun versus Magnus, and maybe we can also go to Vidit versus Gukesh. But I think those two games are definitely the key games for this round.
Absolutely. Guys, I'm just updating the bar right now.
And will Arjun think of getting his G1 bishop out to protect the H1 bishop with the rook so that he can push the G pawn? So either that or
Ooh.
he pushes H3 and bishop H2 and then G4,
I
something
like
like
that
that.
idea of bishop f2 Amruta because that also is going to allow me to go short castles.
Ah, that's cool. Then bishop F2.
So bishop f2 is definitely a move that Vidit is going, Arjun is going to be considering right now.
Let's not forget Magnus has played a long game in the last round.
But he
yeah, his
won.
energy level is, yes, that also
I
gives
think that
energy.
when you
And
win, you get an extra boost of energy.
Oh, he goes
goes G6.
G6. That's such a nice move by Magnus because if you take here, then my bishop has opened up and knight G6. All the pieces get into the game.
Yeah, I think bishop f2, the move that Amruta was mentioning, is going to happen instead of f takes g6. And now short castling is going to be white's next idea. Let's say knight takes f5, knight takes f5, g takes f5 and short castling. Oh, this is really
Ooh.
bad for...
What did we
Well, I
miss?
think one of the
Did I?
only moves, I mean, there could be many other moves, but look at this, Harshit bhai. Get the bishop here and stop you from pushing the pawn.
And my queen on a1 suddenly becomes really out of the
Yeah.
game.
And this is like forever, yeah, the bishop on H1.
It's very
Oh
important
my
to be
God.
careful when you play chess, freestyle chess, because such things can just,
Completely shift the game.
yeah.
No, then it doesn't work.
F takes g6 was played by Arjun. Knight takes g6.
What do you do? F5?
He's up a pawn, but black has tremendous compensation.
Yeah, I agree. Look at this. Bishop is active. This bishop is active. Queen is active. Knights are in the game.
Yeah,
Let's go
usually
knight D3 then.
knight d3. That looks very logical. And now you're also planning to go long castle.
Yeah, knight d3 or knight e2. These are the two moves. You know, you can put your knight there.
Or you can even put it here, you mean,
Yeah.
and then try to go long castle. And after knight c4, you can no longer go long castles, of course, because the b2 pawn is hanging with from the bishop on h8.
But I can just take, no?
So for that reason, I like knight on d3 because it also overprotects my pawn on b2. I'm going to castle knight, and also maybe at some point I can consider putting my knight on e5 to sacrifice the pawn just to get some initiative in the center.
What's your idea for C5 though here?
c5, what if I just go long castle?
Ah, you don't care.
And if c4, I was even thinking to go knight. Ah, now very nice move, knight f2, protecting the bishop on h1, so that if knight f4, which is no longer possible, g3 will attack the knight and the queen. So this is really, really good for white. Knight d3 played, by the way. Very nice. I like
Good
this.
disco.
Yeah, good one, Amrita.
Amazing.
It was well called by you. You were absolutely correct that this is what would happen. And yes, it's on the board. And let's quickly check other
Vidit,
games.
yeah.
Gukesh versus Vidit.
What?
We see
Vidit
that
is better.
Vidit in great position.
And it's complex. p6, knight e3, knight d6. So we saw this position in almost all the games. Bishop f2, knight d3.
He gives up the bishop actually.
Well, the point being that whenever black takes the bishop on f2, let's say knight takes, g4 suddenly becomes a very potent idea for white, opening up the bishop on h1, and the queen on 8 is going to feel very, very much in trouble right now. So e5, and now it's white who is...
Oh, e5 is such a crazy move, right? Because if you take knight e5, you lose the bishop
on
with the
f2.
check.
Yep.
And if you take with the pawn here, then maybe I give a check, takes, and take here. Or I can even push the pawn forward here.
No, wait, rook e5, how was it working? Knight f2, rook e5, queen e5, what was happening? Sorry.
No, not rook. Sorry.
Knight f2, and I think...
My mistake. This pawn is not hanging. There's a queen, but maybe I could go g6. But it's good for white, actually, this position.
Instead of taking the bishop on f2, maybe immediately he can go for g6 or g5. And now bishop takes e5 is a very, very powerful idea.
Yeah, so interesting move. The best move here, somehow very tough to find for Vidit. Let's see the video of them. because Vidit, there you see, is to play G4. Harshit bhai, how tough is this move to find G4?
I mean, it prevents all those ideas of knight takes f2 right now because the queen on a8 is hanging, and at the same time, it puts pressure on the f5 pawn. So I do think that if Vidit spends a few minutes, it is possible to find g4. But the thing about this time control is you never know when you need to utilize your time. That's
But
the
the
problem.
best time to utilize is in the opening in freestyle chess, because if you don't utilize it well, you will get into big trouble. So
Right from the get-go.
use
Yeah.
it in the start.
We have a question. What about knight f5 from Jules?
When here,
Hmm.
take on f5, knight f2, knight f2. Actually,
Yeah,
it's not
actually,
a bad
knight
idea.
takes f5 is a very, very, very decent suggestion by Jules. Why not just take up a free pawn?
No, and then you lose this pawn, right?
Mm-hmm. And the g7 pawn is poisonous, right? Because
Yeah, that looks so dangerous.
I don't really think that you want to take that pawn on g7. Oh, long castle is such a nice move.
Oh, by the way, he took the pawn. It's on the board, guys.
Vidit took the pawn on f5 and now Gukesh is the one thinking. In the meantime, do you have any moves in Vidit's game? Oh, sorry, Arjun's game.
Yeah, let's go to Arjun Erigaisi. Here
Oh my god.
after fg, knight g6,
Knight
knight came out
e3.
to d3.
E5.
What an incredible position this is. f5 played, and now e4. Magnus is on fire. Because if you take this knight, I take this knight, he pins it here.
What a move, g3.
G3, beautiful, beautiful chess, actually, fully complicated chess going on.
Yeah, g3 is a very nice move by Arjun, making sure that black cannot capture the knight on d3. And after knight e5, he can already take on e5 and castle long. So he's going to be a pawn up if he does that.
But even if he does that, look at the e4 pawn, which is completely restricting the h1 bishop. The g1 bishop is also doing nothing. And black's bishop and knight are all coming together. It looks the
But Amruta,
coordination.
also e4 pawn
so
is
much
a bit
better.
weak.
Yeah,
no?
e4 can be weak as well. Let's say I go long castles right now, and then suddenly at some point I go d3, the pawn on e4 is weak. But because of this rook on e5, rook can suddenly jump to a5, and now my pawn on a2 and the queen on a1 is
But
going
what
to
about
be.
a3 there?
So rook
that
e5, a3, and I think knight b5 might be also something that is possible. And then knight a3, rook a3 ideas are in there. Queen,
Practically,
queen.
you like it for black, no? Because the attack is coming towards white.
But
still.
rook
For
a5
sure.
is such a weird move, right?
But he
Like,
put his rook on e5, and the only reason for it
Yeah.
to do it is to go rook a5, yeah?
Yeah, to stop long castle. Okay, what does white have now for rook e5 Arjun's move? If you want to think. G4, do you want to protect the f5 pawn?
Yeah, g4 looks very natural because you want to go bishop f2, bishop h4 as well. But I think that this idea of rook a5 is really something that we need to be worried about, because a3 again, this idea of knight b5. And now, if you make a normal move like h3, black can simply take rook takes a3 Amruta, because now if ba3, the bishop on h8 will capture the queen on a1, and this is completely winning for black. So rook e5, Arjun has to find a way to avoid this idea of rook a5. So maybe b4.
Ooh, nice. I like the way
Wow.
we reached this move, Harshit. You found it by stopping opponent's threat.
but it looks so risky here
Mhm.
with the bishop eyeing the queen. Oh,
Huh.
it is a little risky, but we'll see. This game already looking very exciting. Black has given up both these pawns. White is a pawn up. Black has more active pieces. So definitely a lot to play for here.
Yeah, and can I quickly go to Praggnanandhaa's game, because it feels like Praggnanandhaa is completely winning.
Yeah,
Oh, let's go, let's go.
there you see MVL versus Hikaru.
But I don't know if it's easy. Why is this black winning?
Pragg, there you see Pragg.
Why is black winning here? The engine gives a huge advantage for black.
Let's find Pragg to play. He has
Okay,
to find
the
it.
pawn on c3 is currently
C3
hanging
check,
right
no?
now. So knight
It's a
c3
check.
check. Yeah, you can capture with a check. So checks first, knight takes c3. If you capture with the rook, of course, bishop takes c3 and completely gone. King c2. Oh, but now we can even simply pin
Queen
the rook on
A4.
b3. Just queen a4.
And then queen c4 is also threat, no? Oh my god. Oh.
And if knight b6 now? Okay, this is a bit complicated because now black is the one who has to sacrifice his exchange, bishop b6, go king c8, and say that your queen on a1 is really passive. My bishop on h8 is going to give a disco at some point by taking knight takes a2 or knight takes e2. And this is really going to put white's king and the queen in a lot of trouble. Queen a6 was played by Pragg instead, and he's keeping everything under control because now knight b6 is not really attacking my queen anymore. So this doesn't really do anything. Praggnanandhaa might strike back after his loss in the first round, which
After
will be
he lost the first round, he was just walking here in the sun. We
Oh,
saw
really?
him. Yeah. He was just. By the way, guys, it's very beautiful out here. Amruta, it's just warm, sunny, very nice.
What is the temperature right now over there?
15 or 16 degrees, but because of the sun being so bright outside, it feels quite warm.
Wow. So much better than Weisenhouse temperature, yeah?
Oh,
In February. Oh, by the way, Arjun is winning. Let's go to Arjun.
What?
What are you saying?
What?
What?
I
What
told
is
you he just
this?
blundered knight g4. Can we go to that camera?
Oh my god.
He just blundered.
Oh my god.
What happened?
He just forgot that the bishop on h8 is hanging.
So he played b3, not b4, which is nice.
Yes.
Opening up. Long castle.
I just forgot about knight g4.
What? He's
Ajubai.
winning a piece.
Yeah.
Ajubai is winning, guys.
Against Magnus.
Against
Pehle
Magnus
Fabi.
Carlsen.
I somehow had a
Oh,
feeling
Arjun,
that
by your
Takes rook F5.
prediction.
Hey, what rook f5, queen h8, free piece.
free piece. He's just up a piece. No
Arjun
compensation.
Bhai goes in, takes
a
the
piece.
bishop.
Bhai, maza aa gaya.
Shocking. That bishop on h8 was so
Arjun
important.
is winning. Piece up here against
अरे
Magnus
अरे
Carlsen.
dark square bishop is so important. उसी पे तो चल रहा था ना. Everything
Dark-
was dependent on that.
I mean, PC chala gaya. Amruta exchange nahi hua. This is a completely gone.
Exactly.
Hey, Aditya,
I mean, I think Magnus will even result. Look at Magnus. Let's go
Is there
full
ice
screen
cream?
for a moment.
Where?
Let's go full screen.
Bhai, there
Sagar,
is
no.
ice cream.
Sagar,
There is ice cream here. If Arjun wins, I am
Only
eating
then.
an ice cream.
Let's both eat ice
Okay,
cream, Sagar
done.
bhai.
Cream by ice cream Magnum. da.
Magnum.
We can make it Arjunam. Ice cream का नाम Arjunam करके we will eat it.
But guys, did you see the energy that Sagar bhai got after not looking the position but seeing the ice cream?
अरे नहीं भाई, this is Ajju bhai winning.
Sagar bhai बहाना
नहीं,
बना रहे हो
नहीं,
ice cream खाने का.
नहीं.
Acha, only if Arjun wins, you can eat ice cream.
When
Sagar.
there people were eating Magnum ice cream, I was like, okay, everyone must have bought it here. Suddenly, I see Aditya also eating Magnum ice cream. I'm like, what the hell? By the way, bishop takes b3 was one pawn recovered by Magnus because the queen is hanging here, guys.
But just queen
So he
c3
just
back.
comes back with the queen, attacks the bishop. If you take another pawn, I think the rook will switch.
Exactly. And now suddenly not only is white piece up, but bishop takes b6 is also hanging. If the bishop moves back,
Absolutely.
bishop e6, bishop takes f6 is falling.
Yeah.
Oh my god. And you know, guys, if at all Magnus by any, like by hook or by crook, tries to save this and is able to,
Bhai, if
I
Magnus
would be
saves
like-
this, I
like-
will eat.
fall flat
I
on his
will
feet. Sagar.
not eat ice cream for 1 year.
नहीं 1 year मत करो यार. मैंने ऐसे मत करो. Only when you are with me you can
Okay,
eat
this
ice cream.
full trip of Paris I won't eat. Oh, now
है,
bishop
done.
b6 भाई हो
Bishop
रहा है, हो
b6,
रहा है,
yeah,
line
this
हो रहा है.
variation is coming. Sagar bhai, I think the bow and arrow has been set, Sagar bhai.
Gandhivam.
Oh
Choose
my
to gaya hai,
goodness.
Sagar bhai. The bishop has been captured and now all he needs to do is
Oh.
just convert that extra material advantage, and I think that black doesn't have compensation.
दोस्तों, full trust on Arju bhai to make sure that my trip of Paris is filled with ice creams. Knight f6, he gets in. It's the best move
And
after
now
bishop
e4
b6.
pawn is also hanging.
This is hanging. He's eyeing here. Many possibilities. How do you defend e4? Actually, it's
No, we cannot defend it.
very difficult.
We cannot defend the e4 pawn. And if the e4
Can
pawn
we go
falls,
bishop d5?
then bishop b6, yeah?
मार दो ना. You can't
B6.
take the
Just take the B6 pawn.
B6. Oh, yeah.
By the way, guys are saying Nodirbek is beating Fabiano
No,
Caruana.
and
Oh my
Vidit is
God.
beating Gukesh. Is that true? Vidit is
No,
winning?
it's complicated. With this game is still
And-
complicated.
But Vidit's position looks really good. But as you rightly said, somehow the kings are both weak. And although Vidit is a pawn up.
Okay, it's complicated.
सागर भाई
Keymer
नंबर लीक हो गया
member
क्या
for
आपका?
42 months
नहीं भाई वो
says. अरे बोलो बोलो. तुम लोग बोलो या मैं बोलती हूँ.
नहीं तुम बोलो.
Keymer member for 42 months says, I heard ice cream. And Keymer,
अरे,
you heard it
Keymer,
right.
You are right.
Knight only 15 moves. What a miniature win it would be if Magnus.
Bhai, you remember Arjun had already beaten Magnus in 20 moves in Tata Steel.
D5, what is this?
Oh yes, I remember.
What is this move?
Isn't this hanging? If
But
you
then
take
F6
this, then
knight
this
is
is
hanging. Yeah.
So maybe take, but then the rook defends
No,
the knight.
D2. And also the rook on D8 opens.
Yeah. G4, yaar. He again finds the best move in the position.
Crazy, bhai.
Because now if the rook goes. Oh, rook F6.
Oh, rook
Queen
just
F6.
gave the rook. What is the Magnus doing? He's now a rook down. But Magnus.
Bhai, I
kind
feel
of-
a bit
not
scared,
lost.
yaar. With
For
Magnus.
what? For
I
what?
mean,
Bhai? Now Ajju bhai is
D4.
full rook
Bishop
up
E4.
for 2 pawns.
Yeah, and queen on A8 does nothing. So queen C6 maybe.
But you
he'll,
can even capture the
right
G4
now.
pawn.
Everyone is scared of Magnus, but not Arjun.
That's actually very true.
Queen
Arjun
C6,
is someone
yeah.
who is not afraid of anyone, and I think that simply because he's also defeated him before, it
I
makes it
just-
more likely that he can do it again.
Guys, bishop G4
Yes,
is a check
big
right now.
threat,
Be
please.
careful.
Please don't
Be
play
careful.
H3,
भाई
guys.
H3 से pawn
It
मत
doesn't
बचा देना
say.
यार.
Because
Big blunder. Big
disco में
blunder.
queen जाएगा.
No,
So
king
what do you
C1.
do then?
Arey, Amruta, don't look at the engine to find the best move. Just look at Arjun's moves.
इंजन है ही नहीं मेरे सामने.
No, I'm just saying कि like instead of like
Ah.
us.
It's a joke.
Absolutely not needed. We have a Harshit bhai, you
Yes.
are not looking at engine, right? Over there.
No, we have actually the top moves available for us.
Hey, Sagar, Harshit is going to play Grenke.
Ah,
You better not let him look at the engine.
don't see,
Harshit
bhai.
bhai,
No,
this
no,
is
no,
your
I
practice.
won't look now. Yeah.
Yeah.
You strong. You'll find
this is
every
why.
move. हाँ, तू ही है ना engine. H3, H3.
By the way, one result has happened.
Oh,
Vincent
What is this
has
position?
beaten Richard Rapport.
In 17 moves, Rook E3 is a checkmate threat right now.
What the hell? He took here and he
Oh,
blundered.
just forgot
this.
Queen D5 check.
Check. And if you go back to the last rank,
Rook on H1 is
then
hanging.
this is hanging. If you go to E2, then maybe
Bishop
just
takes E5
check,
just. No, just
or
bishop takes E5.
Bishop E5.
And the rook.
So he went here, rook E5, and black won.
But let's stay with Magnus's game, yaar.
Bhai,
Yeah.
also Magnus and Arjun is clearly winning. Look at this. 19 seconds only for Vidit.
Oh my
15
God.
seconds.
Maybe we can quickly check their
Intense.
cameras.
Yeah.
And
Look at
Gukesh is
them.
back. Gukesh is back against Vidit, guys.
And also with 17 seconds on the clock, I think that Gukesh must be feeling very ambitious right now.
I agree. But he's a pawn down. Let's see if that makes any difference.
Arey, but the knight on H8 is also kind of trapped.
Yeah, but
So
then,
bishop D5 now just makes sure that the knight on H8 cannot go anywhere.
and attacking the rook, he goes bishop F1. What a move. Because if you move the rook, you lose the knight.
Oh my God.
Knight D3. Bishop E2 check here.
Knight
Finds the
F7.
best move. Finds the best move. Vidit is
Oh,
fighting.
and now knight D6 check is a threat.
Bhai, let's go back to Arjun's game because I don't want to miss the
Yeah.
final moments there. And there we see H3, King B7, Bishop G2, Queen D6.
Mm-hmm.
And completely winning position here.
1 minute for Arjun, though. He needs to make sure to not fall down below 30 seconds because that's when Magnus can be very, very tricky and somehow find a way to complicate the game.
Yeah, somehow it's something about Magnus. Yeah, he even no matter how lost a position he has, he's always fighting. He's always like not giving up, trying to make all the possibilities there in the position.
And even now, even though white is up a rook,
Yeah.
I do think that black has some sort of compensation with the white king weak on c1. We're really missing having the b2 pawn in front of our king, because whenever the rook moves somewhere, queen a3 check is suddenly going to come in and black finds some sort of counterplay
By
against white's
b2
king.
pawn we are missing, but black is missing an entire rook. So, in a way, Amruta, what's your feeling? Do you think Arjun will convert this?
Oh, absolutely. This one, yes, 100%. I mean, I really want you to eat ice cream in Paris. Come on, that
What
is
a caring
important.
wife, Sagar bhai.
No, but I mean, in general, guys, if Arjun doesn't win this, it's eating ice cream is just out of question. Why to eat?
No, but I mean, in general, I think that Arjun is someone who keeps everything under control. Like, we weren't able to see the best of him at Vaikanse, but I do think that Arjun, at his highest level, when he feels the best, is going to be a really, really strong opponent for Magnus, Fabi, everyone.
Yeah.
Gukesh, everyone. Yeah.
By the way, I had a very interesting moment at Vidit's wedding
Mhm.
with Arjun. A little kid came up to Arjun and wrote autograph, like they had written in the book, sign, um, wish, something else, and like that. So Arjun signed, and then in wish, he started writing to become world champion. And I said to Arjun, he's not asking your wish, he's saying give wish to me, the little kid. But that just showed Arjun wants, like, on his
Oh,
mind, it's the
wow.
world
That's so
champion's
cute,
title.
yeah.
Wow. So honestly, he was writing so cool.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
sweet
it
of
was
him.
like,
Yeah, queen to b4. Again, Magnus knows that he wants to create some counterplay, but queen e5 is such a nice move, making sure that white's queen can come back into the defense with queen b2 and also try to exchange the queens. I think queen b2 just forces an
Yeah.
exchange of queens, because if black goes queen to c4, then maybe even we can go queen to b3, making sure that we exchange the queens. Because queens exchange, okay, then the material deficit is going to be hard to compensate.
and also,
But you know, guys, it is so amazing that Magnus with rook down, we still don't feel like Arjun is dead winning. Like he is, but there is some kind of a tension there.
but
And
Amruta, it takes some time, no, like to just organize your pieces. And I think Arjun is doing it really well. Like he's making all the best moves. The advantage is growing. You can see the bar is saying plus 4.5 or plus 5 almost.
Magnus is waiting only for the one moment for Arjun to go wrong, right? Like let's say a4, a3, his pawn is on a3, somewhere d4, the white king. One moment where he can get perpetual. But for that, he has to create everything.
And Amruta, Nodirbek has defeated Fabi.
Oh yes, we have the first result. Harshit bhai, drink water. Sagar,
Yeah,
उसको
yes,
पानी
yes.
देना.
Yes, I have
क्या
some
कर
water.
रहे हो?
भाई आप वो पानी वो नींबू वाला लेके आए क्या?
हाँ.
वो उससे आपको शायद ठीक नहीं लग रहा है. By the way, look at this. Gukesh is winning against Vidit.
Winning नहीं यार, but definitely better.
But
clear.
also 10 seconds in Amruta, it's really tough.
Oh.
And now queen takes h2. Can Gukesh find it? He finds
Yeah, he
it.
finds it.
And now this is hanging, and with the pawn hanging, so a lot of problems here for Vidit to solve. It won't be a great start if he loses this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I definitely must be, thinking
he
about the
blunders.
last game right now.
Look at this, rook
Rook
c8 and rook c2 and loses.
Oh my god.
If Gukesh finds
Finish.
this, it will be his first win in freestyle chess this year, guys. He did not win a
Oh.
single game in Weisenhaus, even in rapid format. Remember, he had all draws, almost like he lost
Yeah.
and draws.
And also the last game, he was doing much better against MVL, but he couldn't convert
Yeah.
his
So
advantage.
Oh, he
funny.
didn't find it.
He didn't find.
Gukesh
No.
didn't find. Gukesh,
No, but
although
he has something else also better.
Yeah, but what a mutual blind spot by both the
Yeah.
players.
Can you zoom in the camera? Like थोड़ा सा expand कर
Sure.
सकते हो उसको?
Can we also go back to Magnus? Oh, because Magnus lost. Arjun has won.
Whoa! Guys, look at
Oh.
that.
Oh, we missed
Arjun
that moment.
Erigaisi has won against
He
Magnus
trapped
Carlsen.
Magnus's queen.
Because after knight a3, queen b2, knight c2, he took here, king went.
Bhai, Arjun OP ho
Ajju
jaya.
OP, Ajju Bhai has beaten Magnus Carlsen. What a big result there,
What a
guys.
start to the tournament. You first beat Fabi, then you beat Magnus. Like, what else do you want?
Both of them were a finalist and semi-finalist. No, last time.
Bhai,
So it's
ice
a very
cream ho
big
jaye,
thing.
bhai,
Ice
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 cream.
cream, go ice cream. क्या बात है? But also
Fantastic.
Arjun in such how many moves did they play by the way?
I
Finally,
mean, he played about 29
29
moves, but
moves.
I think effectively after
it was
already
over.
13, 14 moves, the game was decided.
Not even 13, 14 moves, Harshit bhai. The mistake happened on the 10th move
Oh my
already.
God. Yeah,
10th move, game was over.
yeah.
Can we address this that such a blunder generally Magnus never makes such a blunder.
Yeah.
Like never. It's
But
a very
you know,
very ultra rare situation.
Amruta, I have gotten used to seeing Arjun beating Magnus. At Tata Steel Chess India, he beat him. At the World Rapid and Blitz Team Championship, he had beaten him in Blitz.
Is Magnus developing any sort of some psychological
No, I think
you
he's
know,
also
barrier?
beating Arjun.
No.
They both are...
They're back and forth.
Yeah.
They're both throwing punches on each other. This time it was Arjun who was able to strike because he was really in form, and I think he was he took that momentum from the first game after defeating
By the way,
Fabi.
bhai, Vidit is back because here, look at this equal position. It's a draw now. Gukesh is not able to kind of finish off his games, yeah?
No, but what was the mistake? Last move.
Just this, here he was completely winning. He should have pushed his pawn forward. Instead, he went
Okay.
in to mate his opponent with rook and queen. But now
this
Vidit...
looks very practical and natural,
But
Sagar.
Amrita, this is a draw with check. King goes here, check. King comes up, check. King comes up here. Maybe again some check.
Queen c8 check and queen c2 check. Then you can't go.
Yeah,
there.
Yeah,
exactly.
but I mean,
Wait.
missing rook c8 was really a big shock to
Yeah,
me.
yeah. Queen f7 check. Guys, Vidit might be able to hold this. And Gukesh might not get his first win yet.
Yeah, which is very shocking.
No, this is basically Gukesh somehow is like not able to convert good positions.
By the way, Praggnanandhaa is also winning against Nepomniachtchi.
Let's go quickly. Praggnanandhaa against Nepo. There we see him, Pragg in green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns versus 4 pawns.
And an extra exchange.
And an exchange. Oh my god, that's over, right?
Yeah, that's
Or
a
not?
lot of material advantage for black. Also, the king is not that weak. Right now, it feels a bit scary with the bishop being on h3, but the knight on g5 is attacking
Yeah.
the bishop on h3.
Yeah. Unbelievable. And there we have bishop going back. I
So,
think
by the way, in this position, okay, bishop g2 and he's attacking the d5 pawn, but black is very much in control.
going back to Vidit versus Gukesh, a very key game here. Check, king c7. Oh,
Queen
the
f7.
draw,
Oh,
draw.
yeah. They're
Draw
repeating.
incoming.
Oh, he missed the perpetual. I think he
Check.
thought the king would
What?
run away from b7
No,
or
check.
something.
King here, check. King here, check.
Yeah. This is really a big upset
No, I think
considering
firstly,
the position that Gukesh had.
yeah, firstly, a big upset was when Vidit lost that theoretical equal endgame to Magnus. And now Vidit getting his half point back by holding a lost position to the world champion. What a start to Vidit's event and what a start to Gukesh's event. He continues with 2 draws. Like there he had 7 draws, here also 2 draws.
And also, both the games he was much better. I mean, this one he was just completely winning. Like, if he found rook c8, if I can just show that moment again to everyone. The game was quite complicated in this position, but after queen takes c6, rook to c8 was completely over because rook takes c2 is falling with a check.
And the knight is hanging on f2.
Yeah, I actually have no idea how this
Yeah.
was not played.
He could have just resigned here.
Yeah.
But he didn't find it. And now,
Actually Vidit is playing for a win.
really?
Yes.
Wow.
Oh,
Crazy.
with the g pawn, yeah?
Vidit
G and F
is
pawns.
crazy. Oh my god, he's playing for a win. F6. Insane.
Unbelievable.
He could have taken a draw there. By the way,
Yeah.
only move for Gukesh is rook takes.
Which is very hard.
Rook takes.
Which is very hard.
Huh, kya hai thread? No, you don't know the thread.
Actually,
no?
rook takes, king takes is coming, but did he take? No, he didn't. No, it's f6.
And he's still thinking.
Just trying to understand. Take, rook takes, queen b1. I think it's lost,
This
right?
is too
It's
tough.
He blunders. Vidit is
Queen
winning.
d1.
If he finds
Vidit
this
is winning.
check and
Oh, and queen
take
takes c2
and
and f2.
f7. Very tough.
Oh
very
my
tough.
god.
Yeah, Vidit
If
has
that
to give
happens-
a check and take on c2. That's insanely tough.
I mean, that's going to be such a crazy
But I
tactic.
think he's seeing it. He's seeing it. Look at Vidit. He just put the pieces on the side. He has 14 seconds to work it out.
Queen h7 check and queen takes c2.
Oh, he
he
finds
finds
it!
queen h7
He
check.
finds it.
And now he has
And
to
now
take.
he has to take this rook.
It's not the only way to win. He can even just go queen h7.
He's repeating. He's gaining time, bhai. He's very smart.
God.
He gained time. Check.
Can he not play F7?
There
Oh,
are many ways to win.
Bhai, look at this
Rook
finish.
c3 check.
Check
He
and win
found
the
it.
queen.
He found it.
What
This is
a
the
finish.
simplest.
Vidit Gujrathi has just downed the world champion.
And he takes rook
What
takes c3 only move.
fighting
Knight
spirit.
takes d1. Rook takes d1. And now simply
No,
somehow
don't push this, bhai. It will
f7
be a
rook
mate.
d2 is mate.
Mate ho jayega, bhai. Don't push. First give a check. Somehow control this square, yeah,
Yes.
with your queen. I don't know how.
We can even go queen g7, queen f8, queen e7. Oh, I see a crazy win. Look at this.
No, he found something.
Queen f7, queen e8 check, king c7. And now I thought that we can push f7. But it's
Yeah.
you have to be
What's the
careful
problem?
because
Rook
my
d2,
idea
king
was that
f1.
if rook c1, queen e1 wins.
Yes, but now instead of this, rook f3 check is a draw.
Wow.
Incredible because of king e1.
Rook f2
And stopping
and
He
that
somehow-
way.
Rook F7.
Wow,
Okay.
that's too tough.
We'll go to the live position. Queen e8, king b7.
Maybe he does it. Maybe he does that. What you are saying. Harshit bhai, king
Wait.
b.
Was queen c6 check possible here?
Also winning. Also winning.
Wow.
Wow, Harshit bhai on fire. Grand K Open
Amazing.
incoming, guys. King c8.
Ah, but he can just go simple chess, queen,
Queen
back.
e2. Queen e2, very important move. I don't get tempted by f7, which is what you got tempted to. Because then
Can he go G5?
check and f file. It's possible to blunder this.
No, he played Queen E2.
Queen e2, he
Finds
played
it.
it. He played.
Finds
And this
it.
is-
And guys, Vidit Gujrathi is taking home this point. Wow.
Yeah, but I mean, of course, the Vidit supporters are going to be happy. But what can you say about Gukesh's
No, Gukesh is
game?
completely out of form. I mean, he has to
No, you
calculate.
can't say out of form. He was playing well over here because even
Amrita,
when
he's
he
playing
rejected
well,
Rook
but
C8,
He's not finishing off games. Like, this is something which we are not used to seeing Gukesh do. He
Yes.
finishes it off.
And now, of course, just f7 and queen e8 check is going to be all over. Wow, Vidit had a really tough round one, but in round two he kind of got some of that
Oh, he
luck back.
resigns. Vidit beats Gukesh. So today
Ooh.
we have Vidit beating Gukesh, Arjun beating Magnus,
Magnus.
Praggnanandhaa. Now all eyes on little Pragg.
Pragg is also winning.
Pragg is completely better
Can we
against
flip the board?
Nepo.
Yes.
but amazing about Vidit that in spite of losing the last game, he
Yeah.
rejected a draw
Oh,
over here,
oh,
and that was so
That's
gutsy about
such
him.
a great point, Amrita. Such a great point. I was stunned actually when he decided to play on. I was like, a bird in hand is worth two in the bush. Lelo by draw.
Exactly, especially after that first round, it felt like Vidit will go for the draw in terms of just getting himself on the scorecard. But he went for a win, and he got.
And that's
he got
version
the-
3.
Yeah, that's 3.0. I clearly feel it. Like, this is taking the risk to the next level.
Mhm.
But that really would put him in good spirits. And what about Gukesh?
Yeah,
I think Gukesh needs a win now, next round.
he has to somehow find a way to win, because when you win, you get momentum.
Yes.
And in freestyle tournaments, somehow I feel that he has not gotten that first win to get that momentum. Because once he gets that momentum, he's going to be super
But
dangerous.
who is that guy who is going to give him that first win? Yeah, here.
I mean, he was winning right now.
I know, but who is the one?
What's the next round? He's playing with whom?
Yeah, we'll
Guys,
check the pairing.
chat will help us. Oh, Arjun versus Gukesh next.
Oh my god!
Insane.
Oh,
bhai, bhai.
Crazy.
Oh my
Oh.
god. No. This is too tough for Gukesh. Firstly,
Oh my God.
loses this game, then faces the guy who has just beaten
But you know,
Magnus and
Arjun
Fabi.
beat, no, Sagar, Arjun in Tata Steel beat Gukesh in
Yeah.
the last round,
Yeah.
which, like, he was having a very bad tournament. And you never know what could happen over here.
Maybe it could change. Yeah, Gukesh is having a tough tournament and Arjun is having a good tournament. Maybe we can see Gukesh striking
And
in
then
this
Gukesh
tournament.
strikes, and then he's in good form. Arjun anyway beat Carlsen and Caruana, so in good form. Vidit beat Gukesh, so he's in good form. Pragg is already back. I think he'll beat Nepo. So guys, that's great. How many of you think that all 4 Indians can finish in top 8? I doubt. I have a big doubt here. Like all
That
top,
is not easy. Yeah.
like imagine if you have top 4 in top 8, you want 4 Indians to qualify, then it means that from Hikaru, Magnus, Fabi, Vincent, Nodirbek, already 5 guys. Someone has to not make it.
Someone has to not make it. Yeah. And if that happens, if the top, like if the 4 Indians come in top 8, I'm ready to do whatever dare the chat finds
सागर
for
सोच
me.
के देना, सागर कुछ भी फालतू मत देना, बहुत ही सोच के देंगे.
भाई आईफिल टावर के सामने कुछ
Yes.
मस्त करेंगे.
Eiffel Tower से you have to
नहीं.
Jump मत बोल देना.
Parachute के साथ. By the way, Tushar says Anish tweeted, in every format there is gonna be a different Indian kid who will beat you. Anish after Arjun versus Magnus.
Oh, I thought it's after Vidit versus Gukesh.
No.
Like Vidit is now a little kid.
Paragliding.
पैराग्लाइडिंग नहीं वो.
Two Indians will qualify, minimum max 3. Let's see, guys. You remember the World Cup 2023 where we had Pragg, Vidit, Gukesh, and Arjun.
Arjun.
All 4 in the quarterfinals. That was amazing.
And now I think D3 is very important because once you force white to capture E3, bishop D3, the white king on E1 is completely stuck on the last rank, and then we simply bring our king E5, king D4.
He does it. He does.
Yeah.
He does what
And
you say.
I think king E5, if you are afraid of H6, we can even just go F4 at some point so that the bishop controls. But knight F4 was played. Maybe just bishop E4.
Yeah.
Because this position, whenever you take, is completely lost because the knight is knight has very less squares that he can control right now.
True. Harshit bhai, कैसा लग रहा है?
Bhai, this is crazy. I
This
just cannot.
Actually, when they made this box here for us, they never imagined that it would be so sunny.
Yeah.
The sun keeps coming in.
Oh, maybe you need some curtains, or if
Yes.
nothing now, just put some paper. Like,
No, the sun is
tomorrow,
good. We get some energy, I think. If it
But
was
it's
dark,
tiring, no, on eyes if it comes.
I think it's okay.
it's okay. It's
We
okay.
are able
And
to see.
I think in this tournament we also have Arjun, who's really shining for us, and Gukesh still trying to find that sunlight in this event.
Bhai, imagine if Gukesh beats Arjun next round. Is there some dare or something? Because Arjun bhai is right now. No, maybe we shouldn't do.
But I think that Arjun might be a favorite.
100%.
I mean, like,
No,
By
it's very difficult
I-
right now to beat Arjun. He
I
is in
think
that.
he's a favorite against anyone here.
No,
not just Gukesh.
and I'm not just saying this because he won the first 2 games. If you asked me before the tournament whom I would predict to to win or to come in top 3, I would 100 put my money on Arjun.
Really?
I mean, for sure. I find him to be very, very good in this format, and I think the results are going to prove it. Oh, by the way, very nice way to finish it is going to be rook takes E2. King E2, bishop takes H5, and now the king pawn endgame is winning because white is not in time to get the opposition. And in this position, guys, just so you know, even if white has opposition, when the king is on the last rank, this is still completely lost because king E3, king E1, F3, king F1, F2, and white does not really have a
Oh, he
square
won,
to
he
go
won,
back
he
to.
won.
He won.
He won.
Yeah.
Wow, Pragg striking back after a loss.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, and that too Nepo, beating Nepo
Oh,
is
bhai, what kind of
never
position
easy.
is this?
Whew.
The only game that's going on, that is Hikaru Nakmaura versus MVL.
My
Amruta.
first question is कि pawn कहाँ जा रहे?
Here, no?
Oh, I thought the other way. Wait, but you're right.
Yeah, this way.
Okay, black should be. What?
What?
White is winning.
No,
No,
I'm
no.
just saying like. this-
C6
I was
मार
just
रहा है
checking
ना?
which way the pawns are.
Hmm.
Why
I'm very surprised that black
tempted
is
to
not
go
winning.
and get an ice cream. Will you get it or should
Ja,
I get
ja.
it?
Yeah, you can get it, Sagar.
Why outside is Magnus Carlsen waiting?
तो आपको क्या हुआ है भाई? आप आइसक्रीम लेके आओ.
भाई मैं आइसक्रीम लाऊंगा तो उसको पता चल जाएगा ना that we are celebrating.
भाई आप इतना मत सोचो यार.
पता तो चलेगा ही ना, तुम बोल रहे हो तो.
किधर था आइसक्रीम?
भाई उधर ही फ्रिज में है.
अच्छा.
बहुत वैरायटी है भाई.
हाँ.
फिर भी ऐसा प्लेयर हो ना जिसको हरा के आइसक्रीम खाएंगे, तो वो भी तो बड़ी बात है ना.
Of
उसके
course,
लिए.
of course.
तो वो भी खुशी हो जाएगा बाद में. Harshit, this seems to be like black should have some chances, right?
For
Because
sure.
the pawns.
Because
Though the engine is saying equal, I don't trust that.
I also completely agree with you. Because if what?
What? Oh, what a stalemate! Beautiful! Wow!
Wow!
Nice. Oh, I thought I blundered. I thought there is some error or something.
Oh, what a
But
cool stalemate!
beautiful, beautiful.
The king cannot go here because of the knight. White has no moves, so this game ended in a draw. That means we have finished all the rounds of this event, Amruta. I'll just
No rook knight versus rook.
No rook
Yeah, you go there, take a break, get an ice cream.
No. I'm saying I'll just go over the results.
Okay.
मुझे कहीं नहीं जा रहा हूँ. अरे कहाँ Amruta? Fabi actually lost this game as well. So Fabi is 0 out of 2 in the first two rounds. Abdusattorov Nodirbek is 2 out of 2 also. He won with the black pieces. Vincent ka we saw this game where he won in only 15 moves against Richard Rapport. Praggnanandhaa won. Nice game against Jan. Hikaru versus Vashir we just saw. This was this cute stalemate. And then for sure this was the craziest turnaround until this point where Vidit was completely lost, but suddenly Gukesh made a sequence of inaccurate moves which allowed Vidit to score a big win. And Arjun bhai, the madman Gandhivam, took out the bow and arrow, and I think it was all over from the get-go.
This one was, we did not expect it would end in such a manner.
Guys, next game is the world champion Gukesh playing against Arjun Erigaisi, the madman. What are your predictions? Do you think Arjun will continue in this form?
Hold on. Do we have a
No, simple.
pairing?
G for Gukesh win, A for Arjun win, and draw तो होने नहीं वाला है.
Done.
G or A?
A G.
AG.
लो जी सुनो जी, चैट क्या कह रही है, तुम भी सुनो जी. गुकेश
A. O G. My name
तो
is.
अनीश गिरी पे लग रहा है गाना. You know, Anish was so smart over there. He would listen to a Bollywood song, and then he would not understand, but he was able to guess the meaning of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it was insane. He didn't do it for one song. He did it for so many because we were traveling together in the car.
Imagine if Anish actually knows how to speak Hindi and he understands everything we say in front of him.
That would be insane. And
A lot of A's.
If he hears you, then he might even try that.
A lot of A's, a few G's as well. So mixed result. Mixed results. A lot of players giving their answers. I see a lot of A's. Purti Yadav ने तो बहुत ही A's लिख दिया यार.
Yeah, Anish cracked the code of Bollywood music. You're right, Ocean. G, क्या है result? Harshit bhai, AG, I think you were observing, so I think your intuitive guess.
I think A's are winning right now.
Okay, Arjun. No, the Arjun's form right now to even hold him, I think is not easy.
Yeah, I think
Even to
anyways in
hold.
freestyle, if you look at the results, we get very few draws. We usually always get a result. Like in this round, we've had 5 results and 1 draw.
But
So
also one more advantage is whether you white or black. Okay, it depends on which position you get because some positions can favor white. So I think in the next game Arjun will be black,
mhm.
and it would matter what is the new position like, because
Yeah,
if you start well from the opening, I think that's the only way to get an advantage. But Arjun
but
is
the
his
time
understanding is
management is also very, very crucial, I feel, in this time control.
Arjun's speed is too good, man.
Hmm.
He's really good at it.
And also, he has so much experience of playing this online blitz and bullet tournaments that I feel the shorter the time control, the stronger Arjun is.
Mhm. So you have been to Paris, Harshit bhai, before?
I might have been like for a few hours, but I've never like I had never seen the Eiffel Tower before coming here.
Really? And
Yeah.
did you already see it or
I
you're
saw
yet
it,
to?
but I mean, I still need to like go and like go. I mean, I just saw it from like a distance. I still need to go
Oh,
around the city.
nice.
It's a very
Yeah,
romantic city,
Paris.
पर मैं थोड़ा अकेला हूँ.
अच्छा, रोमांटिक सिटी है तो कोई मिल जाएगी फिर, ये भी
अरे
हो
अरे
सकता
अरे.
है. So you
सबका
wait till the
शादी
last
का
day.
सीजन चल रहा है अमृता.
And I'm sure you're not tempted by that.
Yeah. I mean,
You're
I'm
like,
a very
नहीं नहीं
serious
भाई,
guy.
बहुत चेस खेल रहा है अभी. You have to play Grand के Open. What is the
Oh,
format, like
bhai.
classical chess, na?
It's classical, and look at what Sagar bhai has gotten us.
Yeah, I'm also getting tempted. Chat में how many people are actually eating an ice cream
Almond
or planning
Magnum.
to eat?
Wow.
I
Oh,
really
Akash asks,
want to
who's your
eat.
MVP this year, SG or Jokic? I have to
ये
say,
कौन
it's
है दोनों?
though NBA के players हैं, and for me it is for sure Jokic. But of course SGA has been playing insane. But I think for me it's Jokic. People are following this NBA, this basketball. US में it's very, very popular.
Yeah, NBA, of course. That I know. That it's for, like, cricket is in India. Is NBA like that in US?
Yes, so there is NBA, then there is also NFL of football, and then baseball is also very, very popular in the US MLB.
Yeah. Yeah, baseball. I think I was discussing with Anish because he was saying that cricket looks like baseball, and
Yes,
then it
it's
ended
some
up
ways it's
like.
similar, yeah.
But we have two runners, no? And in baseball there is only one runner.
No, in baseball also there are two runners. It
There are
depends
two?
actually. In baseball there can even be four runners. It's slightly
Four.
different.
Yeah, there could be four. सारे रूल पता है क्या हर्षित भाई? You are
I
a
love
sports
sports.
fan.
Yeah, I love
हाँ.
sports.
So what is your second favorite sport?
Football for sure. Um,
Okay.
and then after football, I mean, I am very, very good at table tennis actually.
Oh. And what about badminton and tennis?
No, badminton I think I'm not that good at.
Acha. And tennis? Have
Ten,
you watched Federer matches?
I mean, not in person. I've never seen any tennis match in person, but I love following tennis. Like I'm quite up to date with the results and
So good. Okay, people in the chat are also four runners if all bases are loaded.
loaded
Baseball
exactly.
समझना तो पड़ेगा अभी.
Mm-hmm. Akash says a very nice thing. Arjun is the chef curry of chess.
What does chef curry mean?
So there is a very, like one of the best players in NBA, Stephen Curry, and they call him Chef Curry because he always cooks his opponents.
Oh.
So Arjun is Chef Curry in chess because he's cooking all his opponents.
Oh, that's nice. Did they have, can you see that the drawing of lots, whether it is happening in the
Yes.
video, in any video over there?
That's a good question. Let me quickly check. I think we have that. I'm just checking
अरे
What?
कीमाया, थैंक यू सो मच. जेप्टो करने की जरूरत नहीं है. But many people are eating. It's a summer season in India, and yeah, I think ये 1-2 महीना सब लोग आइसक्रीम बहुत खाते हैं.
क्या हुआ भाई?
No, I'm seeing if we
हाँ.
can find the drawing of lots.
हाँ. Yes भाई, ऐसे क्लिक करके
सागर
नहीं भाई.
सागर सागर
It is
हर्षित भाई
camera
कुछ
number
लीक करेगा ऐसा लग रहा है
8.
मेरे को कभी तो. बिंदास बटन क्लिक किए जा रहा है.
सब कुछ क्लिक कर रहे थे आप.
हाँ ना.
मुझे लगा कोई तो एक तो होगा.
हर्षित इज लाइक ठीक है, लीक होगा तो भी.
नहीं ये नहीं ड्राइंग ऑफ लॉट.
वो ऊपर वाला ना. हाँ वो है, वो डालना है भाई. पर पहले आइसक्रीम खाते हैं भाई,
पहला
नहीं तो मेल्ट हो जाएगा.
सागर भाई knows the priorities.
But you know what? Still, you're in Europe. You're eating Magnum
Oh,
and
cheers, Sagar bhai.
cheers. You cannot hear it.
Cheers. Hello Amruta.
Which flavor is that?
Almond. Oh my god.
अच्छा.
अमृता यार, अच्छा में इतना दुख था उसके.
No, I don't like almonds, so like okay, not very exciting, but maybe I should have one ice cream at home, obviously. दोनों को देखो ना कैसे मस्त आइसक्रीम खा
यार
रहे
मेरा
हैं.
थोड़ा गिर रहा है
पूरा
एक second.
स्ट्रीम को साइलेंट
भाई
कर
भाई भाई
दिया है
किधर
अपन
लगा है
ने.
वो, उस पे मत रखो भाई, वो अपना गीवो में.
भाई क्या भाई
माइक
क्यों
में सिर्फ
हाँ.
आइसक्रीम में मत डालो.
डर रहे हो भाई?
Oh God, that's so funny. Chat.
Amruta, how are you doing?
Wonderful. Amazing, Sagar. Brilliant. Oh, Fiona we have there. Wow, we have different cameras, Sagar.
Yeah.
You do not want to show that you're eating an ice cream, it's fine.
This is board 6. This is board 5. Actually, Arjun and Gukesh will play on board 2. This is the
सागर
board.
तुमको वो अलग ये फुल स्क्रीन के लिए भेजा है अनमोल ने, तो later can you replace it?
Oh yes.
Overlay?
I tried to do many things today, but there
I
was
know,
such less
it's not
time.
so, it's fine later. By the way, we have a super chat by Urmil. Hi Amrita and Harshit, I mailed freestyle but no option for ticket. I want to meet Sagar and will it be possible to meet? I will bring pastries in Paris.
Oh,
Okay, wonderful. But I think for now, let's hear from them because it's a closed event generally. But maybe they may have something.
Yeah, it's very tough to come here.
Yeah. भूख तो लग गई, एक सेकंड.
The freestyle events are not open to all.
Yeah, as of now, 7:51. We can't see the drawing of lots yet, I think. Let's see. But guys, it's Paris. Paris mein to, you know, Sagar, I had been to Paris in to play a tournament. That was long back. Long back. 2011.
You had also won
No, 2009. Sorry. I have been in
The players will,
2009.
as always, have 10 minutes.
This is for
back to the studio.
Arjun winning against Magnus. Amrita, now the drawing of lots. Oh, the ball
Yes.
is drawn. Let's see what ball number.
What's the position number?
Oh, we couldn't see it.
Okay, done. But now the arbiter will come and he will arrange the pieces. Let's go. Wow, Sagar, you changed the overlay. फटाफट. क्या ही बात है.
But it seems like Gukesh is now sitting with the others and analyzing, huh, Amruta?
Yeah, I think he's in a good mood then, in general.
Who is analyzing
Okay,
here?
let's see. E4. They are analyzing E4, E5. MVL, I think, here and Nepo. Yep. So the position is the bishops are on H1, G1. Rook on F1, which is generally many times there. Queen also on E1.
Look
I
at
think
this.
this time the king is on B1.
Gukesh,
Pragg.
Hikaru and Nodirbek.
And you have Magnus also. Look,
And
white
Magnus,
jacket.
yeah.
Magnus is always like watching over, yeah. He's never sitting over there. But
Do you want to see what is the position?
I'm seeing here, no, on the board. I can see it.
Yeah, but just for our 2D. This is the
नहीं
position.
वो ज़्यादा interesting है to see the people there.
हाँ, you can also see
ये
it
तो
here.
देखेंगे ही ना बाद में. ये तो देखेंगे ही ना बाद में.
हाँ, but just दिखा रहा था position.
ठीक है. Okay, so guys, the knight is on d1 and c1. Knights are together, bishops are together. f4 again, I think in this one also will work. So we'll be seeing many f4s. Standings people want to see. Maybe we will, let me check. I'll announce. Standings I'll announce. If
I'll
I
try to.
can open. No, I can try to. I have it here.
Look at how they analyze, yeah, guys. Super GMs, the way they analyze, really amazing to watch.
Sagar, by now we have only 2 players on 2 out of 2. Arjun and Nodirbek.
Wow.
And nobody on 1.5, which is really unbelievable. And then we have on 1 Magnus, Pragg, Nepo, Richard, MVL, Vidit, Keymer, I mean the whole Janta. And Fabi is the only one who has not yet won a game. So he would be looking at opening the account.
Fabi is on 0.
Yep.
Can't believe it, yeah, Amrita.
No, and he actually is generally very much in form in freestyle. So it's the first time that he's on 0 out of 2.
Yeah.
E4, G5, 93, A5. Best opening यहाँ पे. Did you change?
Yeah, I don't know. Like.
It's fine.
Like I'm trying to.
And if I want to show the guys pairing, Arjun, Gukesh, Vidit, Nakmaura. Guys, Vidit Nakmaura बोला तो which tournament do you remember?
Oh, wow. Insane, yeah. Every round is like a blockbuster here, Amrita.
I swear.
So
हाँ guys, Vidit Nakmaura. कौन सा tournament याद आ रहा है? यादगार ही था वो. क्या ही बोले वैसे भी. अरे chat में देख सागर. King Sacrifice also people remember. Raunak. Acha, but candidates Shri Hari, Gaurav, Harsh, Kunal, Mohit, सबने ही देखा. And here we have the standings with Arjun, Nodirbek. So Nodirbek actually is making the best out of the tournament, yeah, after last moment plans.
yeah.
And Vincent on 3rd place, Carlsen, Pragg, Rapport, Nepo, Vidit, Vashiar, Gukesh, Naka, and Fabi.
And also showing you the pairings of the next round. We have Magnus versus Fabi.
Oh, and then Magnus definitely is not going to, let go of Fabi so easily.
Yeah.
Gukesh versus Arjun. We all are excited for this game. Naka versus Vidit. And you guys guessed it right. The candidates. And Vidit also version 3. So very much excited to see with the black pieces how he's going to play. Then we have Pragg versus MVL.
Yes.
Yes. And Nepo versus Vincent. And Nodirbek versus Richard.
The players have not yet arrived, Amrita. I think they are still analyzing
हाँ तो
here.
वो एनालिसिस वाला मैग्नस गुकेश प्राग सब साथ में थे वो दिखाओ ना कोड एक अगर
कभी कभी चला जाता है ये देखो ये रहा. अभी सब लोग खड़े हो गए.
Everyone's leaving. Setup looks exactly same like in Weizen house, huh?
Yes, they have tried to keep it as similar. You can see there Magnus going
Which
to
is
the board.
nice.
But it's a much bigger hall, Amrita. It's like 4 or 5 times bigger than Weissenhaus Hall.
Oh, and we see Abhyudaya wahan pe, who made some amazing reels yesterday.
Yeah.
There's also confession booth. है ना Sagar? Do we have confession booth this time and a sound of it?
Sorry, Amrita?
Confession booth hai na?
Yeah, look at Magnus entering the confession booth.
Oh, already he has something to confess. I want to hear.
No, this is not the confession booth. This is the players' room. They are showing like Magnus entering the players' room, and
But
he's eating a banana.
Maybe this time what they have is a common players' room for food.
Yeah.
And maybe they don't have a private players' room. I don't know. They may also have.
Yeah.
Food wala to same hai. Also, I'm very keen on checking out the jacket colors because I thought every player was assigned one jacket color. And I remembered at some point Nodirbek having green. This time I'm looking at Pragg having green. There you go. Magnus.
This is amazing
against-
camera, no, Amrita?
Beautiful moves. It's like moving.
Wow. Great camera work there. And Magnus eating banana.
Fabi is right now.
Oh, he
thinking
plays
of-
F4.
Sagar, see, do
F5.
you remember F4 is the opening?
F4, Amrita, idhar bhi F4. Oh my God, you are able to predict everything.
Shocking nahi hai because F4 is the E4 of freestyle. That's what I mean.
F4 is the E4 of freestyle. That's interesting. Let's have the board now for people to see what's the position like. And there we see.
Yeah, Keymer says everyone is a bird here. Exactly, F4 opening. Guys, the name of the opening in normal chess is bird's opening. But here in freestyle, the bird is free. Maybe.
F4, F5, Amrita. G3. Now look at this. This bishop is open. This bishop is open. He goes G6, also symmetrical here. We are following the game Gukesh Arjun. Gukesh looking for his first win, pushes his pawn to A4, trying to gain some space on the queen side. And Arjun replies symmetrically with A5. And now Gukesh is thinking here.
Wow.
So this is a very nice, interesting position.
He's gonna go knight C3.
He played it.
That's what I saw.
And let's go to Vidit versus Nakmaura game, because Amrita, this is very exciting for all of us to see if Vidit is continuing his run over here. And also, but Vidit, Nakmaura plays F4, Vidit goes F5, G3, G6. Everyone's playing the same line, but Vidit does not go A5 like Arjun did.
What does he go?
भाई बाहर
Knight C6.
सेलिब्रेट करेंगे तो लोग
मारेंगे. Acha, A5. He did not play A5 and Naka took that opportunity to push his own pawn to A5. Which means that Vidit is not worried about that pawn. He thinks eventually that could become a weakness over there.
A6.
So now he goes A6 and look at that, A5 is fixed.
I like that white has gained some space. I like how Hikaru has played here with his two bishops eyeing this position and the A pawn gaining in space. It feels like black is under a lot of pressure.
On the other end, black is ready to go E5.
Vidit is like going to play in the center, yeah?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then at some point he wants to put his queen on E5 and set up a battery against the B2
Yeah.
pawn. And the pawn on A5 can also be a weakness because it is currently protected by the rook, but now white can never castle long because then the A5 pawn is going to be a big target. So
it's a big fight here between two ideologies, whether the space makes sense or is that central play going to help.
Let's go to Pragg's game.
Which is
Right
your
now.
game of the round,
Sagar?
Harshit Bhai?
for
Yes,
sure,
Anmol.
Gukesh versus
Arjun
Arjun.
versus Gukesh
I mean,
without any
Also
doubt.
Vidit Nakmaura from the candidates.
That way, yes. Can we look at Pragg's game, Sagar?
Yeah. I was just bringing in the bars, Amrita.
Sorry.
No,
Go
no.
ahead.
Amruta, what is your prediction? Do you think that Arjun will win again or?
Prediction is very hard for me in that game, but the form of Arjun is tremendous. But that is what is also motivating for Gukesh to fight against, So I can't predict. I'm not able to predict.
I actually saw Gukesh just before the round
Mm-hmm.
sitting here with his dad outside. He's found his space.
Mm-hmm.
It's very important for players to find their space in
Mhm.
between tournaments where others would not constantly come and disturb them. So Gukesh has found that space, but it did look somehow that he was under a bit of pressure.
Gukesh?
Yeah. So knight e4 taken here by Gukesh. His position looks very nice to me on the surface. The two bishops are open.
It does, right? Because knight c5 is also something that white wants to do, which makes me think whether black is compelled to go d6. Because if, let's say, I make a move like knight b6, already after something like knight c5, I'm a bit scared about my position because the bishop on h1 helps
Looks
to
strong.
put pressure on the b7 pawn. And after d6, knight e6 is always a jump that I'm always going to be afraid of. So I think that knight c5 in general is going to be a very, very powerful idea for Gukesh.
Yeah. Sagar, by the way, let's go to Pragg's game because I really wanted to check all the games once, then we can come back over here.
Yeah, let's go to Praggnanandhaa. He's playing against
MVL, the local
the local
superstar.
boy. And he's playing, he's going home every day, Harshit.
Yes,
He's
he's
not
not
even
living in the
staying in the
hotel.
official hotel.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think these top players stay in like hotels more than 6-7 months every year. So whenever they get a chance to be in their house, they cherish that.
Also, MVL said that if it was like close by, he would have stayed at the hotel. But because there's anyway a travel involved, he prefers to stay at home.
Mhm.
which-
I think
which
I
makes
would
sense.
have preferred staying in a hotel, I think.
Yes.
What about you?
Um,
And the reason is not comfort for me. The reason is actually because whenever I'm at home, it's hard to put myself in that competition mindset. And that's the reason why I say that I would prefer to be in a hotel.
right.
Hmm.
Also, MVL we saw yesterday at the dinner. He was here with his girlfriend. So like maybe it's also what's your personal life situation.
Correct.
Like imagine if you are you don't have anyone. I mean, not Harshit Bhai is not taking. I was saying like if you are staying alone at home, then for you a restaurant, hotel or a home
Yeah.
is kind of similar because there's no one else.
And before it goes somewhere else, let's go to Arjun's game because we leave this
What?
at yes, there is a big
What?
blunder.
No.
What?
Yeah. People are saying Arjun is winning. Can we go to
No,
the
no,
Amruta,
no,
after
no.
Rook takes f3,
You can't
it
play
was
Queen
a
F1, Bishop F1.
error in transmission.
Come on,
Oh,
guys.
thank
Even
God,
if you
thank
are
God.
like,
Yeah, this is not the way anyway, whatever happens. Yeah.
no matter how
Sure.
bad the form is, it cannot be.
Yeah, no, I mean bishop takes f3. I think they
Transmission.
corrected it because for sure Gukesh took bishop takes f3. But already, if this is what has happened,
Something weird happened. I understand what happened. He took Rook F1, Queen F1.
Yes.
That's how it happened. And now knight e5.
hmm.
I think this might have happened.
Okay, so if this is the position, then of course with the tempo up, white should have a very, very small edge, but still.
Now Rook A3. Rook A3. But
Rook
D5.
A3. थोड़ी सी तो
D5.
लिफ्ट करा दे अमृता.
मुझको भी तो लिफ्ट करा दे.
Airlift.
Wow.
Rook A3, Rook E3 being the idea of Amruta. I think it's definitely possible that at some point white brings out his rook.
No, but for Rook A3, D5 is a problem, right? Or not really? You have knight F6?
Then why not knight F6 directly, Amruta?
Queen F7.
Yeah, maybe before, yeah, but
Because Queen F7, I have Queen G2.
Nice.
oh, nice move.
So take, and guys, this is why freestyle chess, you have to be very alert. There are all sorts of tactics.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we have not asked any question to them. Maybe till right now in this game we'll start asking a few questions. What's
Yeah.
it? Okay.
Okay, while they make sure that the transmission is fixed, maybe we can quickly check
We
Vidit,
were at
Hikaru.
we were at Pragg's board. No,
Oh,
we were
Pragg's
at
board,
Pragg's
yeah.
board. Let's continue over there.
Oh my God.
Pragg is doing amazingly well. He's better.
And again, he's utilized his bishop on g1 really well. He put himself on c5, and we saw this idea in the previous game as well, where white got his bishop to c5 and then rerouted itself on this diagonal.
Yeah,
It
Fabi
seems
had
like
done it.
this is something that we should keep in mind whenever we have a bishop on g1, that we can potentially reroute it to a3. I'll keep this in mind.
And now the
Yeah, it's
threat
a weird
is
idea. No,
e5.
it's not very easy or very kind
Mhm.
of common. Thoda, it's different.
True. Big problems here for MVL
yeah.
as the pawn is pushing forward. If you take, I could take back. There's also knight b5, increasing pressure on d6. So lot to worry about. And Praggnanandhaa now looking at his second victory here. He's surely a player who thrives on momentum, and I think that's true for most of the chess players. But I think once Pragg gets into the flow, it will be difficult to stop him.
Yeah, and already here after e5 we can consider a move like knight to b5, taking advantage of the pin that white has from this bishop on c5 towards the rook on f8. Knight b5 seems like a very nice idea to put more pressure on the d6 knight. ef5 at some point can also happen, so that the bishop on h1 opens up and puts pressure on this diagonal. So right now Pragg is just trying to understand the position and make sure he finds the most accurate move to put pressure on black's position, because he has a big advantage.
Yeah. Okay. And then we have Arjun Gukesh. I think the moves have. I hope they have been fixed
They have
here.
not, yeah.
No. Should we tell some live board arbiter here?
Okay.
The arbiter is coming. We can tell him.
Yes.
If we tell the arbiter, maybe he will fix it. We also have Magnus Carlsen's game against Fabiano Caruana. Amruta, what are your
Yeah.
thoughts about this position that Magnus has with white against Fabi? It looks really nice, right? He has more space.
Yeah, it's like the dark square bishop if you see for both of them. Like white definitely has a bad bishop, but even black's bishop is completely restricted because of the pawns. But whenever that c5 guy would strike, the h8 bishop would be very powerful.
Yes, I told them.
True. Oh my God, Amruta, your understanding of chess 960 is so good that the right move here is c5.
Wow.
Ooh,
Wow,
ready?
that's so good. So good.
And
Wow.
what is the idea of the move rook to d2?
No, it came from f1 to f2 to d2.
Really?
Yeah, because the bishop attacked and so on.
Queen f7 played, and now knight d3 played by Carlsen. It's very hard for me to sometimes understand these moves like rook f2, rook d2, because usually you don't want to move the same piece twice in the opening. But it seems like it's very important to put the piece in the right square in freestyle in the start.
Yeah.
It's like one can practice chess for 8 hours, but if he's practicing in wrong direction, then there is no point. So even if 4 hours, but in the right direction is better.
Wow, that's a very nice way to think about it, Amruta. Very nice point
Yeah.
made by you.
Direction is important, not just the speed. Meanwhile, guys, the right direction for our subscriber count is forwards 2613.
What's the aim of the event? 2650?
2650 would be amazing.
Yes.
I think it's a great aim to have. Very tough. Again,
I think we have 1 week and a lot of exciting games ahead of us, and so much support that you guys bring, that I think 2,650,000 would be a great achievement.
Harshit Bhai Rizard is saying, looking at the amount of sunlight coming your way, please recommend a good sunscreen.
I think Korean brands are the best, Result by.
Acha,
Korean skincare is the best.
really?
Yes.
Sagar, you should record a video with Harshit by later.
Yes, I'm surprised that Harshit Bhai knew this.
Yeah,
How,
what's the
how do you
name?
know Harshit Bhai this
Remain nahi
thing?
karte.
Huh?
How do you know about this?
I mean, I like to use good products for my skin.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So, which any specific brand?
And in general, all the Korean brands are quite good for
Wow, Arshit bhai, not even like a pro, not even revealing,
Yeah.
like an influencer who only
Yeah.
speaks about a brand when given some, money. Here, Harshit bhai not revealing his secrets.
I think you have to do a Tanya versus Harshit.
No,
You know,
Tanya wins there. Come
skincare
on.
Yeah, Tanya is just
Come on.
too good. Oh, by the way, let's go to Gukesh. Oh my God, the thing has changed. Arjun has blundered, it seems.
Oh, it changed.
Again,
everything.
transmission error,
No,
yeah?
now it's fine, I think. Now it's not transmission error. This is the real transmission.
What happened in the last few moves? Can we check?
Yes, so after FE5, Rook F1, we saw until that point.
So Queen F1, knight E5, knight came up. He went knight C4, which was perhaps wrong because the best move was to take, and continue with knight D6. Very interesting because you can't take the knight here. Guys, black to play. What is the winning move?
Maybe C takes D6?
Yeah, you can take.
Oh, amazing. Oh my God. Harshit is...
Or Queen E5, Amruta, maybe also possible, yeah?
Yes. Sagar, you blunder. This is like a fraction of second blunder, but पूरा ही पूरा suspense चला जाता है उसमें से.
Queen E1, right move found by Jivitesh, Wolf, Arun
Neeraj,
Cheyur.
Ananta,
Deep
Azim.
Shah, yes, exactly. Queen to E1
You know
is
what?
checkmate.
When Arshit mentioned about CD6, the speed of Queen E1 was very slow. क्योंकि सब देखने लगे. CD6. They all fell in the trap, Harshit.
Wow. But knight C4 by Arjun was not a good move because I think he
Oh,
underestimated
he's so
long
tricky, you know.
castle.
After knight C4, you know what his idea is? If I make a move like H4, guys, black to play in this position. What can black do to get a very big advantage in this position?
So cool. Super cool question. Let's see who is the first one. No, Azim, you've missed something very, very critical. Yes, Shrijan,
Yes,
Akshaj,
Shubhi Gupta is the first one finding it.
Jeel.
Devang Joshi also finding it.
Check and you win the queen. Very nice.
Yeah,
So all those who found queen takes bishop.
you should give
Queen
yourself a
takes.
pat on the back. That is the right tactic. But after knight C4, long castle is what happened in the game. And after this,
D5. He
Knight
jumped with the
C5.
knight. P6. He first attacked the queen.
Because
very
A4
powerful.
is hanging, so...
We need to bishop
Excellent.
F6 and
Oh,
White has managed to castle. White has managed to put his pieces on the right squares. And when you manage to do all of this, you are bound to have a very good position. And I think it's clear that Gukesh
It's
has a
very
great
tough,
position.
no? Like,
However,
Harshit bhai, if you move the
you can't
knight
move
away,
the knight.
then queen takes
Queen takes
A4.
A4. Right.
Harsh-
So you have to
Vidit-
be careful. What's the idea?
Actually,
Otherwise,
the
table
most
ko ghuma
incredible
does.
move here.
Wait. Let us think. I want to think. Chat wants to think, I guess.
Mhm. क्या हुआ? कोई बंद नहीं कर रहा. रुको.
This one takes.
It's not that easy actually.
It's not to do with.
But it's not that difficult either.
Okay, people are saying B3. I was looking at Queen F2 or Queen F3 like ideas.
Yeah, B3 is actually the best move, Amruta.
Wow, and
Protecting
people
the pawn on
do
A4,
find it.
at the same time attacking the knight on C4, which means that whenever... Oh, he finds it. Wow.
Gukesh is zoned in, huh? Gukesh is like, my tournament is not going so well, but if I beat Arjun, everything will be alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like one win, which was the most critical one.
It's also the thing, no, that these players never really play calmly against each other just because they are from India. Like they
Yeah.
are never thinking, oh, I'm from the same country.
Let's make a draw or
Yeah.
something. Yeah, never.
Fight.
Fight. And this also just goes to show that Arjun was 2 out of 2. All of us thought that, oh, the momentum is with him and he's really going to do well. But Gukesh is like, Arey, I am the world champion. Don't count me out just yet. Anyone can win against everyone in this kind of a lineup.
True. I agree.
But you know what? Here, a winning position is very difficult. And for Gukesh, he has been in such situations where he was winning in the last tournament as well. But he needs to convert. I think this is something which is not happening until now.
Mm-hmm.
So B3. What about B takes C5 here? What's the plan? Like you take on C4, but then I'm losing the
No,
A4
we'll
pawn.
actually, after B takes C5,
Oh.
the point of Gukesh was actually not to take on C4,
But to take
but
knight
to take
C5.
back knight takes C5
Or
or
bishop
What?
C5
C5.
to attack here. Oh, nice.
Crazy.
And if knight D6? Oh my god, no way did he spot this in
Wait.
30 seconds.
Wait.
This is
Mate or
insane.
what?
No, the idea is bishop takes D6, Amruta, C takes
Hmm.
D6, and now this bishop and this square on B6, both
Boy,
are
double attack, guys
weak.
in the chat. Queen F2.
Exactly. Queen B6 and Queen F6 both are under attack right now, and I think he has to give one of the squares to us, and this is why White has a huge advantage. B3, fantastic find by Gukesh.
Yeah, this is amazing. So
Very
let's go
cool.
to, by the way, Pragg's game. Pragg is now +2. That's huge.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why Praggnanandhaa is winning is because now the F8 rook is hanging. Look at this. He played E4.
Mm-hmm.
He took,
And then E5 was played.
wow, super complex. Takes.
Knight B5. Long castles. Knight takes. But now just bishop takes F8.
This was the mistake by white. By black. Knight takes knight. Because here there's a lot of pressure on D6. But still, I mean, take. You would only win a pawn. But after knight B5,
He
the
just gave up the
problem is
exchange, yeah.
that after take and now AB5, you are an exchange up. Although, Harshit Bhai, Amruta, look at this. These two bishops and the queen. So let's say I take AB.
Mm-hmm.
Is A4 a really strong move? Guys,
I think this is what Vashier was counting on, but I think he missed the following move for White, which is not that easy to foresee from a distance.
You got it. I think.
Queen A5, Arnav Agrawal is too
Devang,
strong. By Pauli is also too
FCC.
strong. Devang, Joshi, all of them finding the move. Queen to A5. The point
But
being that
let's
after
continue the calculation, no,
AB3,
Harshit?
Queen A8 check, King D7, Rook D1 check, and the point is that after King E7, I have Queen to A3 check.
also bishop C. So the bishop is gone.
Queen A3 check, yeah.
Wow. Crazy.
And
now
if King E8, then there is Rook D8 check.
yes,
Nice.
that's very cute.
And if King F7, you
Then I
have
can just
H.
take on F8 and take on
Oh,
D8,
nice.
and this is completely winning.
So Queen A3 was an important move to see. Like
What
if
he
you want
blunt?
to... What?
Pragg
Did he
has
play
blundered. Instead of taking back AB5, he went in Queen A5. He's like, now I will win. Oh, and MVL blunders back. Look at this move. Bishop takes pawn was the best
Come
move.
on, that was so tough. Come on, you can't
Was it?
like all of a sudden you see it.
Yeah,
you
but
take here,
was
there
it
is
Queen
check.
A3, King B1, Bishop B3? I mean,
Like you don't expect a move like Bishop B2. Like you're crossing the road and you don't expect that a cow will come from the other side, right? You're only looking at the
well, it depends
vehicles.
where you are.
Ghatkopar mein, yes. In Ghatkopar East.
King D1, Knight
Okay,
C3 check.
what's
and-
happening in the game right now? Because a lot of moves happened.
So Bishop B3, AB,
Oh,
Queen C5, threatening mate in 1, nothing less, nothing more. Check, King D7, check, Bishop D4, Bishop E4, and at this point,
but I like Black's position
MVL
somehow.
has 2 pieces for the rook, but Harshit Bhai, look at the king, it's weak, and anything can happen here.
Can we
Things can-
quickly go back to Gukesh's game? Because 1.5 minutes for Gukesh, 40 seconds for Arjun. And we've got a few moves. B3, Knight D6, Knight E6 jumped in by Gukesh. And after Queen D7, he simply protects the Knight on E6 by going Knight DF4. 30 seconds. Knight c8 played. The advantage is growing by
Yeah,
every move for Gukesh.
This might be Gukesh's first win here, but we've been saying this for so long now. I don't trust it. Like, he has to win it.
Until he wins, but this is maybe the huge advantage which he has.
But
no?
this is I mean, the advantage is of course really big, and Queen f3. I think that this will finally be the game where Gukesh scores his first victory. Black's king on b8 is really vulnerable because the bishop on h1 and queen on f3. क्या ही rocket लगा है ये diagonal पे.
They have lined up themselves over the b7 and a8 square, so looking really good.
Yeah, and what to do? I mean, I was considering if black can go c6 just to stop all of this, but now all of a sudden my bishop on f6 is also en prise. So knight takes g6 is very powerful because the bishop on f6 is hanging. Oh, this
Did
happened.
you just say Opry?
Yes,
What does it mean?
like hanging.
Oh, French.
N price के जगह Opry, Amrita. Opry is a French word, like en passant.
And this happened.
Oh my God! On the board.
On the
Harshit
board.
bhai,
This
please
is happening.
don't like make such predictions. You know, like you are predicting what will happen.
Queen d6, but now white is not only up a pawn, but he has these two rockets
Yeah.
on these diagonals. The king on b8 is feeling quite alone and lonely. So I think bishop to d4 can be something that white
This
plays.
is totally winning, and
This
I
is
can't
totally
believe how Gukesh, who hasn't been in great form, and Arjun, who has been in tremendous form, are playing, and now Arjun is better.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Vidit is roundabout
We
even.
should keep that game, Sagar, because that is the final, like very critical one, and anything can happen in the last few moments.
We have a
So
super chat by Saksham. He says IPL season is going on and now freestyle chess is also back. Which team do you guys support in IPL? Sagar by the beard style looks too good.
Alright,
Bhai.
thank you, bhai. French beard in France. And also, my favorite team is Mumbai Indians.
Mumbai Indians. Bhai, क्या ही support.
Too good. भाई मुंबई को ही तो support करेंगे. And right now, King C7. What happened, bhai?
कुछ नहीं भाई अभी King C7 Rook E8 is also coming, I think.
Yeah. He found it.
He found it.
What's up with Gukesh suddenly playing an amazing game?
Yeah, I mean, I think he just couldn't believe that he lost the last game. Like,
Just
game-
showing the world that he is what he's capable of.
yeah, and now Bishop B6, no? Because the Queen on
Oh, he
D6.
finds
Yeah.
it.
And
Whoa!
Resign.
First
Resign,
win
Gukesh,
for
win.
Gukesh. Guys,
Wow.
this has less to do with his opponent, more to do with the fact that Gukesh won his first game in freestyle after becoming the world champion.
Yeah, he was really struggling throughout this event and he's made a big statement win against the man in form Arjun, and I think it's going to be very exciting to see how he continues after this victory.
Absolutely. Let's
Yeah.
head over to
Because as
Vidit.
Harshit says, this gives momentum to Gukesh now.
Yeah.
And as we see that, the youngsters are motivating each other. Like how Arjun beat Gukesh in Tata Steel when nobody expected. And then over here, Gukesh beats Arjun right now. Again, we did not expect. So it's a very nice story which is building up.
Yeah, absolutely.
By the way, here I like Vidit's position. He's a pawn up. He has won that a5 pawn we were talking about. Knight goes to c4. You trade queens. Then
By the way, can I just not play Rook takes F1 now?
you can.
I can, right? Rook takes F1 seems very, very possible, right?
Yeah, just attacking this, and it's such a great move. I don't know what Rook F1 or Queen F1, what to take back.
What to do with white, yeah, Amruta?
Yeah. Queen F1, let's say. What? Sorry, I missed it. Oh.
अरे यार
Wait, but I still don't know.
1-0 1-0 हो गया गोल मार दिया एक
Mate.
Oh no.
But
Oh,
King
God.
C1, Rook F1, now he takes it. But yeah, this will be a very tough endgame for Hikaru to handle, because look at this. Vidit is again fighting for the full point. By the way, check here and knight is hanging. What's his plan?
Knight A1 check.
What? Oh, if King
King-
D1, he wants to go
Rook
Rook
D1.
D1 check.
Wow.
King A2, let's continue.
King D8.
And now you cannot capture the bishop on F1, of course, because it's back rank mate. King D8, bishop H3. Somehow feels like white still has some pressure.
And in the meantime, Pragg is lost, completely lost. That's the news. Oh my
Wow.
God.
It's
Like
insane.
he had such amazing position from opening.
From the
So
opening. I mean, do you agree with this, Amruta, that we see a lot more swings in freestyle chess than classical chess? Like in
100%.
like in classical ऐसा होता है ना, like once one player is winning, very rarely do we see that the game goes to a draw, let alone someone like his opponent wins.
Yes. No, 100% because the positions are very weird. The piece placements are weird. So one move going wrong, missing something is very possible because the patterns we are not used to it yet. Yet. For some time. So this will happen.
By
But
the
I
way,
don't think that the swings
Nepo
will
also win,
reduce,
Amruta.
Harshit.
Sorry?
The swings will reduce if they keep on playing for 2-3 years. The patterns will develop for them very quickly. So at least on top level.
Guys, bringing our focus back to Vidit Gujrathi
Yes.
versus Hikaru Nakamura. Now Hikaru is going to win either the d5 pawn or the h5 pawn. Vidit has to remain careful. He's already he's pawn up, but his pieces are just very clumsily positioned.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that even though black is up a pawn right now, surely white is the one who has the upper hand with the black knight completely trapped on a1. And knight takes d5, very logical. Now knight c2 is not really possible because white can push
Why?
e4.
Oh, but rook oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm very generous today. Rook e4 is just a blunder, guys. Knight f6 check wins the rook on e4. That's why... Oh, he plays knight f4 instead, protecting the pawn on e2 as well as attacking the pawn on h5. 3 seconds for Vidit. Oh my god. We forgot the time. Can we go full screen on this?
By the way, Magnus is winning. That's the update in the chat.
Magnus is winning and Nepo has
So that
defeated
means for
Vincent.
Fabi, it would be a very difficult moment. 0 out of 3
Oh
if
my
he
god.
loses.
True. By the way, we are on full screen mode here.
Because we have 14 seconds for Vidit, 1 minute for Hikaru, and Hikaru is very dangerous when it comes to quick time controls. He's one of the best, if not the best, blitz players online, and I think Vidit is definitely feeling the heat right now. And so am I.
The rook
So I'll
pawn
just
is
take off
difficult,
this
no?
shirt.
Yes.
Revive.
Because of the sun. You
Jacket.
guys are wearing jacket and all.
Not shirt, yeah?
This is shirt, but I'm wearing t-shirt as well.
Please.
ये भी shirt है. Oh, guys, knight endgame, H pawn, and that is an advantage for Nakamura. So
If
we're
Vidit
seeing it
manages
again
to
and
hold this, it will be a good result for him, but looks very tough, especially against Hikaru.
I mean, you know what I would be trying to do? I would somehow try to go b5, a5 and try to create some counterplay against the white king.
Yeah.
Because I know that if the white pawn advances to h6, h7, I need to have some sort of a counterplay against it to neutralize my material deficit. So rook h7 check. The problem, however, now for Vidit is that king c8, knight b4 and knight d5. It's very dangerous now.
By the way, what a long day today, right? We are just on third round. There are 3 more rounds.
Sagar bhai is like, kya ho gaya?
No, it's a huge day. It's a long day. Knight d5 now coming in. And every round we have twists and turns and like crazy.
Oh, wow. And now e3 followed by c4 is just crushing for white.
Trapping, yeah. No, but why not c4 directly?
Because then knight d4 and maybe knight e6 has gives black some chances to hold. But e3 just stops knight d4. And after c4, the
but
c7.
e3 is not a very human-like move somehow, no?
But it's Hikaru.
Yeah, he did play it. Oh my god. Hikaru finds e3. Incredible move.
no, this is impossible to save from black against Hikaru.
So 3-2. Yeah, he just made a move with a few seconds on the board. But after c4, it's all over for Vidit. He's going to lose this game against Hikaru, which means that he'll be 1 out of 3. And Hikaru will come back to 50% with 1.5 out of 3. By the way, a few other results as well. Nodirbek has won against his 3 out of 3.
Wow.
He's the only
Is he
player
the
with
sole
100%.
leader?
Yes.
He beat Rapport.
Yeah. Oh.
he's in blazing form right now, coming right from Uzbekistan to here. A last minute replacement. And I think I think it was for all the players playing, they are hating this because he's just unstoppable right now. He's like, we were going to have Hans, who was of course a good player as well, but whom we would have good chances against. But Nodirbek is just
tournament has
unstoppable.
become so strong because of Nodirbek coming in, and he will be on 3 out of 3. Arjun could have joined him, but Arjun lost to Gukesh.
Yes.
So Gukesh now on 1.5.
Mhm.
Arjun is on 3 out of 3. No, sorry, Nodirbek Arjun is on 2 out of 3.
Magnus is on 2 out of 3. Maxim is also on 2 out of 3, I
Yeah,
think.
Maxim is doing well.
Rook d7. Oh, this is the dagger in black. This is a dagger in the chest for black's position, because after rook d7 he forces the exchange of rooks.
Yeah.
And knight endgames are very close to pawn endgames in the sense that it's very hard to defend when you're down a pawn. And I think with down 2 pawns, yeah, he takes the rook, but this is all over. Also, it's the h pawn, so
Yeah, now you're 2 pawns.
absolutely
Yeah.
no chance to defend. Amruta, we are
Yes.
halfway in today's 6 games. What are your first few impressions from the starting rounds?
Yeah, first of all, Arjun OP. I mean, the way he's beaten Magnus, that was epic.
Mm-hmm.
And also Gukesh, his first win, that was also amazing. And I think Vidit versus Magnus, we got such a delightful match.
Mm-hmm.
बहुत मजा आ रहा है यार हर्षित भाई, मजा तो आ रहा है.
Absolutely. I mean,
Sagar, go and take a break for some time, maybe one round also if you need to.
yes.
But what about this sun, which is, can you guys not change, you guys cannot change the table ka side or something like to avoid the sun? Is there anything you can do?
No, it's the whole thing is open and transparent.
Otherwise, towel or something for now, like
Towel.
that's the only thing. What else do you get? Like
यहाँ पे कुछ lie नहीं है, but it's fine. I think in
chaddar.
some time it will go away.
So maybe you can sit in the shadow, one person for some time.
Yeah.
That would be good. But what about you, Harshit bhai? What are your impressions?
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning, of the tournament, I was looking at some statistics, and for the draws, for the amount, the number of total draws in the event, they said that the average should be around 35 to 36, which I felt was too high. The amount of results that happen in this format is simply insane. In this round, Amruta, we have 0 draws. Last round, we had only 1 draw. So we are getting so much of exciting chess, so many results happening in this tournament ki it's becoming very fun to follow. And we always thought that chess has this problem of having too many draws, and so far in freestyle it seems like that problem is being solved.
Wow. And how are you feeling about having Grenke Open very soon, where you're participating, and what are your thoughts
I
there?
mean, I'm very excited. I mean, I have to play in the same tournament as Magnus, Arjun, Fabi. I mean, I'm just hoping that one round I play one of these top players, because I'm really looking forward to test myself against the very best in this format. And if that happens, I'll be super happy with my
Yeah,
tournament.
we'll enjoy commentary. तो हर्षित versus Magnus पे होएगा. मजा ही आ जाएगा.
By the way, Fabi really struggling in this event so far, Amruta. He's 0 out of 3. And he really needs to buckle up, because the top 8 qualify. And so far, he's really behind in that race. Obviously, there are a lot more rounds to go, but he needs to pick up the slack in the next few rounds in order to have chances.
Yeah, it's. I mean, how can you imagine, right? A player like Fabi has not yet managed to win
Or draw.
and that too a player who was always in the finals
Hmm.
in all the freestyle. So, how do we weigh this?
Yeah, I mean,
Harshit
this
bhai?
just goes to show the lineup that we have in this event. We are filled with the top 10, 12 players that we have in the chess world, and if someone has a bad day, obviously Fabi is not having the best day. It's quite possible that your opponent just keep punishing you, and if he doesn't find his form, he's going to continue to struggle, because even if you lose a game, it's not like you play someone weaker in this event. You're still going to play a very, very top player. So
Yeah,
he will be looking to find his form in this event.
yeah, that's true. But I think he'll strike back for sure with all these experience. And then when you know that you're coming at the edge of getting knocked out,
Guys,
that
let's
time.
take a water break. Amruta, please drink some water, hydrate ourselves.
And not just that, by the way, it's 7:30 p.m. So in India, many people would be having dinner, I believe, at this point of time, in fact.
Guys,
in fact, you want to take a break, Harshit?
Arey, I am great.
Please feel free, because that sunlight coming at you, I'm a
Arey,
little bit
sunlight
worried.
maza aa raha hai. Yes, Hikaru is at 50%. Vincent is 1 out of 3. Nodirbek is the star so far with 3 out of 3. And I think, let's see if we have any pairings for the next round, or if we have the players analyzing.
Himaya says natural Snapchat filter on Sagar and Harshit. काफी natural, थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही natural की माया. And Prachi says watching both IPL and chess in 2 other devices.
Wow.
Exactly. I knew actually, many people are busy in watching IPL this time. So.
But I mean, the last 3 rounds of this event are going to be completely insane.
Yeah.
Imagine Gukesh versus Magnus. We haven't had that matchup yet.
Absolutely. KA says vitamin D3. हर्षित भाई, ये टूर्नामेंट के बाद बहुत सारा विटामिन D3 हो जाएगा.
Oh, we have a super chat from Joy Datta, sending 2000 rupees. Hey Sagar, Amruta, Harshit, loving the long stream again. From Varmala to Variations, how's the transition treating you both? Matlab, you and Sagar, मैं तो नहीं गया था. And the big question, was he who must not be named spotted at the wedding? Followers wanna know.
अच्छा.
I don't think that person was spotted, if I understand what you mean to ask. But thanks a lot for your super chat. It's also fun for us to follow this event, because the organization is simply top notch. Also, the games have been providing so much excitement and drama. So, maza aa raha hai.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think the wedding, yeah, exactly, from Varmala to Variations is such an apt way to put it, because I think, in fact, Sagar also went to Nasik. There was a reception, and then 4th early morning he came home, and 4th evening he left for the Paris flight. They coincidentally, Vidit and Nidhi and Sagar were in the same flight. It wasn't planned actually. So no time, and I'm imagining, okay, Sagar is doing commentary here, but with all the functions, different functions, and so much things in wedding, to come and play over here and to really fight so hard the first game, it's impressive, man. It's so
Absolutely.
hard. You're
Yeah.
so dead tired, and no, this was amazing. Yeah, no, sir, we really missed Samay very much. We missed him in Vidit's wedding. So yeah.
Can we also take a look at how Magnus defeated Fabi? Like that game, I mean, I'm very curious to see Magnus's opening. So he started with f4, g3, g6, a4. It seems like all the white players had prepared this idea. a5, knight c3, knight d6, d4, blocking the bishop on h8 and also preventing e5. Very important that he stops black from going e5 and open up his position. Knight c6, e3, and now we kind of have a stonewall like structure where white has his pawns on d4, e3 and f4. But it's very well compensated, because the bishop on h1 is a very nice bishop, putting kind of complementing the light squares. Bishop c4, rook f2. This was something I was completely shocked by, Amrita. Yeah, rook f2, rook d2 idea was very,
you didn't
very...
like it, no?
It's not about liking it, but I failed to understand it, basically, as to why he spent 2 moves to get his rook here.
What
But
would you think over there? Like natural move for you instead of rook f2, maybe after e3,
instead
yeah?
of queen e3, maybe I would have chosen to go queen d1. And then maybe I would have tried to open the position up with e4. I think that's what I would have preferred in this position. But it's interesting how, like, we differ in the ways and the differ in the ways we evaluate positions. Magnus going for e3 and rook f2. So it's something to learn every time Magnus plays, like he has such a unique way of looking at a position.
True.
Rook d2, knight d3, takes with the rook, opens up the position. And actually, this position looked very, very comfortable for black. Very, I
Yeah.
mean,
Oh no, how did Caruana lose? It's really something, a
bishop
big
g4.
question. He was even better.
Yeah, he
Did he
was doing
blunder
really
or
well.
what? Time is also fine.
Oh,
Oh,
but actually, it was this bishop on g4 that caused problems. Guys, what would have happened if black goes d6? What's the two moves that lead to a winning position for white? Two moves, guys.
Himaya asks, this round all boards had f4, f5. Oh, that is a good question. Let me just quickly check and let you know. At least I'm on the, oh my god,
Shri
three
Shri
boards.
Vedansh finds the right idea.
Harshit
GM from
bhai,
Mars. Yes.
this round all boards had f4, f5 as Himaya spotted.
Crazy. I think that everyone had like a game plan from white in this position to go f4, and everyone from black is like, we are expecting them to go f4, and they prepared f5. So I think that both white and black players were preparing this line with f4, which is
Yeah, but I'm
strange.
hoping, yeah, which is strange, and I'm also hoping that it doesn't happen that you stick with this f4 because the whole idea of freestyle is different openings.
I just quickly to show the right idea for the
Yeah,
players. It
please
is
tell me.
h3 that traps black's bishop, because after bishop to f5, pawn to g4, and white is completely winning now because the bishop on f5 is trapped. So after h3, g5 was played by Fabi, but after g4, bishop g6, f g5, p5. Actually, it was Fabi who was completely better. Bishop h2, b takes a4. He even sacrificed an exchange, Amruta. Oh my god.
So much better, almost as good as a winning advantage.
And now if he found this move e5, d takes e5, rook e8, Fabi was going to
Okay.
win this game against Magnus, but instead he chose to go c5 with the same idea.
What's the problem?
But
It
rook
looks
c4.
better, but there is a huge pin. Wait a second,
Because
queen
if you take
b5.
on d2, the b8 rook hangs.
Take it. Queen b. What about queen c4? Wait a second.
Because then queen takes
Queen
b8 check,
b8.
and then you pick
Oh
up the
shit.
rook on c4. I think this is what he missed, this move rook to c4.
Okay, queen b5. Even if I go
He
back,
he
is
goes
it?
back, and he
Hmm.
simply goes h5 now. What is happening?
Abhi already there is an exchange sack na, and with the queen on b6, the
And he
maybe the
simply takes
attack
the
kind of
pawn on
fizzled
c5.
out.
I think both players were under 30 seconds, so a lot of mistakes happened, but finally it was black who made the last mistake. Bishop d5 takes, queen d3, and now the bishop on h8, which was very powerful, is completely blocked because of this queen on d3. a4, b4, again a big blunder. King a2, bg7, rook d7, and black exchanged the queens, but of course this is all over, and Magnus won the game. I just think that Amruta losing the first two games, Fabi somehow was not in the groove. He was not in the mindset and was unable to win that winning position. And it was Magnus who took advantage of that, and it's now 2 out of 3. Crazy
But
matchups in the fourth round.
the Fabi's c5 move was way more natural than e5 because you have a bishop on the diagonal, and rook c4 was a critical idea. You were right that he would have missed rook c4.
Why
Instantly, it
not?
doesn't feel like.
Oh, Amruta. The idea of e5 is actually to stop
Yeah.
White's queen from attacking the rook on b8. That's so tough.
And now there is no rook c4 at all.
Oh, and now if
Oh,
d5,
wow.
we can go rook e8, and now bishop takes
Rook
e5 is
e2. Rook
falling.
e2 here. 1 second. What's the plan?
It's all
d6, yeah?
he just takes now apparently, and after cb3, queen d4 pins this rook on c3, attacks the
Overall,
pawn on
it's very
e5 one
huge
more time.
pressure on the diagonal.
Yeah, it was not easy to find this, but the whole point was that we need to take this queen on g3 out of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how
Alright.
Magnus won his game. And all the players are, I think, back and should be analyzing very, very soon, because it is about 4 minutes away from starting time of the game.
Oh, by the way, we have Sakar Chess writing, Amrutaji, I like the book Chesspa Meets Guki very much. I have put the poster in the hall. My students are happy
Wow.
to see it. Kudos to you and the entire team. I'm so happy to get to know this. Yeah, Sakar. Yeah.
I
It's a-
mean, guys, for
did
everyone
you see
watching,
it?
we had a
Harshit?
video. We are going to have a video that's going to be posted about that very soon, Amruta.
Oh,
You have
wow.
put tremendous efforts towards making that book.
In
So
the whole,
thanks a lot. Yeah, that was amazing.
the whole team, Harshit, it's amazing. That last freestyle we were talking about it, and now this freestyle we already have the book. But look at the players
Yes,
there.
they're
Is
there.
there possible full
The
screen?
full screen, let's see. Sorry?
Let's go.
We
Sagar
have
Shah, do you
Gukesh
want to
versus
get some
Magnus.
rest?
What?
Are you serious? Sagar
Yes.
Shah, want to get some rest?
He cannot hear you right now.
Ask
Hello,
him, no,
Amrita.
on my behalf. Do you want to get some rest?
No, I'm rested.
Okay. I thought Vidit and Nakmaura are
was-
playing again.
7, I think.
Oh wow. Pragg, Nodirbek,
Can they hear
Naka,
it?
Gukesh, Vincent.
And the players get about 10 minutes to analyze it together.
If Sagar, you may not have heard us, but F4, F5 happened in all the games in the last round. That is what Keymer has spotted.
Wow. But this time it won't be F4, I feel. Let me see the position. This time it will start with C4. All games.
Acha.
But Magnus versus Gukesh in round 4, Sagar bhai. What a game. Gukesh right off beating
Arjun. Now on a high will face Magnus Carlsen.
who just defeated Fabi. So
Yeah.
they are both going to be looking forward to this matchup.
But I
here.
heard you analyzing and saying that Fabi was better.
Yes,
So Magnus was maybe a bit lucky, yeah?
definitely. It was a very topsy-turvy game.
And you can see there the players are analyzing.
Oh, they're thinking this is not the first position, of course.
No, they are actually.
This is the position. And they're thinking of this move b3 and c4 for white, I think.
Amruta Joy Datta has sent a huge super chat.
Yes.
Did you read it?
Yes.
Yeah, Amruta is left. Look at this. Why they are analyzing with b4 for white. B4. Can we show our viewers the board? Just this is the board that is there. I think tomorrow, Harshit bhai, we may have to change the
Place. You can sit on the sofa maybe.
we may have to change it like this. Just change the table like this.
Yes.
And sit this way, no?
Yes.
तुम इधर आ जाओ मैं
No,
उधर
no, it's
बैठता
fine,
हूँ
bhai.
भाई you are हर्षित भाई taking the sun
Arey, it's okay, bhai.
नहीं भाई आ जाओ
Arey, it's chill, bhai. Beef.
इतना कैसे भाई
Yes, they're thinking about this. Can they hear them, by the way?
no
Okay.
look at Hikaru there
What about the white people? The people playing with the white pieces.
they may I think they are also on the other side. We are not able to get their camera. We have only one side. But it's a nice gathering, yeah. Hikaru, Nodirbek, Pragg, Vincent, and Gukesh. Amazing.
So we have Magnus versus Gukesh. We have Arjun versus Hikaru. And also one very interesting matchup is Vidit against Pragg.
Wow. Maybe one of the most exciting rounds.
Yes.
I'm saying this again and again, but every time we are seeing it.
Yeah, now we have Gukesh versus Magnus, the world champion against the highest
I think
rated chess
I
player.
would say this is the most exciting game.
Yeah.
Of this tournament, because whenever Magnus and Gukesh play each other, it's like a check for everyone. You know, like as Gukesh becomes stronger, or can he beat Magnus?
Yeah.
These are the questions that come to mind. But I loved how Gukesh was so focused in the last game, and he was like, "This time I will win." That he came with that approach somehow, and he just completely bamboozled Arjun. By the way, for all our viewers, the standings that if you have been looking for are here on your screen. Nodirbek is the sole leader, followed by Arjun, Erigaisi, Nepomniachtchi, Magnus, and MVL.
Are on +1. And
then
Gukesh, Hikaru are on 50%, 1.5 out of 3. Then Vincent, Richard, Praggnanandhaa, and Vidit are on -1. And Fabi, really struggling so far, has 0 out of 3.
When was the last time you've seen Fabi on 0 out of 3? I think that's
Never,
very
I
rare.
think.
Very rare. And also, we have 5 memberships gifted to us by Jurgen Lights. Thank you so much, Jurgen. And guys, you can support this stream by, contributing as members. All the money goes to youngsters for their laptops. You can also contribute to Help Chess. Last year we had raised, like till 31st of March, a huge amount where we have supported many players. And we also had the Big Believer Simul.
Yes, that just happened where Gukesh played against everyone.
Yes. Did you see it, Harshit
Yes,
bhai?
yes. And the score, he just made 1 draw and won the rest of the games.
Yeah, he was too good.
Yep.
Let's see if we can go full screen and... there we see.
Oh, we should really keep this camera. This is really nice.
Well, sometimes, some camera work, some don't. So it's like, this is number 10. This is the roving camera. This is number 7. So now those went. So, it's not like now again it came. Look at the analysis they are doing here. G4, F5, GF5, Knight H6.
Gee. It's incredible how these top players come together and figure out the best starting moves for white.
And
We should
this
make
is
a
the other
video
side.
with the audio of players analyzing and post it, just for everyone to understand how these top players think. If we can have that.
I think they are doing it.
They are doing it?
They
Okay.
are shooting it every game. Maybe you can just play some monopod also there.
Yes. I think that would be smart.
But look at this. Arjun, Nepo, Fabi, Magnus and MVL. Which team is better? According to you. I like the other team.
In classical or in freestyle?
In freestyle.
That's very hard to say.
I like...
In freestyle,
here,
no, I mean, come on. In this team, we have Arjun and Magnus sitting together.
But there we have Gukesh and Nakmaura and Pragg and...
Well, I
Where is
don't...
Vidit, by the way? Oh, Vidit is not to be seen.
Yeah, maybe he went to the washroom. Or taking some rest.
Or maybe Vidit by spending time with Nidhi. He's not analyzing. Yeah, it's possible. He's just married recently. So he could
Vidit
be...
is there.
Where?
Here. Sitting there.
Where? I can't see him.
Yeah, he's right there. He just stood
No,
up.
he's standing.
Oh, he stood up. He stood up. Okay. Yeah. Amrita,
He's there.
but he went away now. I also feel some players just prefer the solitude, like being alone. We saw Gukesh doing that last time, but it didn't work out for him. So this time he was like...
Yeah, I mean, if we can understand how the other top players think and get an idea from their perspective of the starting moves, why not, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, you can, but sometimes it influences you in a way where then you cannot unthink it, right? By the way, look at this. There's a long shot here to just show you this entire playing venue.
Oh, we see Aditya there.
Yes. Guys, we will try to record it tomorrow, all the analysis that will happen. I love the inclusion of Nepo actually. He was not there in Weisenhaus and Arjun.
And of course, he brings in the different kind of energy with his play. He's very, very dynamic and aggressive. And we already saw with his game against Hikaru where he was really struggling. But he has the ability to keep the dynamism in the game going and was able to trick Hikaru in the end.
Look at how Magnus said the final words and then everyone got up.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, okay, let's figure out on the board. Sometimes you get some ideas, but have to then be careful whether you want to play that on the board or not. And now this time we are following Fabiano Caruana, who is going to play against Richard Rapport. Yeah, there you see them shaking hands. But I think the big clash is Gukesh versus Magnus Carlsen. And this is going to be a massive encounter. Harshit bhai, what is your take here? He goes G4.
Yeah. He's playing against the bishop on A8, obviously. He wants to make sure that the bishop on A8 does not come out. Yep.
But so good to see another move than F4.
Yeah, I was wondering if they would go C4 or B4, but they have gone G4 here. And look at Gukesh's response. He goes G6.
Oh, but then you know what is happening? Everyone went G4 now. Everyone.
Oh.
And he finds the best move in the position.
Hi, Magnus
Pawn to C4.
Carlsen
How is it
already
possible?
has a big advantage out of the opening, it feels.
But how is it possible?
How is what possible?
Like, how did he find this move C4?
My C4 is my first choice was C4, first move choice.
That's
And
because you play English, no?
Oh, and the point is if C5, bishop to E4. Oh my god.
Play B4.
And now the next idea is not only going to be to attack the pawn, but B4, opening up my rocket on A1, attacking the pawn on C5.
I think C6 he will play. But then his bishop on A8 is terrible.
Yeah, but then what do you say to your bishop on A8? Why was he not invited to the party?
Tomorrow. I mean, I could say something to the bishop, but you are right. The bishop won't be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, are we saying that this position is inherently better for white? Like it gives that one of those kind of freestyle position, I mean 960 positions.
No. It wasn't, because after G4 there were options like E6, but somehow
But look at the advantage, no? Bar is already very happy
Yeah,
with
yeah.
G4.
Yeah,
I
and
think
So
it's
then
and that's for sure something to think about. And like what I would propose is to play two games with both white and black, so that
yes.
there is no discrepancy with the fact that white sometimes can
but
really get
the
a
main
great
problem
position.
of that is that the one you
You've
play
already-
first time, someone
Yeah.
already knows.
But we don't
doesn't know.
analyze with the engine, so how do we know?
Just to
Back to
get
back.
the feel, no?
No,
Like if you
but
spend
what we
enough
can be
time,
done is Sagar, less time in the second game for white side. Something like that. There has to be some.
yeah, you can't find the perfect way somehow. Okay, we have the new bars updated, but look at the positions, Harshit bhai. 1.1, 1.1, 0.7, 1.2, 1. So it's clearly.
Yeah, but like you have like, but then
Oh.
if this is what black has to struggle with, then why why shouldn't black also get the opportunity to get a great starting position?
Yeah.
Yes.
This
Like-
is one of the most, and when you face Magnus here, that's even worse.
Yeah, I mean, just think about it, Amruta, that you play this position with black, and when you're white, you basically get a position where black is very comfortable. So, isn't it a bit unfair towards black?
Oh no, absolutely. I think last time also that's what I mentioned. There have to be two games back to back. Like I'm of clearly the same opinion.
Oh my god, after F4, it's more than +1 advantage, Amruta.
Yeah,
No,
and
I think this one, even if all people white win, like in general, it's more less to do with, you know, who is playing. Like Gukesh has a bad position or something. It's more to do with the position, starting position.
Exactly.
by the way, can I ask you a question? If black would go g5 here, what is the best move for white? Like g4, g5. It's an important thing to know because
Yeah,
otherwise,
what came to your mind, Amruta?
F4 or H4
Amruta
came
is
to mind.
spot on.
spot on, spot on.
Amruta spot on. H4 is the best move. Guys, do subscribe. Our goal of this tournament is to reach 2650 subscribers.
Yes, for now, just 2613800.
ये तो हो गया भाई.
भाई अभी हो 8 लोग बचे. 7 लोग आना है अभी.
कितने लोग देख रहे हैं लाइव 4K?
Mhm.
Why don't you put the live viewer का things अगर later?
Yes, I will. Today I tried, but it was not
Okay,
enough.
so live board में हुआ है.
So by the way,
H4.
H4 is the best move here because you can't go H6, I'll take, and you can't take, your queen is hanging.
Mhm.
That's a bit unfortunate. So C4, long castle F4, he goes F5, and now Magnus takes. In fact, even G5 would have been pretty good with the idea of H4 and gaining more space, but GF C5. Look at Magnus, what is he doing there? Pushing his C pawn. What? Why?
Because
Cramping
he
this.
wants to provoke black to go c6. That's his point. Because whenever black goes c6, the bishop on a8 is going to be like a big pawn on a8.
But I want my bishop to be defended and play b6 to attack your queen. Can I do it?
No,
How can I do it, Harshit bhai?
you cannot do it. I mean,
Make it happen, bhai.
Arre,
Make it happen. Kuch karo. Because this pawn which Magnus has pushed is effectively saying to this bishop, sorry, bye-bye.
Mhm.
This life is not meant for you. I mean, this game is not meant for your life.
Yeah, I mean, already not only does Magnus have a great position, he has 2 minutes advantage on the clock. At some point, he is going to push b4 when the bishop on a1 is protected. And
So he'll just play bishop c2 and b4. His bishop can attack here.
oh, let's say if I go a6 as black,
Yeah.
white goes bishop d3. What happens if e6, white to play?
Boom, bam, boom.
Exactly. Bishop takes a6, because now if b takes a6, the bishop on a8 is hanging and white is completely winning.
True.
c5 chosen. Okay, he's still thinking c6.
But it is the you want to go b6 and somehow hope.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's not great. Let's go to the other board with
Arjun.
Praggnanandhaa and Vidit, and then go to Arjun Nakmaura. But first Pragg and Vidit.
Yeah, white just goes e3, protecting the pawn on f4 because he wanted to go knight f3 in this position.
Yeah.
Yeah, before, like after queen h6, white obviously would have loved to go knight f3, but now the f4 pawn is hanging, so white goes e3, protecting the pawn on f4, and now he can go for knight to f3. So that was the thought process before white making this move e3.
So even Vidit doing very well with white here. And Amruta, you are very quiet right now.
No. I'm there, just observing.
Okay, by the way, let's go and check what
Arjun is doing. Exactly. It's always exciting to see what Arjun is doing, and look where he has gotten his queen.
Ajuba is swinging his queen from left to right. And there you see Arjun versus Hikaru Nakmaura. It was g4, c5, c4, and
b4.
b4 played.
What's the point? If c takes
C5,
b4, c5, and suddenly it feels as if whenever white gets the pawn on c5 with black bishop on a8,
Yes.
black is really struggling. Because we also saw Magnus doing
Yes.
this.
Yes, this
So
is very important, very important theme to
And
remember.
bishop c7 played by Hikaru, giving up the pawn on c5. Because if you take, he can go b6. Wow.
Wow.
Opening up his bishop on a8 and attacking the pawn on c5. So, of course, after b4, bishop c7, he went queen f3, p6, queen to a3 was played,
Crazy.
attacking the pawn on a7, cb4, And Arjun is thinking, but he has
No,
spent
he
a
took-
lot
he
of
took
time with his queen.
takes.
And knight f6. White's still doing very well if he finds this move f3.
Look at black has developed knight, bishop, this bishop, while white has played with his queen. It's very
And
interesting.
still white is better.
Yeah,
How
still
is
white.
it like it's so random?
Yeah. By the way,
Because the bishops
Gukesh
are also very
is,
well
is
placed,
in
no?
big
Here.
trouble according
why
to
I
our
think.
viewers, Amruta. You were saying
Okay.
something?
No, because no, let's go to Gukesh's. But that's what the position with white is already better for
Yeah, it's a tough
everyone.
position
It's
for
a
sure.
little
But
sad
Amruta,
for all the
let's
people with black
let's not
pieces.
delve on that because that's just part of the game. What to do?
100%.
Knight c7, knight bishop c2, knight f6, b4. Guys, Gukesh has not made a mistake. It's just that he got positionally outplayed.
I mean,
Even that is not the way, no? He
I
just
for sure he has
was-
made some positional mistake.
Like from 0.6, it has gone to 2.4.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen just like that.
Yes, like because if you think about it, both black's bishop on a8 and b8 are completely stuck. The
Yeah.
bishop on b8 is like kind of restricted by its own piece, the knight on c7, and the pawn on b7 stops the black bishop from coming. Whereas for white, this bishop is open. This bishop is also semi-open. It's just fantastic for white.
Yeah. No,
no, I think c6 was a game changer. You pointed out right.
I think long castle was a mistake, firstly. And then, I mean, he made many small inaccuracies here to reach here. And now, with Magnus, it's like you are just fighting an uphill battle. Like you just, it's going to be so tough to hold this.
Yeah, it's a +3 advantage. Oh my god.
Huge. Oh, we have a message from Cricket Outlook who says that he's just spoken to someone in NASA and they've promised that tomorrow the sun will be hidden behind the clouds.
Arey, thank you, bhai.
Cricket Outlook, thank you so much. Can it be done today also?
भाई इतना important call था भाई आज क्यों नहीं कर लिया भाई?
ये वेदर फोरकास्ट जैसा लग रहा है ना? क्लाउड जाएगा.
So what's the
But by
point?
the way, the IPL है ना? तो
Let's just
cricket.
think, yeah. Rook g1.
Hmm.
The queen cannot go to h8, of course, because this bishop is there. So you have to go to f7.
E6. Why not E6?
Yeah, or e6. Let's say you go to e6. I will do the same. I will go knight g5 because now I'm attacking not only the queen but the pawn on h7. It's very hard.
G6.
Yeah.
And maybe rook.
It's not like the game is over because I don't see the winning blow yet. I mean, +3 is shows, but
But I mean, if just think about it, I mean, you're basically playing two pieces down in this position.
true.
Like
That's important.
both my
Yeah.
bishops are on open diagonals. Your bishops are completely out of the game. I don't have to win directly.
Yeah.
I'll just play slowly.
Magnus Carlsen showing good understanding in freestyle chess.
I think these two bishops are red carded in football. बोलते हैं ना सागर भाई कि वो foul करने के बाद they have been sent out of the game.
Correct. Yeah, very, very bad position for black. Really not something that Gukesh should have wanted after scoring his first win in the previous round. Meanwhile, Hikaru seems to be fighting against Arjun. So he has no like completely lost position here with black. And Pragg against Vidit is also a fighting battle. So, I would say such positions perhaps really dangerous against someone like Magnus.
Well,
Because the rest of the players haven't been able to take full advantage of it.
but it was clear that white was the one
Yeah.
starting off with a small advantage. And it's not only in terms of objective evaluation, but more so about the practical evaluation because it was very hard for black to
But somehow
bring the
you
bishop
see
on
Pragg
a8 in
and
the
all
game.
have gotten a decent position, but still it's
Do you
tough.
really?
Yeah?
Would you really say so? Like, let's turn. Like, just think about it. The bishop on a8 is completely out.
I mean, I want to play b6, king b8, and c5.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's my idea.
b6, king b8, c5. Yeah.
I mean, just getting like if we look at Gukesh game now, if we just look at the sadness,
Oh
that
my god.
he's even gone b5 or what? Incredible.
I mean, bishop g7 is also coming.
What?
now.
Bishop g7? What a move. Yeah, it's just over.
In the span of
But this cannot happen in classical game, yeah? Like, I mean, a normal chess game. So this is one slight, obviously known con of chess 960 some positions.
But Amruta, think about it. Someone got a winning position. Arjun got a winning position against Magnus in 10 moves. Now Magnus got a winning position against Gukesh in 13 moves. Freestyle chess is really, really complex. Yeah, like it's so tough. Harshit bhai, are you reconsidering your decision to play Grenke? Or you want to play?
I mean, I obviously want to play and just experiment with the format because I've never played a tournament. But it's clear from looking at the games here
It can
that
happen to
anything can
anyone.
happen. Like, I mean, I can win in 10 games or I can even lose in 9 moves. Like, I mean, anything can happen.
I might not be surprised if Gukesh resigns here. 14 move loss to Magnus. Harshit bhai really thinking hard about Grenke, it seems.
It was going to be a super tough event. I mean, even by sitting here and trying to understand the various combinations and possibilities that are developing in a span of 6 to 7 moves, it's really going to be difficult to try and understand it over the board. So kudos to all the players trying to do that. अरे भाई, thank you.
किसको?
ये elephant लाने के लिए हमारे पास.
Yes.
वो क्यों लाया है साइड में बीच में क्यों लाया है वो उधर
Yeah, hello. Yeah, they actually, Amruta, put it for us. It's amazing, no?
Yeah.
It gives like a little bit of an Indian feel, Indian touch.
Ganesha type.
Okay, by the way, Gukesh is in big trouble, but he's fighting on. He has his exchange down, but he has a pawn for the exchange.
No, he's completely lost.
No, but he's fighting. Bishop b7, maybe then c5. Bishop opens up by. You never know. Anything can happen in life.
Yeah.
Let's go to Hikaru Nakmaura versus Arjun Erigaisi. Nice position here for Hikaru actually. He's fought back with black pieces. The main thing being bishops are active. I think bishops being active is the key in freestyle chess.
It's hard to go to that conclusion. In this position, I think it was key for the bishops to be active.
But in general, if you
Not,
can't
yeah, I do think bishops are playing a major
because
role.
knights
like
are
in the
much more
opening.
easier to handle. है ना?
वो suddenly jump मारते थे.
Like look at what Pragg is doing here. He's going here and he's going to cover c5.
Harshit, but do you like bishops more or knights? Or it depends.
I mean, in classical chess, I like bishops more. But
so then you have a slight advantage.
yeah, in classical chess, I definitely like bishops more. But in freestyle, I really do think that it's possible that in a starting position, a knight has higher value than a bishop.
By the way, Amruta.
Yes.
Did you have your dinner?
No, I'll have after this round.
Yeah,
immediately.
please have. This is a good round to have because here everyone's making a like everyone's just playing amazing chess.
Yes.
I mean, white pieces are just dominating.
What does it mean? This is a good round to have dinner.
Yeah, I mean,
Everyone
because
is
next
playing.
2 rounds could be like very intense. Like if you think about it in this game, it's not like we are what will happen. We just know that this is what is going to happen here. By the way, Harshit bhai, can we just go and snatch the pawn?
Yes.
not?
I was. You definitely can capture that pawn on a7 because it also weakens black's king a little bit. Like the pawn on a7 is definitely a pawn that
This looks
would defend black's king. But with that gone, I think that
looks great.
yeah, this looks quite good. And he still has quite some time. I mean, he has 4 minutes, which is just slightly less than 50% of the clock. So still he has quite a lot of time to figure out the details.
Should we also look at what the leader of the tournament is
Yes,
doing?
Nodirbek. He's playing against Jan. And Jan is actually, I mean, black has 2 bishops, but with those rooks on g7 and g1, I think that Jan is the one who's pressing a little bit. Or you disagree?
Yeah, I think in general, Little bit with that bishop on g7 and pawn on h6, but Nodirbek can now start playing on the queen side.
Exactly, and he has two bishops. So if all the pieces get exchanged, black is going to have these slight advantage, because at some point he might go d5, potentially even d4, taking advantage of the pawn on f4.
Joy is saying Vidit wedding inspired Sagar to renew the vows. Carrying Sagar brownie points.
Little bit, guys. I saw like so many husbands better than me there in terms of the way they would care for their better half. So I got a bit inspired.
Wow.
Yes, Arjit bhai. By the way, Fabi is getting his first victory here.
Wow.
And
He's completely winning.
Look at again this bishop, push, queen, unhappy. But he takes on h4.
h4, which really drops the evaluation a lot.
Yeah, because it's take, knight takes, and then later the rook will get active via the h file. So
it's not over yet.
Yeah,
he's
Fabi,
much better, but it's not over yet.
This is what many people say, right? When you are not playing well, you keep on second guessing yourself. And that's exactly what's happening to Fabi.
Can we check Pragg with this game? What was happening there?
Has Gukesh made a small comeback? Bishop b7, rook b1, c5. And his bishop is like saying, life is feeling good. Breathing.
Sunlight is coming. Sunlight. Let's go. You guys are getting d3 as the chat said. b12 bas.
At some point, black can consider going rook d8 now and potentially push c4 to put pressure on this pawn maybe.
But it's not lost. Like we thought that it would be like over very soon.
I completely thought it.
And he's also going down on the clock now. So Gukesh knows that his position is not so good, but he's trying to play fast so that he can put pressure on Magnus's clock. But rook c1, like when you play this move rook b1 and your opponent goes c5, it's really difficult to agree that you've made a mistake and come back rook c1. But this is what Magnus is really good at. He's very objective about the position. And he's like, yes, I did go rook b1, but मुझे लगता है कि मेरा rook c1 पे अच्छा था, so he comes back rook c1. That's a very nice quality.
Right. By the way, Gukesh defends that pawn on c5 with bishop d6. And yeah, we'll come back to this game in a bit. Let's go to Arjun Erigaisi versus Hikaru Nakmaura. Here we see Arjun with the white pieces in some trouble now because Hikaru has settled his knight on the beautiful c5 square.
And the pawn on c4, it feels like white has gotten this Maroczy position. But whenever we have a Maroczy position, we always have this pawn on b3 which protects our pawn on c4. And now after knight a5, we no longer have that luxury because this pawn is hanging. If you move the knight, the bishop on b2 is going to be under attack by these two pieces on the a1 h8 diagonal. If you move the knight, ye pawn bhi h4 ka mar raha hai, so it's actually not that easy.
Not at all.
This happened in the game. Knight a5, knight e3.
Yeah.
Bishop c6.
Bishop c6, getting Arjun a chance.
5. Can you go knight d5?
But
which one?
Which knight d5? If you go this knight, ye mar raha hai. If you go this knight, तो ये bishop mar raha hai.
But queen से मारेंगे.
नहीं मारेगा. Sorry. Queen h8 पे भी है. अरे
Sorry?
Oh. Queen is there.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So after bishop c6, it's quite crucial to take this bishop away from the diagonal so that we can go knight to d5.
Or f4. How is f4?
f4, e4 is maybe hanging.
Actually, still the pin is there. That's why. Oh, it's irritating. Yeah, so bishop a3.
Bishop c6, bishop a3 is a must right now for Arjun, and he has 1 minute 20 seconds to figure that out.
But once you understand the pin is very, very annoying, you will try to get out of it, right?
Yes, but the thing is like, on the other hand, when you go bishop a3, you also take out a defender of the c3 knight. So it's not that intuitive to go bishop a3. Because in general, does white really want to give away this bishop? The answer to that is no. However, you just want to go bishop a3 to have the ability to move your knight on d5. And this is what is very hard to understand right now when you're playing with the white pieces.
And he has only 40 seconds. Arjun Erigaisi in trouble here.
Mhm.
He has to move quickly. Meanwhile, Praggnanandhaa versus Vidit Gujrathi. We have this position where Pragg is getting better. Slowly and steadily.
Mhm.
He has won a pawn on H2. Maybe.
But there is no Gukesh one, yeah, that's
Yeah,
why.
By the way,
One.
Pragg is 2 out of 3, right?
Yeah.
Or 1 out of 3.
Pragg is 2 points.
Pragg is 1 out of 3.
1.
Vidit is also 1 out of
One.
3, which
Pragg
means
lost 2. Oh, MBL, he lost. Oh.
that if he wins this game, it's going to put Vidit in a really tough spot to qualify, because Vidit is 1 out of 3. If he loses this, it will take him
I
to
mean,
1 out of
whoever
4.
loses
is-
will be in tough spot.
It will be in a very tough spot to qualify.
I think Magnus was saying you need 50% score to qualify.
Yes, but with being 1 out of 4, you are -2. Very, very tough to
Yeah, then you
come
have
back.
to win 2 more games.
Yeah.
By the way, Gukesh is now, I think, losing, yeah?
Yeah, Gukesh is worse once again.
Oh wow, knight g5. Very powerful move found by Magnus, eliminating the defender of the c5 pawn. Yeah. And now after knight g5, even knight takes c5 might not be completely crazy. Oh, it's the only move. Wow. And now what knight is going to give some disco threat somewhere.
Which is an easy move, actually, right?
No, because after knight g5, rook g5, you actually allow black to go queen h1 check, and suddenly black is the one who's winning. So knight g5 it was not that easy of a decision for Magnus, because after knight takes, knight g5, knight c5 only move.
Yeah. But I think he'll find it because the rook on the c file will attack the king.
Mm-hmm.
The b7 bishop is hanging. The queen is well placed. It looks bad.
Yeah.
Harshit bhai,
Yes.
the heat is crazy, yeah?
Bye.
Yeah, it feels like वहाँ पे ज़्यादा summer है. Like I'm in Mumbai.
No,
but-
Amrita, this is insane, yeah? Like Weisenhouse was
Yeah, but-
super cold. Suddenly
Aur yahan pe
Paris is
garmi.
like, I can't believe,
Like-
this is the most dangerous place I've commentated until now. It's like the
But
sun is...
once again, whose laptop it is? Laptop will get very heated. It's not a good thing. हाँ? कितना है गर्म?
Hopefully we will survive, but
Arre bye.
नहीं तो you need to take at least the cooling fan for the laptop, huh?
buttons in my life in general.
Oh, bye. Oh. But this is gone, yeah? Exchange down and yeah.
Who? Pragg with it, right?
Yes.
So Pragg is winning against Vidit. And I think a much needed victory for Praggnanandhaa. It's just that in this entire battle, I think Pragg found the
Best move
Vidit
there.
actually gave up material because he was like
Because the thing is that you cannot allow black to capture on g4 with the like you cannot exchange the queens, because then the h pawn is going to be impossible to stop, thanks to this bishop on c6 which controls this h1
Yeah.
square. So
it's the tail of that bishop in this position.
yeah,
How good is that bishop?
it's cb5 and bishop e5 check is it's Pragg who's going to take this
Finito.
one home. Yep, finito la comedy.
Filito lato modi.
Lato modi.
You
Oh.
can put. Oh, by the way, the game is over. But you can put some cold water on your hand. Just थोड़ा ये होता है उससे.
By the way,
Salmon.
Caruana won Amrita finally after 3 losses.
Oh, you
Yeah.
won. Oh,
Yes.
with whom?
Against Richard Rapport.
Richie,
So
Richie.
Got it.
it's
And
going
you know what, Sagar? He played really well with Magnus. Harshit analyzed the game. It was at one moment where he slipped.
By the way, Joy Datta says April 2025 officially completed 5 years of following CBI
Wow.
stream. Thank you for all the
Oh.
memories. You guys feel like family. Looking forward to many more such core memories. Thank you, Joy. I still remember the first time when you sent messages on first the mail, like first on chat, then on the mail, then we responded back. Then we met in Delhi once.
wow.
So it's been very nice journey. Thank you for being so supportive.
And thanks to everyone watching, because Very recently, I was hosted by Sachin Ranade in New York, who also was a big follower of Chessbase India. And you know, the family, like the chess community, is so strong and helpful. Like I was there for 3 days, and I was like taken excellent care of. Like I had a great time in New York, and I think that this just goes to show that like how amazing of a community you've built through Chessbase India.
I think all of us together. It's just us, players, everyone. Just by the way, Harshit bhai,
Mm-hmm.
it feels to me that Gukesh may not be completely out of the game. You know, he's fighter. He's fighting.
He is
He's
fighting.
telling Magnus that, hey, Magnus, you're just one pawn up for the time being.
Oh, a lot of results just came in, by the way.
Vincent lost.
Vincent lost to Vashir. He's not doing so well in this event so far. And Praggnanandhaa was completely winning. So he
beat
managed
Vidit.
to win that game.
And now we have focus on this game, Gukesh Magnus, and the other one is, of course, Hikaru versus Arjun, where we have a very even
Complex.
position.
I think we should stay
Anything
to that
can
game.
happen.
Let's stay with this game. 20 seconds
Why I
for
want
Arjun.
to stay with Gukesh Magnus
Gukesh-
also.
But that game, Magnus is going to win.
Are you sure?
Not necessary.
Are you
It's
sure,
going
Harshit
on
bhai?
a
Look
fight.
at this. The advantage is gone to 0.1, 0.5 and
Oh,
if
but
Ma-
queen and knight is a better combination.
But yeah,
I mean,
Magnus is very good at endgames.
A pawn up is the best combination.
Will he exchange or will he keep for perpetual ideas?
No, I think you
You
have to
can't
keep
take,
the
you can't
queens on the
take.
board.
The bishop versus knight endgame would be lost, Amruta.
Mm-hmm.
But then where do you go with your queen?
Check.
Because okay, now queen h2, queen g2 check, king
King
e3.
e3.
Oh, and a queen knight and the black white
And
king.
I will even go king f4, king g5, and
Okay, then let's go to Arjun game because we are pretty sure that
yes,
that Gukesh is in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But Arjun may be able to
I
beat
think
Hikaru.
exactly, and he's on 2 out of 3. So if he wins this, he potentially might join the leaders. So I think this has a huge impact in terms of the standings right now. E5, fantastic move by Arjun, opening up the bishop on b1,
Bhai,
threatening
kya hi
rook takes g6.
Crazy move. So if d5, I think rook
Rook
g6.
g6 is already big trouble for
C6 is hanging.
Hikaru. He's thinking after e5, 14 seconds from him. I think this is going to be very exciting. He's not sure. Knight e7 played, but that's not the best move.
E6. Push karo.
Push karo, pawn ko. E6 very important move. Knight d5 मारा तो maybe we can just take with a c pawn. Rook से
Sure,
check
sure.
भी आ जाएगा.
Yeah, definitely. Knight goes
Played.
back. And that is a blunder.
Oh,
he finds
e6 के बाद queen c3 was
Queen
over.
c3 was such a good move
But it
because
was
if queen takes queen, can we just
intermediate
go?
check.
There's no king coming to d7.
And now takes. Instead, they have no time. This is the live position. 20 seconds for Arjun. Let's try to analyze this position क्योंकि king is weak, but we have a pawn on e6.
Yeah, and these are the types of position Arjun excels in, which are a little bit weird. Look at this move. Amazing move. Threatening, I think, a huge queen a8 check.
Absolutely. Also stopping black from giving this nasty queen h1 check. A multi-purpose move, not only attacking but also defending. This is incredible resource
King
found by
b8
King
is the
b8.
best move found by Hikaru Nakmaura. How about
Oh, and now rook g7, which looks tempting, doesn't really make
e7
because
by
this
the
is
way?
protected.
Queen takes e7.
f5 played. What a move! What a move! His king is in the center,
Yeah.
but Arjun is like, no problem. I'm going to push my pawn on f5 and promote.
Because there's no check,
Rook
you know,
e8.
queen g4, no, queen h1,
Arjun
no.
is much better now.
But what to do next? Should we push the rook up? Rook c3?
Bishop
Should we go
e1
king
there.
e2? Very tough.
Rook
He goes
c2.
Rook c2.
Very good move. Just going to
Yes.
bring this rook in the game. He's playing really good
He's
chess.
actually outplaying Hikaru in this complicated
Rook
position.
Yeah.
Which is Arjun's forte actually.
It is also Hikaru's forte. So it's
Yeah.
actually incredible to see that they're going neck to neck and Arjun is the one who's racing forward.
Let's see
Rook
if he
f2,
can
yeah, he
reach
stops
the
queen
finish
f1
line.
check.
Rook
He stops
f2
queen f1.
stops all sort of checks. Also at some point ready to push this pawn to f6, f7. Knight a4 played. And if you guys are
Bishop
thinking if
e4.
bishop
Oh,
e4, that would be
Oh,
what
check!
Hikaru wants. Check.
Sorry.
नहीं allow कर सकते.
No, just trade queens now. Queen f3.
King e1.
Oh my god.
Not so accurate,
He's
but
back.
guys,
He's back.
he's back, but they only have a few seconds to play with right now.
Hikaru has to give queen e3 check. Not easy, guys.
Not easy at all.
Can
I
you go knight c3 also? Like, is it a good idea?
Knight c3 is a good move. Maybe queen f3 could
No,
be
not
possible.
c3.
Because after queen takes, rook takes, I am losing this bishop, but rook b3 traps it again.
Okay.
Crazy sequence. Queen
Oh, he played
c3
queen
check.
c3 check.
Now queen d2 coming back here, offering a trade of queens could be a good idea, because if you go king f1, then there is check and you might lose your important bishop
Yes.
here.
Even this is still complex, but oh, queen a1, queen c1, knight c5. A lot of moves have happened. Now again, black is threatening a nasty knight d3 check. If you push f6, knight d3 check would be lights out. Because if bishop takes, queen is hanging on
But
c1.
that's not going to happen.
Queen
Harshit
c2
bhai.
played. 20
And at
seconds.
some point, there can be a sack, yeah,
By
from
the
black
way,
Oh,
with
d5,
the
oh
two
my God.
pawns.
Very good move by Hikaru, and very quickly checking what is up with Gukesh and Magnus. It seems like Magnus is winning here.
This was overall.
Queen
This
endgame.
was very hard for Gukesh to defend. I mean, now he's also going to lose the e7 pawn, and against someone like Magnus,
But you keep fighting. You don't
Actually, you
accept
know,
a draw.
queen endgames. Like out of all the endgames, I think queen endgames is something that Magnus is the strongest at. I have noticed this. Like he really knows how to centralize the queen and how to avoid the perpetual
But how? I think it has to do a lot with his intuition.
intuition. Yes. Oh my
By
God.
the way, huge blunder by Arjun, just dropping the f5 pawn with a check. And Hikaru is like, what? What? Takes on f5, and Arjun is completely stunned there.
God.
Just when we thought that Arjun would put a lot of pressure, look at Hikaru. He knows that he's done the job. He's winning now. So another bad, this is a very, very bad round for Indians. 3 losses. it
Pragg
seems.
lost.
Pragg,
Gukesh is
Gukesh,
losing.
and this is
Oh,
over.
sorry, Vidit lost. Sorry, not Pragg. Pragg defeated Vidit. So Vidit lost.
No, Gukesh lost, Arjun lost. I mean, Gukesh is losing.
But Arjun was
resigned.
in such a great form, and last round he lost. I mean, I think he also lost some momentum, but here he was white, which was a favorable color for the opening, and we did not expect this happening at all.
Yeah, I agree with you. But Gukesh is fighting hard. He's hoping against hope to give a perpetual to the White King. The White King is hoping to...
Just convert his extra advantage or exchange the queens. Because if you exchange the queens, pawn up in the king pawn endgame will be completely winning. So this is the storyline. White is currently up 2 pawns, but in queen endgames, we always have some chances.
Yeah.
But yeah, not with Magnus.
Hi, Garmi.
I think you should,
Oh,
guys,
Gana hai na?
yeah, please
Hi,
iske
Garmi.
baad figure out something, because the energy which is sapping is insane. Sagar, you already are. I mean,
भाई,
पानी
थोड़ा
पियो,
apple देना
please
भाई.
stay hydrated, यार.
एप्पल खाओ सागर भाई आप.
पानी तो पी रहा हूँ कब का भाई.
एनर्जी आएगा थोड़ा भाई, आप एप्पल खा लो.
वो एडम थोड़ी है. Sagar, you're not feeling well. Take some break.
I think during the analysis of the players, we can keep that analysis
Yeah.
on, and
Yeah, you can just put the
we can
thing
quickly
on.
go
You
and
can
eat something.
You can eat something, but I need to tell the organizers to help us.
Yes.
I think they will.
Maybe right now only you can go, Sagar, and tell the organizers. Don't worry about.
Yeah, I just want to finish this game.
Ah.
And there's a... Bhai, you can go ahead.
Tell them.
Sebastian अगर है.
पानी भी पी लो. Okay, because King F4.
Amruta.
You know, Magnus versus Gukesh, another queen endgame happened in Norway. That was 2 years back, and Gukesh defended it brilliantly. So that did end in a draw. But
Gukesh is
here the
fighting, but
question
Amruta,
is
Queen endgames against Magnus are the toughest.
impossible. Toughest. I would even say that this is no chance that Magnus will mess this up. Like absolutely zero chance. But yeah, a good thing is that from the opening, which favored white, to still get to a queen end game and almost have a game going on, which we thought would end very, very quickly, is still shows amazing fighting spirit on
Agreed.
the board. And maybe, yeah.
Oh, check and Queen H4. Actually, GH4 also you can take. And Magnus in such moments always takes the right decisions. GH4 was the better one.
And you know what? Magnus is good at queen endgames, and generally queen endgames are very tough to prepare. Like you cannot have a specific positions. Like rook endgames, there is a theoretical things. Queen endgames is just some ideas, some concepts. But there you are, it's over. Magnus beats Gukesh, and he's trying to understand. I think maybe about the opening.
Gukesh is saying my
guess.
bishop on a8 never got to play. What should I have done? Very tough actually. C5.
Yes, Sagar, go and don't sit in the
C4.
sunlight right now for some time. Once the game starts, you come and join again.
Yeah.
For now, I think you should take some break to figure out. It's going to be the last round, no?
No, 2 more today. 6 rounds.
Okay.
What happened in Nepo Nodirbek? Oh, it's still going on, Amruta.
Oh,
Let's
acha.
check. It's a draw. Unless
it's
Nodirbek
a-
wants to play this.
I think Nodirbek wants to, but he has only 13 seconds.
Oh no,
Then why
Amruta.
would he want to actually?
Because there is this outside passer, and I think
H
Nodirbek
pawn.
has some chances, even though the material is equal.
No way, because all the pawns are on, wait, on dark square. Okay. He can create a B passer and H passer, which are very far away.
Yeah.
The bishop on E6 stops the D4 and F4. So at least he can put pressure. That's sure. Like though opposite colored bishop and equal pawns, it's not a position to agree for a draw.
True.
A fighter will fight. Sagar, I think you should not sit in the sunlight right now when you
Oh, it's
have an
okay, it's
option for
okay.
some time. Blindfold बैठ जाओ नहीं तो. Use green screen as a curtain. Bishop D8. But he stopped H4, and for H4 to have. Oh wow.
Look at this. We have
It's happened
So
some
cool.
results.
just they were analyzing.
He won, yeah.
Yeah, Magnus. But there is a big battle going on between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Overlay change.
But it's an opposite color endgame, which obviously increases the drawing tendency, but
I think Pragg has some hopes here to try for a win because this is an outside passer. The bishop is stopping both the pawns. You can also try and create passer on the other side. Some hope to play for a win.
yes.
तुम लोग एक दूसरे को टोपी पहना सकते हो.
Yeah, I think the point is that this pawn is opposite color.
A5 is a good move.
Yeah, and also like the point is that at some point this bishop can just sacrifice itself for this H pawn.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be a draw. So I think A5 secures the draw for white.
Sakar says rook endings are really hard. Ju Arjun lost game 2 in Women's World Championship.
What happened
20 games
today
away.
in game 4? Can someone tell us? In game 4, it was 1.5. What happened in game 4?
Oh.
Draw हुआ.
Tan
says
Zhongyi
Hans.
Draw.
might have won, yeah, again.
No, it's round 2.
Draw.
No.
We have so many people.
Yeah, it's 2-2.
Hard fought draw, says Himank.
By the way, Amrita, right now we can see a lot of players being unhappy with how they are playing in the tournament. Outside, you can see them, all those who have lost their games, to be quite unhappy because draw.
Yeah, no, Hikaru.
He won, but I mean,
Yeah.
there are everywhere you can see outside, like
Yeah.
players are a little bit.
No, but this schedule is very tough. No, 6 rounds of
Yeah.
rapid in one day is a lot, I think.
Yeah, true.
It's too tough. In my opinion, I think 4 rounds is good enough.
4-4-4, 3 days.
4-4-4-6 is too much.
Now somehow.
Okay, no chance. No, now no chance. Okay. Kimaya,
No.
I'm not there at Damji. Tomorrow, definitely not. But maybe day after or 10th, 11th, I could try. Let me know if you're going to be there.
Yeah, and although it feels like black is 2 pawns up right now, it's
Yeah, it's not
it's
gonna
it's going to be a draw because at some point white can push f7, and when bishop f7, king takes b5, and it will be a draw. It feels much better now, I think.
Yeah.
The
I don't know what happened. Maybe the door.
should be open. That's the key.
Yes. And then we
But
cannot
you
shout,
guys
no,
cannot
right?
change the table
Can we
angle,
shout like
yeah?
this? Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't think anyone.
अच्छा सुनो ना टेबल एंगल नहीं चेंज कर सकते हो
हाँ कल करेंगे.
कल करेंगे, उनको बोला मैंने.
कल हम टेबल
अच्छा.
एंगल चेंज करेंगे.
कल करेंगे got it.
Let's talk with the chat.
चैट आप बोलो यार, क्या NBA फुटबॉल क्रिकेट
chat.
व्हाट आर यू वाचिंग?
पूरा सुपर चैट करो तो फिर we'll able to
Sagar bhai, on
Pragg versus
Wednesday.
Arjun bhai.
On Wednesday,
Yes.
we have a game in Paris, PSG versus Aston Villa.
Yes, and I believe you are going there.
I don't know yet, but
Harshit bhai, once he makes up his mind, he just says, I would love to go. And then tickets just come from somewhere.
Arre. Unclear if that will happen, but that would be the best experience of my life if that
Really?
happens.
This much?
I mean,
Then I will find ticket for you.
if I go with that person.
Ah, that person. I thought you wanted to just see the match.
वो तो मैच तो होता रहेगा.
Joy Datta says Sagar and Harshit bhai inspired by Jadoo. Too much dhoop.
That was a good
Keymer
one.
says studying. Yeah, very good. Keymer says studying for last exam simultaneously. अरे और कितने एग्जाम देने हैं? अच्छा नहीं सीए का एग्जाम. Yeah, so everyone in the chat are generally studying for some exam. कोई ना
My
कोई रहता ही है.
musing
Board
says-
exam फिर.
Amruta, nahi, Gopal says it's only 17 degrees in Paris. It is 17 degrees, but the sun is
In
Sun.
the commentary box, it is I think maybe 32 now. More than Mumbai.
मतलब इतना अभी I need to go to Norway, I think, so that I don't get sunlight.
Wow. Harshit bhai also manifesting PSG versus Aston Villa, then Norway. What else, Harshit bhai?
There is no limit in life to what you can do, I feel.
Also, you might say like, I am feeling lonely here.
I should manifest it somehow.
We have Sarthak Basu in the chat. He says this is Swarnava Biswas this side. I am grateful to CBI to take my interview. Chess has been great entertainment for my Air-1 in gate.
अरे किधर है ये?
He's in the
Swarnava.
chat.
What's
Sarthak.
his name?
Swarnava
Swarnava.
Biswas.
No, but what is his ID?
Sarthak Basu.
Yeah, Swarnava Biswas is the gate AIR1.
Oh my god,
Yes.
that is insane.
He was first rank in India and he's a rated chess player.
Wow. That's
And
simply
chess, I
fascinating.
think, helped him to be a first rank.
Someone said watch the El Clasico. Arre bye.
हाँ भाई, El Clasico,
El Clasico is
Real Madrid versus Manchester United. बराबर?
close.
Real Madrid versus Real Madrid तो है ही versus
Barcelona, baby.
Barcelona baby.
Harshit bhai very excited right now.
तो वो बार्सिलोना जो
It's basically like मतलब the Ashes जो होता था series England
हाँ.
Australia New
इंडिया ऑस्ट्रेलिया इंग्लैंड.
Australia England, the same like Barcelona versus Madrid, like it's a huge matchup,
Right.
and it was much bigger when Ronaldo was in Madrid and Messi was in Barca.
जॉय सिंह हर्षित भाई की शादी करवा दो कंटेंट ही कंटेंट मिलेगा. हाँ अभी बस वही रह गया है सारे चेस प्लेयर्स की
Content
शादी
is
करो.
everywhere. We can't publish it. That's the problem. Content. We have much more. We are just not able to edit.
Darren says managing studies chess and IPL. भाई कितना करेगा तू? ठीक है. तुम लोग look guys, अब भी आज के लिए 2 rounds are there. You cannot be sitting 2-3 hours in the sunlight.
No, now
So
it's
what-
fine. Now it's fine.
What can we do?
Now we
Now
are
it's
happy.
okay, yeah.
Should we look at the pairings and standings for the next round?
Oh, are the players
Yeah, no,
analyzing, by the way?
I
No,
also
all
want to
players are
read
here.
the comments in between because we don't
Oh,
get
it's a
to
break,
see.
I think, now.
Huh?
Right, right.
It's a small break,
हाँ
I
तो
think.
maybe you can go out, eat something, खाना खा के आओ थोड़ा बहुत.
ठीक है अमृता,
When the
we'll put you on the big screen then.
No, we can just put the
चलेगा.
standings.
Street
We can
back.
put the
I'm
standings.
Amrita,
here.
why don't you
No,
go and
I'm
eat
here.
something?
After in the next round, I'm taking a break.
No, go.
No, we can put the standings and just come back in 5 minutes. Coming back.
हाँ. No, but I am here. No, you can go. You guys.
No, you can
go.
also take a break, Amrita.
No, but I want to talk to the chat. I don't get to talk to the chat, Sagar.
Okay,
Arre.
Amrita. Sure.
मेरा फुल स्क्रीन मत करना मेरा. वो वही बोर्ड रखना और तुम लोग जाना.
ऐसे रख सकते हैं?
Shruti says I was thinking
Half off.
of getting
भाई
Guki.
तुम कहाँ हो?
भाई मैं तो नहीं हूँ.
तुम दोनों भी जा रहे हो ना?
हाँ जा रहे हैं. But first we showed the standings. Nodirbek is right now leading. 3.5. Magnus is right behind him. MVL. Hi, at this point we have only 3 Indians who are in top 8.
Mm-hmm.
And we also have Vincent, Caruana, Richard and Vidit, all 4 on 1 points.
Mm-hmm.
So actually the race for top 8 is going to be very, very strong, yeah, in the last 2 rounds, right? Because it's also indicative, no? Like who are in top 8 right now have high chance of finishing in top 8 until tomorrow.
Yes, but with 2 rounds to go, I think we can see a big change in the standings.
True.
Because
I mean, if someone wins 2 games
Exactly.
at the bottom, they
Suddenly
will get
goes to
into
50%,
3rd
yeah.
or 4th place.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a very strong event, guys. You cannot really expect free points here. It's very tough to score even 1 point in this field. And it's nice that no one is on 0 now. And round 5 pairing, Harshit bhai, players are going inside. I think this is your only chance to take a break. If you don't take now, then it will again start.
What about you?
I'm fine. I feel good. I want to also be with Amrita for some time.
अरे
अच्छा, you want me to go?
नहीं भाई नहीं भाई
कबाब में हड्डी.
ऐसे क्या कर रहे हो भाई? Look at Harshit bhai. If I didn't want Harshit bhai, it's very easy. Just edit him out on the screen. We have no problem.
Harshit bhai with the Nike t-shirt, yeah, green color. I think your
Gosh.
sister gifted, no? She works in Nike.
Your sister works in Nike. बोल रही, she gifted you this
Yes,
t-shirt.
yes.
Oh wow. OP.
Yeah.
Twisha OP.
Yeah, I'm blessed to have this sister.
I
क्या
thought
बात
you're blessed to have a Nike t-shirt because of so
A Nike t-shirt was needed to make Harshit bhai feel blessed. भाई ऐसे नहीं रहता है. Just love non-transactional. Like even if she doesn't give
No,
Nike.
so I said I'm blessed to have my sister. I didn't say anything else.
नहीं, but you said only when we talked about Nike t-shirt. Okay, here are the pairings by the way. Gukesh, Caruana. Oh, Nakmaura versus Magnus.
And
Crazy.
Pragg Arjun.
Pragg Arjun. Vincent Vidit.
And
Nodirbek
for sure.
MVL.
That's the
ठीक है
leader.
चलो सब break लेके आते हैं.
Rapport Nepo. Wow. Okay, time to take a break, guys. See you all in like few minutes. We are going to show you this what is going on. Oh, Rahul Ghoshal, are you having good food in Paris, Sagar bhai? अभी एक ही दिन हुआ है राहुल भाई.
अभी आएगा और.
हाँ. जा रहे हो
ठीक
भाई
है.
उधर अच्छा है खाने को.
हाँ ठीक है standings रख दो तो
एक मिनट स्टैंडिंग नहीं. I'll put the full screen में जो लोग वो एनालिसिस करते हैं ना.
हाँ जब भी आएंगे तब पता चलेगा.
10.
करेक्ट. गुड आइडिया. यहाँ पे पता चलेगा.
हाँ.
रखा. हाँ वो वाला था इसके पहले. ये भी चलेगा because we'll see the drawing of lots.
Players, you can start taking
ठीक है
your
जरा जाके आओ
seats.
बेटे ये शुरू हो रहा है जल्दी जल्दी. अरे तुम लोगों को म्यूट करना था खुद को. Shruti is saying I was thinking of getting Guki meets Chespa book for my niece who is just 2 years old. Might be too early for her, but I don't want to risk it. In case it gets no, it won't get out of stock because we'll make sure we'll have a lot of people are interested in the book. So don't worry, Shruti. But if she's 2 years old, maybe Chespa Adventure Park would be the best one.
Welcome back. There are 2 rounds to go. You saw the standings behind me there for a second, so we're ready to draw the next position. And it's my big pleasure to call to the stage to assist me former world champion Rustam Kasimjanov. Give him a round of applause. Thank you so much, Rustam. Position 826. The players will have 10 minutes. Back to the studio.
Probably a 44 D4. That's it, right? You want to go? I think that everybody wants to play D5 against D4. What?
It's knight on d3 will be nice.
Yeah. If you got the advanced structure with the knight on D3, it should be very strong. No, but I think generally the advance is most of the time very, very strong. F6? D4? D4?
Takes on knight g6.
D3.
Yeah, should be fine.
Okay, that's the position there, guys, on the board. This time,
Okay, yeah.
and normally we see the bishops together most of the time. Knights are separated over here. Are they analyzing f4? No. So that's a great news.
Now you can take
Too much of f4 we have
it.
seen.
Doesn't feel too.
Voice too low.
E4,
Is it?
E4, I think it's just very, very good.
अरे श्रीखंड तुम्हारा नाम में श्रीखंड रहेगा तो खाने का मन हो जाएगा ना. Oh, and the chat was talking, but guys, wait a second. I hope missed some messages. There's so much to talk about after attending Vidit's wedding. I'm sure that one of the moment we will talk about it. It was a lot of fun. Oh, their voices too. You can maybe I'll be silent so that you can hear them.
But then we have D4.
Yeah,
exactly.
Now we're. What is this actually? It feels very weird, yeah?
Okay, this can't really work. Five?
No, 5.5.
This for a second.
Yeah, also.
You have to.
Yeah, I mean, I just said this also. The queen to 5. I mean, is black getting the pawn
Also, I
back up?
don't know after ED how is it here. So maybe 6 and then.
Yeah.
That's not there, 6 6 moment.
For white?
No, for me. 6 is an empty.
Yes.
Whatever, knight G3.
Yeah, that's
Any
true.
string.
Is this so good? Queen
queen d5, knight f4. Black action, c4.
I mean, yeah, it's nothing. But I mean, I thought the advance was a4, e6, d4. e5. So it's knight goes d3, b3. It should be very nice.
e4, d5, queen h5, e6.
Sorry, what? Ah, queen h7, knight e7.
Queen h7, knight g6. Queen g8, queen h4.
Wait, what? Wait, you're going for...
No, I want knight e7, no?
No, but I have f4, f5.
Yeah, f4. f4, queen h2?
f5, knight e7.
Knight e7.
Yeah, but f...
Yes. f4.
Call the third queen h2. I have h2. Force you to take this.
It's better to have the pawn on f4, no? Knight g3. Queen g1.
I go f5. Or even knight e2 first.
No, knight e2, queen h2.
No, but why go for this?
Maybe we win here, no? Somehow. Just take on it. Knight e2. Yeah.
No, this might be winning for white, right? Because queen h8 is...
I'm not sure. Queen h8 also its only piece. No, but okay.
No, but you knight e2 and queen h8.
No, I'm not sure, but this is the only way to kind of justify it now. Otherwise,
We don't care about the h1. We play f6 here.
Yeah,
Bishop's better on d7.
Because you should take and...
maybe. But then this is complete nonsense for white.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so maybe e4 is not...
Okay, so here's other moves. Okay, let's say f4, g4. Okay, g4 we can just mimic. a4 we can just... Okay, if a4 move 1...
But why do we have to mimic g4? g4 does nothing. Just play d5, right?
I don't know, just whatever.
Okay, so
play
one
knight
d4.
g3, prepare knight g3, bishop g2, just another concept. Like d4, e3, I don't know, something. Okay, let's say d4 move 1.
So a4 will play a5?
A4, e5, you have better to meet.
This looks fine, huh?
Just the knight g3, maybe. Knight g3. Maybe if you want c4, yeah.
Yeah, we can play knight d6, I guess.
You can even play e6.
I mean, maybe a5 there.
I don't mind e6. Just e4? Yes, but this would be always take some queen h4 ideas, yeah. But then okay, this
No.
is crap, free. Here is crap.
Oh, I thought taken bishop c6.
Okay, what's on knight d6?
Yes, 4 cards.
f3 we can even go f5.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, makes sense.
f3, 5 e4, then takes e4. Yeah, okay.
That's
fine.
And knight
g5, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know the
This looks nice. I don't know. It feels like black has some chances. e4, f4. Is this not good for us?
Why did we take? On g3?
I just lost that.
No, that's e4. No, this is also cool.
Okay, yeah, this is good.
I think e4 is pretty good.
Okay, let's check a4, d5, yeah, like...
Okay, I am kind of curious if white does take c4, like how do we just...
Just one more player here.
So do it. Maybe then we can go e5 here.
Queen e5. I thought
Yeah, I know, and then just keep on like knight b6,
Yeah.
then knight b6.
Okay, but this is a real, I don't know.
I mean, it's cool.
Bishop d6 is it?
Bit too ambitious, but who knows? I mean, why did it develop anything? First, the queen h5.
Knight g6.
I'm not sure. Reimagine something like this. Like here, white takes, they go back. I'm not sure it's that great.
Okay, this is 2 pawns.
Yeah.
This is 2 pawns. 2 pawns. It's fine.
But it's so this is why I always include it in my first.
Even maybe here it was
I get this is at least
takes his own risk.
We are ready to start round 5. Best of luck.
And guys, we are back here with the action. We have round number 5 that has begun, and let's start off with the big clash of the round. That is Hikaru Nakmaura taking on Magnus Carlsen. This is going to be a huge encounter of this round because both of them amazing players. And there we see Richard Rapport versus Jan Nepomniachtchi on your screen. The 5th round is underway. And it's going to be very exciting to follow this action. And there you see Arjun Erigaisi versus Praggnanandhaa. That's also a very interesting encounter to follow. Pragg and Arjun both on 2 points out of 4. And we have Vidit Gujrathi versus Vincent Keymer. So there are few moves in this game. Let's have a look. Look at how Vincent has brought his queen out early in the opening. Let's go to the main screen here and have this. Is it actually a dangerous move that Vincent has played here, or is it just something to scare with it? Look at this, guys. It starts with e4, opening up the queen. d5 played here by Vidit. He wants to open up his own queen and bishop. And then comes queen h5. And Vidit now pushes his pawn to e6. Harshit Bhai will just join us shortly, guys. He is just somewhere here around. But right now you can see this queen looking in these two directions, but both the pawns are protected. It's insane. I think they've messed it up. There's no Hikaru versus... Guys, Hikaru versus Lala. Let's look at Pragg versus Arjun then. We have MVL versus Nodirbek here. Let's look at the game between Hikaru Nakmaura versus Magnus Carlsen. The game started off with e4, d5 by Magnus. Pawn push forward for Hikaru, f6. He played d4, g5, played pawn takes. And I like how Magnus has managed to trade off this bishops here. And I think it's a nice position for him. Although this square looks a bit weak. Yeah, let's set the bars. Yes, thank you guys for the reminder. I'm going to fix the bars here so that you can follow all the action. Okay, and about to update the bar here. There we have the bars are updated. Okay. Guys, we have Harshit Bhai joining back. Harshit Bhai, look at this.
What is happening?
We have some games going on. Firstly, Hikaru versus Magnus. It feels like Magnus has a very nice position because he got his bishops activated and it looks pretty good for him. On the other hand, we see Caruana versus Gukesh. And the thing is, in this round, suddenly all videos started to freeze. So we don't have many of the game videos of this round.
Should I tell them or?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, but whom?
Leia
or Johannes, maybe.
That they're not working?
No, there are many links that are. मैं इधर लिख देता हूँ. By the way,
Fabi is much better now.
I mean, the last move by Gukesh. Oh, what happened? Like, look at this. This.
Can we go from the get-go?
E4, D5. Everyone's played this. E5. I think E5 is not the best move, perhaps. F6, D4, G5.
Wow, G5 is super powerful.
It's also
top F4.
Don't you think Magnus and Hikaru also played the same? Yeah, they also played the same.
But I think this G5 move was underestimated by the players analyzing with white because it seems very powerful.
Yeah, it just
stops white from getting this F4 and clamp on the center. And with the black knight jumping into G6, knight F7, I think that black is doing quite well.
Yeah, G3, he takes the pawn, pawn takes, pawn pushes forward, the bishop comes out attacking this pawn. Gukesh seems to be doing well, but at this point, if you see, already black seems to be much better.
Yeah, I think that after bishop a3, c5, c4, and the white king on b1 is really exposed because he can never castle. By the way, the rule in freestyle is if the black bishop is on a3 and controlling the square on c1, you cannot jump over a square which has been controlled.
Yeah.
So if
you can't long castle, you can't short castle.
Exactly. Amazing. Which is why after bishop a3, black is much better.
Right, let's go to Vidit's game against Vincent Keymer. Oh my god, Vidit Gujrathi has seen, maybe the queen is trapped.
How did this happen?
Did you see?
E4, D5,
E4,
queen,
D5, queen H5. What a move. Like, if you take here,
queen
he just wanted to take and trap the rook.
Yes, it's a very primitive idea, which sometimes is very strong in freestyle chess. However, Vidit found a very nice idea, queen at e6.
Can I ask the viewers what happens to queen takes h7? What was the idea here? Very interesting move, no? Like e6 by Vidit.
Yeah.
It's not like a trivial move.
Definitely not.
I mean, I would say, oh, if the queen is attacking h7, I want to play h6. But you play e6.
Yeah, he plays e6. And now if queen takes h7, I don't know if anyone found it. But the point is that we can go knight to e7, protecting the rook on g8, and we are going to follow that up with knight h8 to g6, and rook
trap the
h8 is
queen.
going to trap your queen.
Crazy.
Exactly. Yeah,
Crazy,
very nice.
crazy. भाई क्या चल रहा है ये freestyle chess is just insane. He took.
He goes knight e7.
And now Vincent could have been like, भाई थोड़ा खाना खा के वापस जाते हैं, like, you know, like we have
Yes,
had
but it would give black so many moves to develop his rest of the pieces.
So he went bishop d3.
Yeah, and now g5. Wow.
Knight b3, knight g6, bishop takes, rook takes.
And now queen h5 was
He's rushing, but Vidit is now starting from the other side.
a5 is a really nice move. He's putting pressure on both sides of the board, and if white goes a4, can you just show this? If white goes a4,
yeah,
you're really weakening up your king on b1, because whenever you castle long now, a4 pawn mar jayega.
True.
Maybe even I can consider pushing f5 at some point with black, gaining space, and now the rook moving in is going to not attack the queen, and also some disco ideas. So a5, very nice move. But oh, look at the difference in the time. He's 5 minutes up on the clock. How is it possible?
I mean, Vidit is playing the defending champion.
Yeah, but Vincent is also struggling in this event. He has 1 out of 4 so far. And
we saw him, like, after this game, he was sitting right outside, very, very dejected.
Yeah.
Trying to get his thoughts back.
And would you go as far as saying that if Vidit wins this game, Vincent is out of contention to qualify?
I wouldn't put him out, because, you know, three wins back to back and you are back. I mean, it's very tough, but
yeah,
you can. But technically, no one is out today.
Yeah, for sure. Technically, no one is out, but like practically, being 1 out of 5 is going to put him in a very, very uphill task to qualify in top 8. Just to remind everyone, 12 players playing for the first 2 days, and the top 8 players from this round robin will qualify for the knockout stage. Arjun is completely winning as well.
But why is he winning? Because is he winning a pawn here?
How? The black players are completely dominating.
No, but what is the move? Is it bishop c5? Because it doesn't feel like he's winning.
Well, if you think... Oh, c3.
C3 was
I really like this move, actually. I really like this move, because if you take with the b pawn, that would have been completely game over after knight to a4, and after bishop c5, queen b6, this pawn is hanging. This is all over. Queen takes c3 was played, but he can simply go into this endgame and capture the pawn on f4, and without the pawn on f4, the e5 pawn is weak, so black can go back knight g6.
So this has been a very good position for black. Because
you know what? I'm actually going to say otherwise. I'm going to say that the players, everyone who was preparing with the white side, actually underestimated this idea of black going f6 and either g5 or knight g6. I think that's the storyline that happened in this game or this round.
True. Maybe that's why Vincent was smart enough to go queen h5, but even he missed this move e6.
Exactly. Vidit was very, very sharp to find this idea with e6 and knight e7. And can we go to that game actually? Because Vincent has made a move. What did he play? He played a4. And now Vidit is taking his time. I like this strategy, because he blitzed out all the moves that he found to be natural, and now that he's gotten an advantage, he's just making sure he finds the right paths to maximize his advantage.
So Vidit now slightly better. We had Rakshit in the chat who has made the bars, and he says all games black is better.
Wow,
that is insane.
Except Nodirbek.
Except Gukesh, who's back on track. Wow, that is something, because he was clearly worse out of the opening.
But guess the best move for white.
B takes a4.
It is similar to the word kangaroo.
Kangaroo. Jump.
Switcheroo.
Oh, switcheroo. Short castle. No, I was like, you asked me. This is a terrible move. Oh, wow.
But that's not that easy to spot. Did he play it?
He played it.
Oh my god. That was a very difficult move to make.
Gukesh is looking for his second win.
Yeah. What's Gukesh's score right now?
1 point.
Out of 4?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because he just won one game.
Oh, 1.5 out of 4.
Oh, 1.5. He drew first round. Sorry. So, Harshit Bhai, how about looking at the big clash here? Carlsen versus Nakmaura.
Carlsen versus Nakmaura.
Yes, Carlsen versus Nakmaura. Carlsen is doing really well.
Yeah, I think that Magnus has come really motivated in this event. The way he has been playing so far has shown some really interesting and creative ideas, and he's 3 out of 4 right now. If he wins this game, he's going to put himself to 4 out of 5. And
Hikaru is also doing well, 2.5.
Yeah, he's +1.
By the way, GPS has asked you a question, bhai.
Now that we have an idea of how it's going, what's your take on who will be top 8? Please share your bets, and also, you think the 10-minute analysis helps or it's a smoke screen? Well, in the top 8, I mean, I know that Nodirbek and Magnus are going to qualify for sure. I think Arjun will qualify for sure. I think Hikaru is very, very likely to qualify. I think that Yan is should qualify.
Yan Nepomniachtchi.
Yes, I think that Yan should qualify. And the rest, I think it's going to be a race.
Wow. Interesting. I also seem to sort of
agree with this.
Except Yan, I thought the rest were, because Yan Nepomniachtchi is right now on 2.5.
He's +1. I mean,
yeah, he's doing well.
And about the 10-minute analysis, I do think that it helps for sure, because you are if
either it helps or it doesn't help, because once they are analyzing in a wrong direction, it can really unhelp. Like here, E5 move, everyone's just analyzing in that direction, and suddenly you go to the board and you have all wrong analysis.
But I do think that this is just one-off case.
Yeah,
that that everyone is calculating in the wrong direction, because usually when imagine like 4 or 5 of the best chess players come together and analyze something, we expect them to find the best ideas.
I agree.
And of course, there can be some situations like this one where they underestimate their opponent's idea.
Yeah.
H5. What a move.
Yeah, Magnus is doing really well.
Of course, knight H5 is not possible because the knight on E2 is hanging. So he takes advantage of that and gains a bit more space by going H4. Rook F2.
Let's see if Magnus, by the way, it's a huge surprise, guys, that we don't have the camera of Magnus. That's just pretty sad. Maybe we can try and see if I can get it. But meanwhile, let's just till then focus on Arjun Pragg.
And the E5 pawn is also hanging now. So all of white's central pawns are falling one by one, and the doubled pawns on C3 and C2 are quite weak. There are some instances where doubled pawns can help you, but this is definitely not one of them. So Arjun is quite a big favorite in this game.
Yeah.
He has 4 minutes. Pragg also has about 4 minutes. Can we also check what's happening in Vincent and Vidit's game?
Sure. So Vincent...
Wow, F3, knight F5 and G4.
So Queen E2, F4, F3, knight F5, and went G4 here. Wow. This is already looking like white is trying to stabilize the position by being a pawn up.
Yeah, and he takes on G3, but I was going to say that we should not take and just keep the structure like that so that the knight on H1 struggles to get out.
Yeah.
And the pawn on F4 also seems kind of powerful, right? So I thought that he should preserve that, and
he got the knight. He got the knight into the game. And Vidit goes knight H4. He's attacking F3. Right, this game can become very, very interesting. And it can go in any direction. Knight F1.
Knight F1. I wasn't expecting knight F1 to be played because the knight just went to G3. But I guess he wants to reroute it to E3 and G4. Oh, Washir Nodirbek was a draw, by the way.
They had
Bishop
a perfect
A6, and Nodirbek thought that I'm doing really well in terms of the standings in this event. Why not just make a draw, get myself some rest, and conserve some energy? Because
He could have also played on, no, here as white, maybe like b4.
no, but he takes. I mean, at the end, you just have to make a perpetual, right?
Could be. Yeah.
But yeah, I think he just wants to conserve some energy because it's a tough format for all
And
the
Nepo
players.
is doing well, yeah. He might win this.
Yes. Also, I think that he is someone that also before the event, I would generally think that is a player who would do well. He's really, really good in complicated positions, and he's showing why he's going to excel in this format.
Right. And this is, I think, between Vidit and Vincent, it's a key game because I guess the one who manages to win here will have good chances. The one who loses, because both of them are on 1 out of 4.
Yes, for sure.
But it seems Vincent is coming back.
I think it's anyone's game right now.
Hmm.
I generally do think objectively that it's anyone's game, but I do agree with you on the fact that whoever wins this game has very good chances to qualify, and the one who doesn't will have a really uphill
Tough
task.
time. Yeah, tough time to do this. And also, let's go and check what is happening with Gukesh. Because Gukesh versus Fabiano game, we have right now a situation where Gukesh did short castle, bishop e7,
King h1, queen e8.
Knight came in, knight went back. I think Gukesh...
Wait, what was that? Knight f4, rook a6 and knight d3 back? That feels a little...
Yeah, he was just unhappy perhaps with his maneuver. And now it's again a position where black seems quite comfortable. You know, the knight is well positioned, the rook is putting pressure here, you have h4 ideas. I don't see very active plans with white. What can you do? Like maybe c4 break somewhere?
And the pawn on a4 is actually doing quite well for black, because if you ever take on a4, black is going to get control of the c4 square. As you rightly point out, knight b6, knight c4 will jump in. So with 2 minutes up on the clock as well, Fabi seems to be in control in that.
Yeah,
in this game.
Fabi has made a good comeback after his loss there.
He lost the first three games.
Now he won.
He won the last game, and now he might
better.
He might convert this as well.
And now Magnus versus Hikaru. I think
Hikaru is a very tenacious defender.
Yeah, he won't give up.
Even if the engine says it's slightly worse, I think that he's someone who can very well defend this position.
So yeah, Hikaru is doing. I mean, he's worse.
He's struggling
but
for sure.
He will try to keep himself. So if we have to do an overview of this round, Gukesh versus Caruana.
Gukesh slightly worse.
Slightly worse after bishop takes knight. Hikaru versus Magnus. Hikaru
Carlsen,
slightly worse.
Yes.
Arjun versus Pragg. I think this one, humanly, does it feel to you that black is better, or
I do, because look at those central pawns that black has e6, and I would never take on d3, by the way, because that would allow white to recapture with the c pawn and get rid of the weakness that he has right now, the doubled pawns. So I would definitely not want to take. I'll probably go knight d7 back and try to push e5, e4.
Yeah, this looks good for black. Arjun might beat Pragg. And then going to Vidit versus Vincent.
Would you not love to take the pawn on d5?
Here?
Yes.
भाई इतना तो अभी दिख रहा है भाई. Mate in 1 threatened by Vidit.
And yes, and wow, Vincent.
What if Vincent misses it?
No, he plays rook it.
It has happened in the past, yeah. Players have missed mate in 1.
It can happen, of course, but Vincent, of course, is someone who's quite good in this format. So he was just thinking how to defend the mate on b2.
By the way, do you think long castle makes sense here? But you're losing your a5 pawn. It's not like a very easy move.
Long castle is not an easy decision.
Yeah. So right now, Vidit goes knight e7 back. You can just little bit sense that his compensation for the pawn that he's missing, because he's a pawn down. He's going down a bit. Because I thought like queen g2, trying to put pressure on g5. But maybe it's still complex, very complex.
I still think it's still very complex, and that with 1 minute on the clock, we cannot really say that one side is
Yeah.
significantly better.
And then we go to Nepo's game because there's already a draw between MVL and Abdusattorov.
And Nepo is going to win. Nepo is going to win this position. Like with the central pawns on d5 and e4 and the weak king on c1.
But why? There is this pressure here, and somehow it feels like converting such position very tough.
Well, you can never take the pawn on b7 because e3, e2 is going to come. So
also nice move.
Yeah.
Different.
You cannot move the g pawn because the h3 pawn will hang. You cannot move the h pawn. So white's pawns on h3, g4 are kind of stopped right now. Rook, queen e3 played. Bishop c5 was the first move that came to my mind. But he goes b6.
I think he would have sacked, no?
Yeah, you think so, yeah? Bishop c5 just takes, or?
Yeah, even like queen c5 and then
queen
f8
c5, rook
is...
f8. That was the trick. Wow. That was easy to miss, actually. So, Fabi goes b6. Now threatening to go bishop
play
c5.
King b7 also. And then slowly. And Magnus versus Hikaru. Woo! Hikaru making a comeback here. Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, Hikaru is an extremely good defender. And
very tough to beat him.
It's very hard to beat him because he's such a good calculator.
Look
What?
At this move. Rook takes a2.
Whoa. That was a...
Wow. Magnus sacks an
That
exchange.
came out of the blue.
And now he's attacking here. And if rook e1...
He also has some queen c6 check idea. I mean, he doesn't have anything concrete, but he just thinks that he has excellent compensation thanks to the weak king of white and the strong pawn on e4.
Right.
Even instead of queen c3, knight d5 looked quite dangerous.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, we got the camera.
Oh, wow.
Of Magnus Hikaru. Oh, it's working now. Yay!
Let's go. Whoever did that magic, thank you.
Also, then we have Guki. Oh, Guki board also back. Let's go. Guki is also back on the board.
It's great to obviously get this camera.
So Guki back in the game. Magnus Hikaru seems equal. Arjun still better. Arjun is just doing smooth work. Vidit slightly putting pressure.
I mean it's just
unclear.
This game is basically it can swing in either direction.
Yeah.
But the good thing is that he has a minute up.
Oh, and Nepo is winning. Yes,
Yeah,
you said. You were right.
Mhm.
Harshit bhai, you can see the future bhai. Which game should we focus on?
I think that
Carlsen Nakmaura.
Carlsen Nakmaura is going to be an interesting game to follow.
Let's go. Oh, what happened? Oh, he's winning. What? Queen, knight takes e3, went rook e1, check. And he, instead of king b1, he played rook c2. He gave back the exchange.
Yeah, now knight c2, queen c2. This looks really bad for Hikaru after queen d5, rook e6 is going to come in. And
or do you think just take and gh4 also has good pressing chances? No, pawn
he's
up.
a pawn up, yeah. I mean, by now it's clear that black is the one who's...
queen d5.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen.
And rook e6, I think.
Oh, rook e6, rook c6.
Yeah. I think it's more important to bring your rook in the game than capturing the g5 pawn, and I think that Magnus is going to find this.
No, this is just so good. Magnus is playing so well, and I think he might just beat Hikaru.
Oh,
we have a result here.
That Nodirbek drew. I think that's the result.
Really?
But we already knew that, yeah. Nodirbek and Vashir drew.
What, king b2? Yeah, that's the result. Abhitat. Should we go to Fabi versus Gukesh?
Yes.
Oh my god. I somehow feel this king is in some trouble, yeah, if you get from here and here.
Yeah, I mean, taking on c2 is a bad move, or? Ah, yes, you are right. Rook f8. And queen 8 is unstoppable almost. So very, very tricky idea by Gukesh by going the sneaky queen a3.
The pressure is mounting.
Yeah, and Fabi still needs to be accurate. I guess d4 check is a good move. d4, d3 kind of seems like something I want to do, but again this rook f8.
Rook f8 business is serious, Harshit bhai. Don't underestimate
Wow,
this
it's
checkmate.
actually quite dangerous, yeah. And that's why Fabi is taking his time.
Yeah. Maybe safest is to go rook c5, rook a5. Okay, what? Okay, Magnus versus Hikaru.
Yeah, I think Magnus, I feel, is going to convert. What about Arjun Pragg? Any updates there? Because 10 seconds for Arjun. Oh, look, the game is completely turned around.
What? Pragg is back. It's so difficult to keep control, right, in this format.
And this time control.
Yeah. So, Pragg is back here.
Can we just stick with this? Because h5, I mean, we are going to get some result. Or did you also want to check out if, like...
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Bishop f7.
I still like black's position.
I mean, black is up a pawn, but...
I mean, look at everything so securely positioned, but sometimes, you know, your king can get into trouble. And maybe Vidit's game just... Oh, Vidit is winning.
What?
Vidit is totally
D takes
winning.
e3. Oh my god, look at that move.
So he went d4.
Wow.
c3.
D
and
takes
he
e3 is
sacks a queen.
so beautiful.
Wow, we need to see Vidit on the screen right
D
now.
takes
He's
e3
just
is so beautiful.
sacrificed his queen. D takes e3, rook takes b4, a b4, and now he finds, he plays d4. But the point is, just rook e8, e2, and Vidit is completely winning.
Very nice assessment of the position by Vidit, I have to say.
Yeah.
This was not at all trivial to assess that he could sacrifice his queen and still be completely winning because of his pawn on e3. He's going to go e2 next, and once the pawn is on the 7th rank, the queen is going to be forced to be on e1 and be passive.
Oh, he plays queen e2. But now c6, bishop b5.
Oh, you know, now a very...
Oh, what about bishop? No, but not bishop.
A very common idea is bishop c6. Exactly. And he's going to go king b8 and just take bishop takes f3 because queen f3 e2. And
nice.
So this is the winning maneuver.
Or maybe I can try and come closer.
But you don't have... Like king c on bishop f3 still wins, I think.
King c2, bishop...
He takes it in a heartbeat. Very nice.
Amazing play.
Bishop takes f3. Don't play e2 now. The rook on e8 is hanging, so you have to be a bit careful
Bishop
still.
c6 back.
Yes. Bishop c6 now seems possible.
But then...
What?
Oh, it's a draw. He had to go the other side somehow. Because now the king can come here. That's why the bishop was needed on h5 to stop king d1.
Wow.
Chess is so tough, yeah?
Oh my.
In just a moment, everything changed. King b8. But I would still think that Vidit has good chances to win, no?
I'm not sure.
No? King d1.
It's hard. Like, you know, the thing is, like, when the momentum swings like this, it's very hard to, like, come to reality sometimes. Like, when you go from being completely winning to, like, kind of having to settle for a draw is very hard.
True. By the way, a result has come in.
Oh,
Fabi has just beaten Gukesh. That's a big result there for Fabiano, Caruana.
Fabi is making a comeback.
We can just look at, it did happen here. Rook c5, rook a5, and then h4.
D4
I think
and rook f7.
Somehow Fabi is getting the better of Gukesh, yeah, in these events. And then we have Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus is going to win. We should stick to Vidit's game because
Magnus is winning.
Magnus is completely winning.
That's a huge win, yeah, for Magnus. It's like a big victory.
Yeah, because we thought that Hikaru will somehow defend, but
let's look at just the final moments of this, because I do get this feeling that it might be interesting to just see what transpires here. I mean, these are the two greatest players.
Yeah.
Although I don't see a complete knockout blow.
This queen a5 check looks quite good, because if king d3 I have rook d2, and if queen b4 I have rook c2 check. So I think queen a5 check wins on the spot.
Queen a5 and oh, nice. Beef.
He goes queen c1, queen a3.
Repeats. Gains time. Just Arjun. Pragg is better against Arjun.
Yeah.
And Vincent is slightly better against Vidit. Let's finish this game because those two will continue.
King b7. He just makes a waiting move. Keeps the pressure on white because it's very hard to make a move with white. White is actually up a pawn in this endgame.
Yeah.
Which
yeah,
just
if you
goes
can
to
trade
show.
queens, it could be. Oh, that's why maybe this queen a5, queen b4, rook c2, king c2. Maybe he doesn't want to go into that queen versus rook, but maybe that's completely winning.
Yeah. Which just goes to show how important king safety is.
Yeah.
In these major piece endgames. King d4. It still has to be accurate.
Finish this by check. Oh, rook c2.
Oh, rook c2 is such a classy move.
Stopping queen c6 check.
And now queen d3 runs into rook d2.
Ah.
Such a nice finish.
Guys, while Hikaru is struggling, quickly checking up on the game of Vidit versus Vincent. Oof. It seems like Vincent might just take this, yeah? Now with the king here.
Yeah, queen v6 is a very, very strong threat.
Huge. It might not be easy for... because then if g4 pawn falls, then h pawn is super strong. Going to Praggnanandhaa's game here. Pragg versus Arjun.
Knight takes d4, c takes d4. Arjun is down in exchange. He has some compensation for it.
Yeah. So bishop is on e4.
Knight d3. I think black still has some drawing chances even though he's down in exchange.
Yeah, it's insane how this turned around. Yeah, like Arjun was doing so well. Pragg is real fighter there. And is Magnus facing difficulties to convert?
No, he's completely winning.
He's converting it, yeah?
Yeah.
It's still going on.
Oh, Jan won. Jan won his game against Richard.
Yeah. He had won some long time ago. And we have 3 games going on. This one is ending. This one is going to end. Magnus is doing it in style, and I can see Hikaru is going to resign now.
Yeah, because king d4, but yeah, it's almost checkmate now.
Queen g4 check. King e3, rook e5 check. Many ways to win. Rook e5, king d2, queen e2. It's just kind of triangulated, and Hikaru loses.
Resigns.
And Magnus scores a win, and Hikaru is like, should have done that.
So what does Carlsen score? 4 out of 5?
By the way, guys, Vidit has just lost his game to Vincent. And look at Vidit there. He's very upset. He's not getting up from his chair. He can't believe that he missed this opportunity because he was so close there. You see here.
No, actually here I feel was...
the critical moment, of course, was bishop h5 here.
Yeah.
This was a very important moment. I mean, there were many ways to win, but bishop h5, just stopping the king from coming here, right? Protecting. And even if you give a check now, I go king b8. I mean, it's natural to feel that perhaps takes and bishop is hanging, but just e2 and e1 queen
protects the rook on e8.
So that's a big breakthrough for Vincent here in this tournament, and not so good one for Vidit and Pragg now.
I mean, Arjun is so tricky in this time control that I wouldn't even be surprised if he wins this.
Yeah, could be. No, but if you just play knight e5, it should work.
Knight e5, no, c2 pawn hangs.
Oh my god. I thought, he first...
No, I mean, he's going to win this.
He'll win?
He's going to win this.
He might take...
And rook,
take and d4.
Or rook g3 first, just because d4 runs into c3, so you go rook g3 first.
Yeah.
And then you just bring king d7, king e6, king d7, king e6, and that endgame is maybe lost for you.
Or draw. Take. You go to after G5 pawn, I go after D4 pawn, draw.
I mean, white is the one struggling, that's for sure.
True. But the battle between two friends is going to end in a draw. Fabiano Caruana is such a class act. No, after 3 losses, he scored 2 wins.
And he's back now. I mean, he just needs 1 win to come back to 50%. By the way, this is not at all easy for Praggnanandhaa to defend. I'm going to put my money on Arjun winning this.
No way. Come
It
on.
will
Yeah.
be a draw.
Amruta, the voice of
Arey!
God is here.
Hello.
No, it's fine. Don't get me on the screen. I'm there since a long time.
Amruta, how are you? Where were you?
I was here only, listening to your amazing commentary, guys.
Really? Was it really amazing?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, he played D4.
Yeah, I mean, if black gets king d7, king e6, it's really tough. But
King D3.
king d5.
Rook A1.
Okay.
Check from there.
Interesting rook endgame, not like the usual one. No?
Oh
one
my
blunder.
god. Only one. It's not easy to draw this.
E6 is the only move.
It's not easy to draw this at all.
He'll find it. Pragg will find E6.
Oh, he found it.
Finds it.
That was an
Because-
only move
I mean,
to draw.
you take
It
this.
takes
It's
king
kind
D4.
of
But rook
makes
g5,
sense.
rook e5. Rook e5, e7, rook e5.
And now C3, no?
Hmm.
But still not so clear. C3.
D takes.
Oh, D takes, there is rook E3, right?
Ah, okay, I can't take.
So
D
then you take here and then I take this.
and this is a draw. Okay.
Somehow, Pragg just...
4-3. Oh, he played it with 1 second on the clock.
G5. C3 found.
And this is not the last round for today, guys. We have one more round after this. This is the 5th round. There are 6 rounds today and 6 rounds tomorrow.
Wow. No, 5 rounds.
5 rounds tomorrow. Yes, it's a round robin. So 11
Harshit
rounds.
bhai, this tournament
Oh, it's
tomorrow
done.
is going to be
Draw.
like crazy fight to finish in top 8.
Definitely. Because, it's all about who finishes in top 8. Obviously, today's results are going to affect that a lot. And right now, as we discussed, the 5 players are
They
kind
do.
of guaranteed.
Let's look at the standings. Actually, someone gave a good.
This is a
insight.
draw.
They
Draw
said,
agreed, by the way.
Can you put the standings of the Indian players on screen
Mhm.
or just the standings? It could
Yeah,
also be
I
an
think I
idea.
have a plan for that. I will work out with Anmol for tomorrow.
Yeah, just to put chess result standings. It's possible.
Yeah, maybe much better presentation will do it.
Hmm?
Right now, you want to put?
Yeah, I'll just put the rankings after round 5.
Hmm.
It's already updated. Our arbiters are
Put
doing a
on-
phenomenal job here. I'll put it on screen for our viewers
Mhm.
because this is actually closing in. We are at close to halfway point,
Yeah.
and
And that's the
Magnus
standings
and Abdusattorov are, as you said,
guaranteed to
these
qualify.
two. Maybe a little strong to say guaranteed,
No, for
but
sure.
they are doing very well.
I mean, they're for sure guaranteed.
Harshit bhai.
The
Nepo
guarantee
is.
hai, Sagar, guarantee. Come on.
No, I mean, they are
4
4
players
out
you
of
can
5.
use.
I mean,
if you,
imagine if they lose 2 games, yeah?
yeah, they're still, even if they lose 2 games, they're still +1.
Right.
No, but with 4 out of 5, they can't lose 2 games. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
many games.
Yeah, so they will qualify. I think top 5 will qualify for sure.
Top 5, not sure. Top 4 for sure. 3.5.
Yeah, and I think Arjun will also qualify.
Pragg
So
and
right
Arjun.
now, it seems like top 8.
We have
The
2
players-
Indians actually.
The players who are top 8
Mhm.
are the ones who I feel are very likely. But then you have Vincent, who just won his game right now. He's trying to come back. Gukesh might be really wanting to make a comeback. And Rapport and Vidit do feel a little bit right now lost.
Mhm.
So, my pick is... I just get this feeling that Vincent will make a comeback somehow.
But who will go out?
Exactly, that's the question. Who will go out from the top? That's a very Very, very nice question by Harshit. And maybe Amruta, do you have any feelings here?
No feelings. I don't know what happens. I'm not this time. Harshit is coming with all his confidence and
Yeah. No, he's
predictions and
speaking
all.
like you, but
Yeah, exactly.
very confident. No, Amruta is very confident.
I'm just watching.
I have a feeling that Vincent will go up.
Vincent will qualify because he came first last time,
Oh.
so that I think that
Wait
will
up, who
help
will
him
go out?
tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, like,
I mean, Fabi, I don't think will go out. He's
just look at the top six firstly. Magnus, Nodirbek, Jan, Vashyar, Hikaru, and Arjun. It's very hard for me to imagine any of them not qualify. Really very hard for me to imagine that. I think I do
And
think,
then you have Pragg and Caruana. Again,
Yeah.
very tough to imagine that they won't qualify.
but I mean, out of the top six, like, I think that like, at least I feel like Fabi is also on 2 points, so it's not really, he doesn't really have that margin. Like, he's still on -1, so he still needs to win a game to kind of be on 50%. But of course, he's very, very strong in this format.
बोलता हूँ. Actually, round 6. Let's look at the pairings for the round 6 because I think this is the key game.
Ooh, Carlsen Pragg.
Okay, wait. Carlsen Pragg, we
Hikaru
have more
Gukesh.
than one. More than one.
I can just.
Hikaru Gukesh is for sure also going to be very, very exciting to follow.
Hikaru Gukesh. एक मिनट बता दो.
Pairings.
So these are the pairings just to put up. So we have Caruana Nepo, MVL Rapport, Vidit Abdusattorov, Arjun Keymer. But I think these two games are really amazing. Carlsen Pragg and Gukesh Nakmaura.
Oh wow! Hey, you got fun again.
Cool. So then Magnus Pragg definitely the pairing of the match, and Gukesh Naka. These two games will focus on majorly. Have they got the position already?
Yeah, they are
selected.
This is the last game, or?
Yeah, last
Yes.
game of today, bhai.
Oh, bye.
Harshit bhai, how are you feeling?
I'm great, bhai. I think that after the sun kind of went down a bit, I got some energy.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, you guys really hats off to you. It wasn't easy to, have sun on you for 4 hours and sap all your energy and yet to be here. Really amazing.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, I will hold the mic. Once you pick it,
Carlsen Pragg is the El Clasico, people are saying.
yes, you can show it even more.
Okay, Harshit bhai, Amruta,
Huh.
let's make predictions. Fabi White versus Nepo.
Sorry, then I would just so don't worry about it.
Fabi wins.
I also say that same.
Nepo wins.
Nepo wins, Harshit says. I think Fabi wins. Amruta says Fabi wins. Harshit says Nepo wins. Okay, MVL versus Rapport.
MVL.
MVL wins.
I think draw. Vidit versus Abdusattorov. Vidit White.
Vidit wins.
Yeah, Vidit has had good score against Abdusattorov in general, but not in freestyle. I mean,
And Nodirbek is also in insane form.
yeah, I'll still go with Vidit. You?
I'll be Nodirbek.
Wow. Okay, Arjun Keymer.
Arjun, for
Arjun.
sure.
Arjun.
First result that we all concurrently
three.
agree
Yeah.
with.
Magnus Pragg. Ooh.
Magnus.
Wow, Harshit bhai going with Magnus. Amruta.
I mean, I'm
Draw.
just being objective.
Yeah. It's fine. Draw. Okay, I think Pragg wins.
Ooh, all three different results.
Gukesh Nakamura 100%. I have a feeling that Gukesh will strike back.
Yes.
I think it will be a draw.
Draw.
Okay,
Wow.
let's see. This is cool. Predictions, cool. We all have different predictions.
There is that poem in Zindagi Milegi Na Dobara, right?
Go.
I mean, I don't know if I'm allowed to sing the whole thing, so I'll just sing the last part of it.
Allah.
No,
Which
you are
is-
allowed bhai.
Sorry?
हमने तो
Why are you
permission
not
दी
allowed?
है.
मतलब कॉपीराइट आ जाए इतना अच्छा मत गाना.
No, but the end is basically like थोड़ा गम है सबका पिस्सा, थोड़ी धूप है सबका हिस्सा.
थोड़ा गम है सबका
थोड़ा गम है सबका पिस्सा, थोड़ी धूप है सबका हिस्सा.
मतलब
which means that everyone will get some sunshine.
Yeah, and I like that. I mean, like everyone will have like basically some days with sunlight, which basically means like some happy days and some bad days. So it's all part of the game.
Yeah, but right now some players are just having sun throughout the day and rest are having just it's not thoda gum hai thoda hissa, it's like pura gum hai for some people and pura dukh hai. Like for example, imagine Vidit, he was +5 if he found bishop h5, he plays bishop c6 back and loses. So thoda gum nahi, bahut gum ho gaya. And on the other hand, I also feel like Gukesh somehow, he seems like such a good player in general, but in freestyle he's just not picking up.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I mean 1.5 out of 5 is definitely not something to write home about.
But
yeah,
classical freestyle and rapid freestyle is another different thing. So we may, like this time, if he qualifies for the main classical
but
one,
it's so tough,
then
Amruta, to
it's-
qualify now. Like, imagine we are talking that Gukesh will qualify, but look at this. He's right now at 10th position, and we were arguing like who out of the top 9 will go out. Like there's Vincent who's really good, Fabi who's really good, Pragg who's really good, Arjun is good, Hikaru is good, Emil is good, Nepo is good. I mean, it's impossible that the people who are at bottom will get a chance even.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. It's so tough. So tough.
Mm-hmm.
We have a very experienced journalist amidst us. What do you think? Who will be the top 8?
Who will be what? The top?
Top 8. Who will qualify?
Oh, ask me tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay. We have Ulrich here, who is an amazing journalist. He writes for the biggest newspapers in Germany. And Zeit, right?
Yes, right.
Zeit, and we meet him at so many tournaments. And chess is his passion. He loves it. So it's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's also written a very nice article on.
Yes, he had written,
Yes.
and I had one video of him on Chess Base India where he, at the candidates, he had come with a bicycle, and he just folds it, and then opens it, and then he can travel on the road.
Wow.
So it's amazing how.
I came with my bike today.
Today you have been here with your bike.
Half an hour through Paris. Wonderful.
Wow.
Yeah, it was
Wow. Is your bike here?
Yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah, we have to shoot it again.
सागर
It
तू
is
त्याला
like a
सांग
Huh?
की त्याची बाईक आहे तिकडे तुझी बायको आहे इकडे.
Nice. Amruta made the most amazing joke here.
Yeah, that it was so good. I don't think we should share it.
It's
No, not
her
at all.
joke
It's only
was
for
in
Marathi.
English it's bike, while in Marathi, which is a language which we speak, there is a word called baiko, which means wife. Wife.
Okay.
So she says, I have my, like, on stream baiko here, and you have the bike there. So okay, it's a very
It wasn't supposed to be explained. Sagar, it was just meant to laugh
but
and let go.
it was not a great joke, but yeah, nice.
It is great in the mother tongue. It's different without the mother tongue.
She's right now on Zoom call.
Can I say hi to Ulrich? Can I just say hi to him?
Yes, Amruta, you can say hi. He can see you. And you can see him now.
Hi, I'm Ruta.
Oh, hi. How are you? Yeah, we'll talk tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow he'll come, right? To share about this.
Okay, so we are about to begin the last round of today.
Yeah.
Harshit bhai, a lot at stake.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually getting excited for this tournament as it moves along. Look at the players. It's like in my school days there used to be this bonfire and all the kids would gather around the bonfire. It's like that.
Bonfire in your school.
This is
I mean,
so
when
cool.
did you go to
Chess
when you went
bonfire.
to
I love
picnics?
it.
Look at this, like all the players sitting down together,
And
analyzing.
And the intensity has increased because
increased.
everyone wants to
Because
win now.
everyone is like, guys, please analyze properly.
Yeah, bhai, अच्छा move batao.
Last round you analyzed like e4, d5, e5, and we got into a bad position.
Exactly.
We need some good analysis, and this is the group with who do you think? It's Vincent, Pragg, Nodirbek, and then we are going on the other side. I believe Magnus is here.
That's the freestyle chess logo.
Look at this, how they are all seated.
Who's moving the camera, by the way? Official, right?
Yeah. Okay, we don't want to see the logo. Come on.
Lion is showing us the lion.
Nice.
What an amazing idea.
Yeah, it's nice promotion. We are all waiting.
There's Vincent, Nepo, Naka.
Oh, look at Gukesh.
Pragg.
Gukesh. How are there six? There are 6 players, correct.
6 players on both white
Yeah.
side and 6
Yeah.
players on the black side.
So e4 being analyzed, and this time the knights are in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I like that the bishops are not together because sometimes it makes it a little easier
Yeah.
for white.
Look at how Nodirbek is so confident. Yeah, he's moving like pieces.
And
Boom,
I
boom,
think
boom,
that
boom.
also when he's the leader of the tournament, everyone must be like, okay, iska sun lete. He's doing something right.
Good point.
Okay.
Is Richard and Gukesh having the same color?
Yeah, Amrita,
Richard
all
is
those
the
who are
one.
sitting here have to have same color. Otherwise, it's like a spy amidst
अरे
the.
नहीं जैकेट का कलर है सेम.
Oh,
इसका ऑरेंज है, उसका रेड है. सेम नहीं है.
What is your favorite color out of all the jackets, Amrita?
red.
Yes,
I like red.
You like red?
Yeah, you?
definitely.
Purple.
Off?
Caruana.
Sorry?
Who is wearing purple?
Caruana.
I think Caruana, yeah.
Hmm.
Well, let's
And you?
also ask
For-
the chat,
for you,
guys.
Amrita?
Yeah.
Red.
Yeah, you didn't hear me.
Oh, she also
we
red.
have the
Yeah.
same one. Nice. Chat को भी पूछते हैं आपका favorite jacket color.
Look at all
कौन
the
सा?
players there. And Ulrich is here now.
Oh, bye.
He was here, he went in.
With the bike?
Oh, by the way, here we have only 5 players. 1 player is
Arjun,
missing.
Caruana, Vidit. Vidit looks dejected. Oh.
Yeah, Vidit is. I think from after the last game, he was really not feeling that great because he could have won in a couple of moves. So it will be tough for him because now he faces the leader of the tournament.
Yeah.
And क्या हुआ भाई?
Oh yeah, chat. Nobody has a pink color jacket. That's interesting observation.
I will wear pink to compensate.
Wow.
Oh, you have pink
Yeah.
jacket?
Yeah.
When are you bringing?
Tomorrow?
The weather is quite warm today. यहाँ पे jacket पहले
You know, Amrita,
we are wearing
yesterday
t-shirt.
when Harshit came here to the playing hall, everyone complimented him on his dressing style.
Oh.
Yeah, he's just upped his game like crazy.
That's why today I am very simple, all black.
Yeah, but tomorrow you will be back, right? Hi, come on.
Everyone
Yeah.
में मतलब कोई ऐसा special नाम भी है क्या?
Yes.
It
It is there in Chessbiz India videos. Just for our viewers to show them the board. Look at this. This is the board position. Harshit bhai, what will be your first move in such a position with white?
C4 somehow felt natural.
C4 and F4 as well because it opens the bishop and the queen.
So somehow like I was always a bit hesitant to push the pawn in front of my king. But
no, but imagine I go F4.
yeah.
Then I put my bishop somewhere and then I castle. It's
Yeah.
also possible.
Yes.
It feels a bit artificial to
It
put
like
the
somehow just to
P.
pull. I feel कि pawn सामने का push के तो my king will be weak. So that's why c4 like I found to be more natural.
How is this move? H3 bishop h2 short castle. Very bad actually because no center control.
Yeah, like you just maybe possible, but why not c4?
Yeah.
C4.
Like just to open my bishop
E5.
on b1 and
I just feel black is.
I mean now you open up the diagonal of your f8 king. Yeah, so maybe now d4 queen b4 queen b7 is a possibility.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
we need to be very careful when we are pushing the pawns closer to our king. Not only in freestyle but also in classical.
True. True.
Pranay says, Sagar bhai and Harshit bhai, if you guys have some time, visit Bordeaux. I stay in Bordeaux. I don't know if I'm
Bordeaux.
pronouncing correct.
Bordeaux.
Bordeaux.
Amrita,
Bordeaux. You will certainly love it. It has different charm to it. Bordeaux. Okay, he's invited.
भाई शेल्डन कूपर और भाई भाई
हाँ क्या हुआ
कुछ नहीं कुछ तो मेरा मुझे वाट लगा रहते हैं मेरे शेल्डन कूपर
Lots of wine and quite peaceful. I don't think it's going to connect. Huh, guys?
Sagar bhai, would you connect to that?
What with lot of wine and
peace?
Wine and quite peaceful. Huh? Yeah, without wine and peaceful will connect. Okay, but analysis is over. Kya? We can't hear them. Nice kurta, Sagar. Is it over? Analysis? अपने को क्यों दिखा रहे हो? वो उनका दिखाओ ना analysis.
हाँ दिखाते हैं. Players are coming now. I'm going to put Pragg and Pragg's game.
Magnus. Yes. For sure. Let's see the handshake. Full screen हो जाए.
Pragg is sitting already at the board.
Oh, I think all the players are taking their seats now.
Yeah.
What game do you want to focus on? Magnus?
I think we'll focus on all
We'll
because,
start.
you know, with this, but there are two Hikaru and Carlsen games which are very interesting, but we'll focus on all because it will be fun to see what's happening.
No, because I think Sagar anyway out तो कल ही होएंगे ना आज तो.
Ah,
like
but फिर
everyone
भी
plays.
like, you know, I'm very, very excited to follow. Oh, handshake from now only.
What?
Like, if suppose right now Rapport or Vidit lose, then their chance of coming back are very low, right? Because then it's 1 out of 6.
No, I mean it's not. Yeah.
But if
you
they
know, Pragg
win,
versus yeah, go on.
then they are very close to again making a comeback. So it's like every round, one win brings you back.
Well, but the thing is that we are only playing 11 rounds, so we don't have that many rounds.
No, that's why this round is super critical. And by the way, let's see what Magnus plays because Harshit bhai said C4.
Yeah, I
was
feel
of
like
the opinion F4, although the king looks a bit weak.
C4 or E4, D4. But C4 looks very natural.
Yes.
But let's go. Maza aega.
Let's go, guys.
C4.
C4. Oh, bhai, bhai. Zero.
What the hell?
Why?
खुशी देखो चेहरे पे तुम लोगों के.
Harshit bhai, you are just on fire today.
I mean, I
You
somehow
predicted
felt like
so many things right.
also a few things wrong, but
Yeah, but just so many things right. I just can't believe that I'm sitting next
cannot
to you.
believe.
Okay. So
Sagar
C4.
bhai was like one time F4 ho jaye, but it did not happen.
Yeah, I just feel like they are not yet ready to expose their king a bit.
Yeah.
But at least एक game में होना चाहिए F4. Let's
अरे
see.
पर F4 इतनी बार देखा है तो actually नहीं
Okay,
होना
Gukesh
चाहिए.
played
It's good.
C4. Arjun played C4.
They will all play C4
Vidit
because
played
they all
C4.
discussed together.
MVL played C4. Oh my god, Caruana all played C4. You know, the only person who says F4 is better than C4 is no one.
is
Not
chess
even
pa.
not even.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay, let's begin with
लास्ट गेम गाइस, फुल एनर्जी. मैं तो मेथी की सब्जी चपाती डाल राइस खा के आई हूँ.
अरे बाप रे.
अरे बाप रे काय रे.
By the way, guys, look at this. Look at Gukesh. Gukesh is like, I'm not giving in so soon. I'm going to fight with everything that I've got here, and I'm very very interested. I have a feeling that Gukesh might score a win, upset win, because the Hikaru c4 c6. Oh, it's the exchange Slav. Because it's very close to exchange Slav. Yeah, if you play F.
तू बारिश लाओ आदि.
Arey, oh, that was a good one, Amruta. I was saying it's an exchange Slav, and Amruta says tu bar lao. Wow. Oh, wow. Also rhymed. Harshit Bhai feeling really out of place here. But Harshit Bhai, when you will wear your pink jacket is when I will feel out of place.
Oh, today we are matching.
Yeah. Oh, black.
Okay, so
Harshit
Harshita
Bhai,
was
what's
also
going
wearing
on?
t-shirt.
Like, you're a little bit distracted.
No, I was looking at the celebration that we should do at the end of the day.
Oh, but for what?
That's what.
He's expecting something. In fact, Pragg versus Magnus, guys,
Oh, if
everybody
Pragg-
remembers
if
the
Pragg
World
wins-
Cup day,
Hi.
right, Sagar?
Amruta, if
Chandrayaan.
Pragg wins against Magnus, we do some dance. Okay?
Yeah. No, we should do
Yeah,
it
with the black
regardless
pieces.
for an exciting day of chess.
Arey bhai, aise nahi. Something, some.
I mean, like,
Maida.
we had,
Nahi.
it was very exciting. We saw so
Yes,
many
yes,
ups and
I
downs.
agree, I
and-
agree.
Okay, done.
Hmm.
I have learnt many songs in.
Because, like, when we are celebrating, when someone wins, then at what expense, right? So I feel like instead we should just do it
For chess.
for chess.
For
And
chess.
like, instead of someone winning or losing, it's better to just do it for exciting chess being played.
Got it. Okay.
By the way, F3 has been played by Gukesh and he's pushed the pawn in front of his king.
Yeah, I think he's just planning to get the bishop out and short castle.
And then E4.
And then e4 maybe, if he can get it.
Mhm.
Let's head over to Pragg, Carlsen.
Oh, what? Carlsen is thinking for 3 minutes. Is that true?
So Pragg is black. c4, knight b6, b3, d5. And I think Carlsen was deciding between pushing the pawn and taking. And he did take.
But he thought for 3.5 minutes to
Yeah.
make this decision.
And
D4
but
now.
somehow after that he seems to have gotten the flow now.
Yeah, well, yeah, he played d4 and now he's planning to go e4 and get control of the center. But
What about Queen C6 here? E4, Knight C3.
that's a very nice point. I would think of Queen C6. Also, Queen C6 bit afraid of Bishop E4, but then I saw Knight to E3 check.
Ooh, nice. Nice.
By the way,
Sagar?
if I was Praggnanandhaa right now, I would just play quickly and try to get an advantage on the clock. By the way, look at this concept. If I can just go F5 right now, Bishop takes F5, Queen F7, and if you go Bishop to D3, Amruta,
Yeah. Oh my god.
black to play. How will you continue here? Knight D6 खेलोगे या C5 खेलोगे?
यार G8 के bishop, B8 के
We
bishop
have
को बाहर
Aditya
लाओगे
here.
ना obviously.
Yes, Aditya, what happened?
So, Hikaru and Gukesh were analyzing together.
Oh,
And then they realized they had pair against each other.
actually
Oh,
Gukesh was at fault, right?
no.
He forgot.
Yeah. So Gukesh was like, how can I get two whites back to back?
Oh, he got double white.
Yes.
Oh.
He thought he's black and he was analyzing with
So
Yeah,
now-
someone wrote that Gukesh was the spy. He came in the other camp.
What a nice idea, na?
But double white is hard to expect, na? Like suddenly.
Yeah, true.
Maybe they should have one more person to direct the players.
Yes, this one,
with their
yes,
colors.
in this I have a lot of people writing the right move. Exactly, Suhas, Khed, Atharva, Knight to E3 is checkmate.
Checkmate.
And that's why you cannot really capture the pawn on F5 and go back. So F5 could be a tricky move, yeah, like you go F5,
Harshit,
you invite Bishop
tricky
takes F5.
variation will
But
he
you
will
know
find a
what
tricky
Pragg did?
variation.
He played a c5
Ah.
and now Magnus can go e4
Okay,
move the knight.
Let's say, okay.
Oh, you went to b4.
So that I have some queen b5 check ideas.
But then I have do I have a3?
Let's say knight c6. And now you just take my pawn
No,
on
d5.
c5. Or you just capture
But
and
what
then
about
go
I
b4.
push even direct d5 here? It's interesting, no?
e6. But it's very interesting. You have to be a bit careful about your diagonal being open here.
Yeah.
So if
So
I ever
Magnus
get...
is actually thinking whether he should play e4 or not. But I get this feeling that he pushes e4 on the board, guys.
Crazy
And
center control, yeah, and also
this feels like Grunfeld.
Exactly. It feels like Grunfeld
And
because
now
of this
f3
e4.
and bishop comes out and short castle and white has the dream Grunfeld.
And the bishop is very well placed on b1 already.
Only the knight on a1 is unhappy, but it could also get into the game.
Yeah, knight c2 and knight e3 will come at some point, and
So here Magnus doing well. What about Gukesh? Very quickly seeing here.
What
happened? Wow, Gukesh is already worse. Insane. He played e4, takes, e5, d5, all good till now, a5.
yeah,
And
looks
now,
so good actually.
why this? Like, he just... Oh, maybe he thought this is hanging. But there are some tactics, bhai. Oh, there is some beautiful tactics. Did you spot it, bhai? So, knight e4, queen a8, knight f2.
No, knight takes f2.
Knight takes f... Oh, knight takes f2.
Yeah,
Because my idea was if you took with the
what
rook,
is the
then
analysis?
e4
That
and
is
bishop
shown on the
h2.
board, shown
Oh,
on
knight
text
e4 and then
screen.
queen b5 is the best
Queen
move.
8, knight f2,
Wow.
rook f2.
He finds
He
क्या हो
finds
रहा है?
it. That is absolutely insane.
What's
But
happening?
problem क्या है?
Queen
Queen 8, knight f2
Oh, it
takes.
happened. It's happening. It's
What?
happening.
Hikaru is just insane.
Wow.
How did he find this?
Wow.
Queen e5
Because
is also
Amrita,
coming,
oh
e3
you know,
is also
I
coming.
saw that if
Oh.
rook f2, you go e4, and then next move you sack here and you win the queen. But Harshit Bhai rightly pointed out, you can take with the knight.
And that's where I stopped.
Yeah.
And this is the difference between like a GM like me and a top GM like Hikaru. He goes one move deeper and finds this move e4. And now he's threatening bishop takes
This
h2 and also e3 e2. Wow.
Oh, it's already a big trouble.
No, but queen a5,
Well, e3.
e3, rook e1,
ef2, this is
rook f2. I
Yeah.
mean, at least...
Actually e2 was also there, which trapped your rook on f1. That was also
e2.
yeah.
So, big trouble here for...
But that was an insane
Gukesh.
tactic by Hikaru, huh?
Insane
Like
tactic.
really difficult.
Yeah.
A5
Beautiful.
ka pawn dena
No,
was
played very
too
well.
good.
I mean, so that's why I said that I cannot imagine Hikaru not qualifying.
True.
And if Gukesh loses this, he's going to be 1.5 out of 6, which
Very
is
tough.
-3.
Very tough.
And
He will have to win at least 3 games tomorrow out of 5.
not lose the rest.
Yeah.
I mean,
and 2
like,
draws.
so
Very tough.
I think that if Hikaru wins this, he basically guarantees a spot for himself.
भाई जो guarantee करना है वो अभी बोल नहीं सकते भाई. 5 losses is... I mean, technically we cannot say.
Yeah, I'm not saying technically. I'm saying, practically.
Unofficially,
Practically,
kind of.
before the event only, Hikaru looked like he would confirm, yeah? Hikaru,
but then why
Magnus.
not? Gukesh was very motivated. Like,
I don't know. Gukesh is not playing so well in freestyle, yeah? No matter how many events. But, yeah, I mean, you're right. Hikaru has sealed his spot, but...
But I think
could be.
tomorrow's day we will have to see, because 6th round, sometimes if we see Caruana also, he lost 3 rounds and then
Yeah.
he came back. Yeah, so you never know. Why
By
not?
the way,
Anyway,
Pragg
let's
went
change
knight
the games.
f4.
Yeah.
And dc5 was the best move, but Magnus went g3. Now there's this check, which could lead to kind of equalish position. Let's go to Keymer versus Arjun.
What? Bishop is on c3.
Wow.
So this is one game where we all unanimously agreed that Arjun is going to win.
And actually he has a good position here.
तुम वो कैमरा को निकालो ना उधर से.
Ah, sorry. थोड़ा extra हो जा रहा है. Yeah. C5. DC. He took, yeah. Actually, Arjun playing better than Magnus in this, like
in the structure.
in
Yeah.
the structure. Yeah,
Queen H4. He's up a pawn and he's.
and he'll play E4 next.
E4, I'm not sure he has to be
because of
careful
check.
because Queen B5 check is something to keep in mind.
Then
but
Bishop F2, castle, and then
exactly,
E4.
Exactly. I think that's the game plan.
So Arjun doing well here. Let's go to Abdusattorov versus Vidit.
Wow, Vidit has a very big advantage.
Wow. Somehow,
crazy
you
position.
know this, yeah. Vidit has an impeccable score again, like very good score
I
against
wasn't aware of
Abdusattorov.
this actually.
He beat him in World Rapid and Blades. He has beaten him in Tata
Yeah.
Steel.
Hmm.
And I think in general it seems like Nodirbek's style is very opposite to Vidit's style, and they have a very interesting matchup whenever they play. Look at where the knight went.
Yeah, simply to get that bishop on B8, and now the dark squares of black are going to be
Oh, he
weak.
won a pawn.
He won a pawn.
No, I mean Vidit might, but you know the thing about Vidit in this event is that he gets really good positions and then he hasn't been converting them. So that's an important part.
And let's not overestimate White's position, because right now the rook on F8 is putting pressure towards White's king. The knight can jump into F4.
Bye.
If you castle,
Yes.
there are going to be possibilities of sacrifices on H3.
But
and
if
knight
the knight
H4
comes here, I'm just taking
well,
it.
knight H4, queen G. I mean, it's not crystal clear whether White has a huge advantage.
Yeah. Rapport versus MVL.
This is a crazy game. This is completely crazy. Like, bishop takes A7, knight takes D4, and that pin looks really powerful.
So here we thought that MVL is the favorite, right?
Yes. That's
You
what.
and Amruta. Maybe I said that Rapport or draw or Rapport might win. I said draw maybe. Looks good for me right now. Because Richard Rapport's position could be very promising with this pin.
Yeah.
Let's go to Nepo versus Fabi, because this was a game I thought Fabi will win. Amruta also thought Fabi will win, and you thought Nepo will win. Or you said draw.
I think I said draw. I'm not sure. Or I said Nepo. But it looks promising for White right now.
Yeah,
So
Fabi is looking
you guys
good.
look in a good spot right now, because he has two bishops and the knight on C8 is completely restricted. Just like a bishop, whenever there is a pawn 2 squares in front of the knight, it restricts the knight quite a bit. And with these bishops attacking on F5, this bishop also, the king is weak. This looks very good for White.
Yeah. So looking good for Fabiano Caruana here. Let's move back.
Arjun, what about Arjun's game?
That we saw, no? Arjun is slightly
Queen H4,
better.
E5. Okay. Knight E7 played.
E5, Knight D3, Knight C7.
Still very complicated.
Very complex. He's trying to castle it out.
And for Arjun, I think draw would be quite a decent result, because he's already +2. And
But I don't think he will be thinking in a draw manner.
True.
Kind of.
Yeah, definitely not. Arjun is the last person to think about a draw, even against Magnus. He tries to fight against everyone.
Yep. And Magnus Pragg, what's happening there?
Yeah, let's go to Magnus Pragg right now. That's the most. Can we look at the last few moves?
Yes.
Yeah, also Pragg is someone who has had tasted victory against Magnus a few times, right? Online. I think even on the board, he has defeated him in the World Cup.
In Norway chess.
In Norway chess.
That beautiful Sicilian game with White. Do you think Pragg will go like F5, boom, just hit the center here? It looks really good because it opens the bishop
It does.
Castle.
And like, again, it's just a bit difficult to play this move F5 because he plays it. Wow, that's amazing. And now bishop F7 short castle, and I think black is taking over this position.
Looks good for black.
Bishop F7, because after bishop goes to F7, bishop will also go to H5.
He took first.
He took.
Ah, okay. I wasn't expecting this.
And now bishop F7 with the idea of short castle. And the bishop is nicely placed. Knight also has this nice square.
Yes.
I think all black pieces. Yeah, nice move by Pragg.
Yeah, bishop f7. But I
Even
guess
Magnus will play bishop f2, no?
that's
Now?
that's the thing. We are only looking at white's ideas, but
No.
Magnus is like bishop f2 castles, and he
Also
has good
fine.
center.
Yeah, it's a equal position.
Hmm.
And I think Hikaru Gukesh is just over.
It's over, yeah.
We could stay at Magnus's game for a while, I think, because it's an interesting position, I think.
But yeah,
We could, but I'm just finishing this, Amruta. 1 second. E4, Queen
E3.
B7, E3, EF.
and queen a4 was a really nice
Wow,
move,
what a
bringing
move.
the queen in the game. Queen f4.
I think Hikaru is just finishing it off in style, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, the two pieces of white, the knight on a1 and bishop on b1, did not participate in the game at all. The white king on f1 is also very vulnerable. Actually, might.
This might be the game of the day, no? Somehow.
I think so. And this was not easy to spot, by the way. This knight e4, knight f2 idea.
Yeah.
If they have like a brilliancy prize, I think so far,
Hmm.
I am the most impressed by this. Like, even though it's Gukesh who's playing white.
It takes two to tango. Like Gukesh had to take the pawn on a5 and all to let Hikaru show his tactics, but
I mean, it was so beautiful
Yeah,
that
it
it's
was
very
beautiful.
easy to miss.
Correct.
But I also liked Vidit's queen sacrifice today, which
Oh,
of
yes.
course with Vincent.
But it didn't end so well for him, right?
Mm-hmm.
That does make a difference, no,
Difference,
Amruta?
yeah.
Like
It
if you would
does.
have
No,
won,
I
then
don't think a position brilliancy should be dependent on the result of the game. Brilliancy is a brilliancy.
no, I was talking about best game of the
Well,
day.
if you think about it in that sense, like you can start off a very nice combination, but like a very nice sequence in football, but if it doesn't lead towards the goal, then it wouldn't be the best goal of the year.
True.
So both of them have managed to short castle, and actually Pragg also stops the e4 pawn from being promoted. Otherwise, that center
Yeah.
would be a little dangerous. And now knight d6 also coming
Or
in.
maybe
So
first he will go bishop h5, then swing the queen over, then bring the knight up, like something like that.
Is Pragg going slight initiative for black?
It looks
here?
good for him, but look at his time. He has now 2 minutes and 3 minutes 51.
White wants to go knight a3, knight c4 right now.
Yeah.
That's the idea that white has in this position. And if white ever captures the bishop on e5 with the knight, white is going to be much better. Because
But
then
you're
he will
not
go...
getting it, Harshit. Knight will always come to d6.
Yeah, but then even after knight c4, b takes c4, maybe I have a very good center, yeah?
Yeah. So this is looking interesting. It's building up. We have Vincent versus Arjun.
Mm-hmm.
And in this game, we can see that,
our prediction might be coming true.
Yeah. On the surface, it doesn't feel like white should be so much better, right? Like you see black's pieces very well positioned.
But the knight on c2 is actually the hero in white's position, stopping the black knight from coming to e3.
What?
No way.
No, he
Maybe he
Because
castled.
He wants to do
Yeah.
castle.
He castled. Wow.
And actually, rook on
That was a
h8.
heart attack there, right
Yeah,
there. He played king g1 and okay, castles.
It's castles, yeah.
And
Yeah.
what about Vidit? Oh, Vidit's position. You are right, Harshit Bhai. He's right now looking a little bit in trouble. Because
Was
of
it some sacrifices or what happened in the last few moves?
So we looked till here. It looked good for white.
Mm-hmm.
C5. He took E3, E4, F3. He played F3. Takes. Rook takes. Oh, somehow he just gave up this. Like he made his king weak, no? Like with F3 move.
It's not an easy position to play with
Yeah.
white. Knight e5 is coming. Bishop h3 ideas. I mean,
True. So he just panicked a bit. Yeah, here. Knight e5, queen g3, queen h5, king g2, rook f. Like black moves are flowing.
maybe.
But I don't know if it's easy to finish it off.
Yeah, like rook f6, rook g6 at some point looks really, really tough. But I cannot go
Look
rook
at
g6
this,
right
yeah.
now because the bishop is on b1. Yeah.
True.
So I guess I have
And
to
I've-
first.
And actually Vidit is getting knight e2, knight f4.
He played
So
d4.
Nodirbek went d4.
His point is that he wants to go d3 at some point. No, he
DE?
wants to take
DE.
and
and pin here. Nice. So
Wow, d4 was a
great
very
move.
deep
Actually,
move.
it stops this.
And also it threatens bishop d5 or knight f3, bishop d5
Yeah,
at some point.
yeah.
So a very multi-purpose move.
I think Nodirbek is taking this one. He's really better. And Arjun versus Vincent, we saw.
Oh, Vashir Lagrav, look at that position.
Wow, he's winning. You guys were right.
It's
Guys, Magnus has actually got an advantage against Pragg. Can we go there?
Yes, for sure.
What happened in the last few moves? They have a lot of exchanges.
Oh, a lot has changed in the
So
last few
here
moves.
it went rook f1, rook queen f1, rook f8. This was equal. Queen g6 was also good. Rook f1. Takes. So here it's
Queen
equal.
C8 check wasn't okay.
Oh yeah,
This move
exchanging the
actually,
dark squared
just
bishops.
imagine, yeah, I'm defending this pawn which is hanging. I would not think about knight d6 because I'm afraid that this will hang. Actually, it's not because of bg3 and somehow you have a good position. But he just made a light move, b6. And Magnus is like, sorry, now you can no longer. And you had spoken about this, Harshit bhai. If this bishop goes, these pawns are coming up.
Exactly. The dark squared bishop was the key in black's position, and now after
even e5 was a great move here, followed by queen
yeah.
f4. But he went
queen
here.
f4 and a bishop on h5 is bad, and knight e3, yes. g4 traps the bishop actually.
Wow, Magnus Carlsen doing his stuff.
Doing his magic.
But it was just one move, no? Like b6. That one move.
Amrita, one move is enough. When you are facing Magnus, ek galti kafi hai.
And the price of the move was quite high in that position because white was threatening bishop f4, and it's not a tactical idea. But that's the thing about chess, that material advantage is not the only advantage that you can have. There's also like strategical advantages like pawn structure, piece activity, center. And I think in this position, white has great center, which is why this advantage is so big for white.
Yeah, true. So Gukesh losing to Hikaru. Oh, 1 second. Hey, Gukesh Hamesha comes back, no?
But look at the king, it's so bad.
It's so bad, but he makes always a small comeback. Like game was like -5 or something.
Yeah, but I don't really think the character of the position changed. I don't
King
really think
D2,
that.
King D3, whatever.
Imagine this might not be so trivial, yeah. Harshit bhai.
Well, I mean the first thing that I see is like bishop e3, king c2, rook d1, and I get the g2 pawn at least.
And then it's a race.
Yes, but then I have a bishop which does much better controlling longer diagonals, and your knight is also not so good on a1.
But imagine that if Gukesh is able to draw this game,
that would be a huge save.
It would boost his confidence like crazy for tomorrow.
For sure.
That knight on a1, like I don't think it has moved in the whole game, right? It has to.
Wow, nice observation.
But if the queen and knight come together against the king, which is like a long way to go, and Naka is already having the rook pawn against that a1 knight. So,
check.
No, I think this is not. This is going to be really hard to defend against someone like Hikaru, who also has so much experience playing online, and he knows all these tricks and what's the best way to put pressure on white. I mean, also he's material up, so he's not the one who has to do something.
Yeah.
This Hikaru will convert, I think. And Pragg,
so let's check
Pragg also has some chances to hold, but it's not like clear if he can hold this. Because Magnus also missed that move g4 here, where he could have been clearly better. No, he instead played like here bishop c2. He could have gone g4. So right now the position is in the end game. Tricky.
Yeah, what are the chances of black holding over there?
That's a good question. Maybe
15%.
I think with Magnus as white, chances are almost, I think, 5%, as 10, 5, 15, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
Although the material is equal.
But the e5 and d5 pawns.
No, this just Magnus-esque
Like
position.
the thing is, it's not also about the position, Amrita. It's really not about the position. It's about the player in this game.
Yeah.
Like,
True.
if you didn't give me the engine evaluation and told me that it's Magnus playing with black, I would say that, yeah, Magnus is never going to lose this. You know what I mean? Like, in this position, it's just about the player.
Correct. No, I agree with you. Okay, so let's go to Arjun. Oh, everyone. I think Arjun is in trouble if I see the overview.
Yeah.
Wow, all 4 Indian players are in trouble right now.
Absolutely.
I think they're all tired, huh?
Yeah, I mean, this is the 6th game that they're playing today. And
But
all
look
of
at
them
but
have been
look at
tense.
kudos to Vincent, yeah. First making a comeback in the last round against Vidit from a lost position and now almost about to beat Arjun.
Yeah.
Although it's far from it. Arjun doesn't give up so easily.
Arjun is only... Oh, actually, let's stick to this game. I'm very curious what will happen in this game. He has 20 seconds right now, Vincent. And he has to come up with a strong idea.
Sagar, तुम तो अभय गांधी सुपर चैट सागर looking like Suraj. हाँ थोड़ा तुमको दे we can't even see you because you are so bright actually right now.
I'm quite bright as a person. Rugdi too. Oh, he's back bhai.
Yeah.
भाई ये वो लेके आए पर उन्होंने
लगाया
खोला ही
नहीं
नहीं. क्यों लेके आए?
Oh, by the way, Magnus is now.
He was
clearly
saying the
winning.
sun will set this side.
हाँ पर लाया तो लगा ही लेते ना.
Oh my god. What a smart move. We just had to close the door.
But now it just changed from you to me, bhai.
And now you are in trouble. That's fine, bhai.
You can share the sun. You can share the brightness थोड़ा थोड़ा. आगे आओ हर्षित.
भाई थोड़ा इधर आ जाओ वैसे
आगे आओ.
कोई गम नहीं.
सागर के कंधे पे सो जाओ.
Oh, Vidit is back. Vidit is back, guys.
What?
Yeah, Vidit from -2 somehow magically has survived.
I mean, it's still complicated. I mean, the game is
Oh,
still...
this one. Yeah. I mean, we can never assess it as equal.
Yeah, I
for sure. It
mean,
will
there
be
are 4
unclear.
pieces hanging right now.
Anything can happen, but okay. Oh my god, Vidit made a huge blunder.
No,
Knight
but the
takes
position
H2.
was too complicated. I don't know what...
And the knight on F1 looks like annoying to the core.
And what did he miss basically?
We don't have the camera.
No, we have. What did he miss?
Oh, we don't.
Knight F3 he missed, huh?
Hard to understand. What's happening? Knight F3 bishop.
And then
Knight
Queen
F3,
F3,
Queen is
F1.
hanging, and if you take here, then Queen F3.
Queen F1.
There was a glimmer of hope, but it went away.
Yeah.
Oh, Vidit resigns. Nodirbek wins. Tough day for Vidit here. 1 win and 5 losses. And it's the first result of the round.
And Arjun is completely winning.
What? No, something went wrong, no?
No, it's what this is what happened.
Oh my
He missed Rook
goodness.
F3.
Oh my goodness. No, he was losing. Things shifted like crazy in this game. Look at this. Knight F3 check. Black is winning. Rook F3. Bishop F3. C6. And he's losing by Arjun is losing. But suddenly Rook D3, the tremendous blunder here. Knight C D5. And there's just no
He
way
can't
to
stop
stop
C7, C8. Oh, Rook D3 pe se C3 was covered. Insane.
Unbelievable. And I guess he resigned or what?
No, he's just about to, I guess.
This is...
But what a chance Vincent had actually.
Yeah, he could have won the game.
And actually had, if he won the game, he had good chances to come in the top 8.
I agree. He's missed a huge chance.
And now it's completely lost.
And this is actually great news for Arjun because now with this win, he will solidify his spot in top 8.
Yeah.
And actually,
What is his score? Can
by
I
the
just
way,
check?
Hikaru won.
Yeah,
His
Hikaru.
score is 2.5.
Ah, so he'll be on +1. Yeah.
If Pragg manages to hold this, which looks impossible against Magnus.
Yeah.
Oh no, with the pawn on E6, D5, such ugly position.
कुछ नहीं कर सकते भाई.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen is just too strong.
And yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, sometimes even if you do your best against Magnus, it's not enough.
Yeah.
He's just in an upper echelon.
True.
Upper?
Like he's like
अरे अमृता फुल डर ही गई फुल. भाई हर्षित भाई आपने एक एक्केलॉन वर्ड यूज कर दिया. अमृता वाला क्या हो गया ये? Oh, Fabi is winning against Nepo.
Fabi is winning. Wow. So Fabi lost the first 3 games.
Yeah, and then won 3.
I mean, what a crazy
Can we
comeback.
try and get Hikaru today to our studio and show his final game? That would be something, no?
Yeah.
If we can find him, है ना? Harshit bhai?
Even if we can get Fabi, that would be nice.
Yeah,
Like,
Fabi, Hikaru.
Bashir-
MVL is
Oh, actually, MVL would also be great. Yeah.
Okay, we'll stick to one game, guys. We'll not keep shifting it.
But Amruta, everything's winning. It's just over, yeah? Like
Sub
the
Let's
rounds
stay
are-
at Magnus Pragg game.
Okay, let's stay at Magnus Pragg. I agree. It's the most one-sided game though, because Magnus just is winning.
Yeah.
I think Pragg might
Arjun is
resign.
also winning, yeah. But let's see, no, the final moments.
So 0 draws today
In this round.
in this round.
And Himank has mentioned Pragg has missed a big winning chance. Oh, we'll see it later.
With whom?
Or resigns. Yeah.
With whom?
Magnus.
No
Wait,
way.
let's see if
No
this
way.
is-
Okay, he resigned already.
No way.
Yeah.
Pragg was never winning, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
like I
I
don't
think.
even see any red
And not in
spots.
the end game for sure, Saki.
No, but there are no red
was
spots,
there
so
a
I
big
don't think so.
chance?
No, it's not updated.
Sorry?
It updates like when the game ends.
With Magnus. When Himank? What was the moment?
No.
No, Himank.
Move 30.
In the end game.
What?
Oh.
What?
He had a chance.
Oh my god.
One second. I'm not.
Oh
yet
my
found.
god.
Beautiful chance though.
And not that difficult, actually.
No.
No?
He just didn't believe in himself, yeah?
Oh my god.
Look at
E6.
this.
Six.
D6, bishop C6 is checkmate.
Crazy. Crazy. Oh. Ooh. Maybe Magnus could join us, no? I don't know.
Should I ask?
Is he there?
Yeah, beautiful. Thanks, Himank.
Yeah, thank you
Yeah.
Himank, for showing.
Oh, and we have many results. Arjun won his game.
Arjun won.
Uh,
Vidit lost.
Vidit lost.
MVL won.
won. And
Fabi is winning.
not really.
No? Oh my god. He's back. Oh,
Who is
what?
back?
What? This position is not winning, Harshit bhai?
It
Insane.
feels completely winning.
No, it's like this king will go and sit here.
And even go king c4, b4 maybe.
Fortress?
Wow. Jan Nepomniachtchi is such a tricky guy.
This is like the candidates last round, says Minasan. Absolutely. Fabi was in Nepo, the big game.
Yes, where Fabi was pushing for a very long time, but somehow he did not win a very winning position.
Yeah.
And I think now, with 8 seconds on the clock, I think Nepo should be able to hold this. King c4, b4, I think both these moves. Yeah, b4, b3.
But are there any practical chances, you think, or it's a clear fortress?
I'm sure that Fabi has good chances to win this. Yeah, was that Hikaru?
No.
I saw Hikaru.
Really?
I didn't. कैसे गया हो ये स्टूडियो में?
हाँ.
बोला ना?
I don't know how does this. I don't know like how good of a score he has that he will.
He's
want to
on.
join.
Bhai, he's on 4.5.
No, really?
Yeah.
Go on.
3.5.
Yeah. So it's. I mean,
It's good score. +1.
yeah. I mean, it's okay. It's normal day.
No, it was just for the combination at
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Aditya is
No,
also
it's
there. I
very
don't
good
think.
compared to the whole field, like which is happening already. It's pretty tough, like the scoring
Yeah, this is a
system.
very tough tournament. I mean,
Mm,
I think this is much tougher than Weisenhoff's
yeah,
somehow.
yeah.
for sure. Harshit Bhai is looking like right now a split.
Split?
Split personality.
I think here it will be a draw because he'll win this pawn and they'll play a rook bishop versus rook.
Yeah.
It's a long game, yeah?
But there is rook g3, rook b3, so it's draw on the spot.
नहीं but check है.
Sorry?
King d5.
Rook g3, rook b3 is a draw on the spot, right? No.
I
Is
think
Hikaru
Fabi
here?
will.
They are doing interview or who?
Jules.
I think Fabi will definitely try Sagar, as you said, rook bishop versus rook, and in
No,
time
but,
pressure, it's not going to be easy to
Oh, he
defend,
didn't
no?
play this rook g3 rook.
Yeah, but it was not working, I think. Because there was rook c6, rook c2. And rook c2. King d5, rook c2.
All those who are joining, guys, today Magnus and Nodirbek are on 5 out of 6
Oh my god, that's
for the
crazy.
end of the day. Yeah. And
And Vidit could have
MVL on
actually
4.5
beaten
out of 6.
Nodirbek. He was in a good position.
Yeah.
But
But
it's,
it was about the whole day, right? It was not about that round. When you
Mm.
lose 4 games and you're playing someone like Nodirbek, it's very hard to have the confidence to believe that you're going to win.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
obviously, also if you think about it, like he's going to be super tired coming from India, jet lag. I mean, a lot of factors that we don't see on the surface come into picture.
True.
Absolutely. And MVL is the only one 4.5 out of 6.
MVL is also kind of has established himself like as top 3 or top 4 in standings in this first day.
Yeah. Naka on 3.5. Arjun on 3.5. Nepo on 3.5, but he's playing.
He's playing.
So in a way, Arjun seems to be like the only Indian who might make it right now.
Yeah, Arjun will definitely
Arjun,
make
yes.
it. Pragg on 2.5 out of 6.
Pragg has
so
to do some
pretty-
magic tomorrow.
Pragg has chances.
Even if he keeps balanced play, that should work. Right?
Yeah. I
In
think
general.
Gukesh and Vidit have almost very slim chances.
Mhm.
No, right now Rapport and Vidit are on 1 out of 6. So right now they
Yeah, even
both are
Gukesh is on 1.5. So
one
very
and a
tough.
half. Correct. But
Yeah, so do you think that Gukesh has any chances to qualify?
yes, 100%.
If he wins couple of games, then yes. Tomorrow, like first 2 rounds, if he wins, then he will have its chances.
So he's currently on what is
1.5.
1.5. Okay. Yeah, with 2 wins he might have
The
some
thing
chances.
is, not half the field is qualifying. It's actually 2/3 of the field is qualifying. So only 1/3 is getting out.
Mhm.
So even if you have less than half of score,
Yeah, I like even if you have -1, you can qualify.
yeah,
And if you are -2 with very, very good Bukos, you have a small chance.
right.
Also, many of them who are in
Oh,
the
Arjun can come.
Really?
Yeah.
He said or?
Yeah. Sebastian is bringing him.
Oh, okay.
oh, that's
I'll get up.
Yeah, चलेगा. आपको बैठना जो आइकन बैठो.
दोनों नहीं हो सकते हो. You
Hello,
have to
Arjun.
know.
Welcome to the studio.
Yeah.
You can come in the frame a bit. Would you like to have 1 or 2?
No, I'm good.
Arjun, how was the day today? You are ended with +1. Very tough day, yeah. 6 rounds, not easy.
Yeah, it was quite hectic. I started off quite well, and then
You beat Fabi and Magnus.
yeah, and then with Gukesh, I made one casual move, and then he was very precise in punishing that. And with Hikaru, it was such a topsy-turvy game. Like I had many winning chances, he had chances, and in the end I ended up losing that. That was very painful.
Yeah. Actually, we were like looking at your game with, I mean, we looked at all your games. I think with Fabi, this was a very uncharacteristic blunder.
Yeah, I think
But
he missed castles.
he missed. Do you think he missed castles? Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. We also thought so, but we were not sure.
And yeah, the position after. Yeah,
Beautiful
this is just winning. Yeah, this is a bit unusual because knight is on e3 and
Yes.
the rook goes to d1. So maybe he did not see this. And yeah, this line with bishop a6, it's a bit unpleasant for him, but yeah, it's fightable. Like take. Bishop h5. I think it's important to go bishop g2 because if knight d5, I'll go bishop f3. And now the knight is attacked. If it moves, I'll castle long and bishop and pawn both are under attack. And after bishop g2, he'll get his pawn back, but I have the bishop pair and this is the passed pawn, so I'm better here.
Amazing. So this was a nice win for you. And then we had your game with Magnus. And another win for you against Magnus. I remember you beat him in Tata Steel Chess India recently. Then even before that in World Rapid and Blitz. That was also a wonderful win. And now your third win, I think, over the board, no?
Yeah, I think so.
Amazing. How was this today?
Yeah, he went for this interesting pawn sack, which I did not really believe in for him.
You mean f5?
Yeah.
And
Okay,
then
it's
g6.
fine.
Actually, the computers were saying it's a good idea.
Okay. I thought it's some kind of a bluff.
Yeah,
Oh,
g3.
okay.
And I think he had to go knight e7.
Knight e7, I thought g4. Maybe. Is it so? On knight d5, d3. Get knight e8. Okay.
This pin is irritating. I think the main problem is this queen.
Right.
It's very difficult to activate it, right?
Yeah.
So
This
take
allowed me to do that. And here I was expecting bishop f7. But after knight g4, he'll have bishop h5. And I was intending... So instead of knight g4, I was intending castle. If castle, maybe d4, something like that. I thought I'm slightly better. But he has some compensation. Yeah, I think he just blundered knight g4.
He just missed, yeah?
I think so.
And then I think you gave him no opportunity after that. You were very ruthless.
Yeah, this knight f6 idea was strong, like immediately pressuring e4.
Yeah. We were also thinking you might take bishop b6, but...
Then knight b5, I wasn't sure.
Right. Sorry, instead of knight f6, bishop b6, knight b5. So knight f6 and here your rook up, and I think you just converted it very easily. And then as you said, with Gukesh, it was maybe till here. I think it looked okay.
Yeah, it was solid.
And then you didn't take on d3, yeah?
Yeah, when I played knight c4, I forgot about
you also forgot?
I subconsciously thought castle d5 and I'll just go for an attack. But actually, after playing knight c4, I realized castle rook e1 and I'm not doing so well.
And this b3 was a good move by him, yeah.
And actually, there was a deep point behind b3. So instead of knight d6, if I take, he'll take.
Yeah.
If rook a6, he has knight f4, important to prevent rook e6. And now both this and this are under attack. And if I go knight d6, he'll take
queen f2.
Yeah.
We saw this, yeah.
Okay, this is important.
Very nice.
Yeah, he has some attack. And after that, he was very, very clinical.
Yeah, I think this game Gukesh played well. And then we go to your next game, which was with Hikaru. And these two losses must have unsettled you, at this point.
Yeah, for sure. Especially this one, I had many chances. I think the starting position, like this is better for white, like the initial position.
Yeah.
Of all the six games, this one like white had the most advantage. Like I got such a nice position, but like he played this quite well. Like from a worse position, he slowly but surely outplayed.
Yeah, I think at some point he was even better, I thought.
Yeah, he outplayed me completely, and he was like doing very well till a point. And yeah, from Queen H6 onwards, he went wrong, and like then he also spent all the time, and we both were in time pressure, and I had my chances. Especially one of them was like quite easy.
Oh yes. This was like here, Queen C3,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, it's not even difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I see it, it's like game over.
You just missed it. Queen C3, Queen
But
H7,
12
no?
seconds, no?
Not so simple.
Yeah, but if that's already some progress, like I
Yeah.
can take on G6, Bishop G6, Knight G6, Rook G6 because
True.
I
Knight
cannot
E7.
take because of Knight E7. And even after this, I was doing quite well because
Yeah, you got a great position here.
And yeah, here what happened was I was about to play Queen D3, but then I saw like Queen H1, and I saw like Rook F1, Knight B2, and I thought like it's complicated. And then suddenly in my mind I thought like, oh, Queen D3, he has Knight B2, and I'm just losing my queen. But I forgot that Rook actually here he doesn't have Knight B2, and I
Also,
got
time was less.
Yeah, and I got low on time, and like I was just confused, and I played this. And from here it was like
he got his chance.
Yeah, and until the final blend, like instead of Rook D2, if F6, it's still complicated.
Yeah. You just
Push
missed.
it.
I think this was just a
Yeah, I
blunder.
just blundered.
Yeah, that was a tough game. How did you recollect yourself? Because then you had Pragg, and I think you got a good position here.
Yeah.
Maybe even like positionally winning.
Yeah, it was extremely good.
In fact, this position, all games after the opening, black was better.
Oh,
in
okay.
all 6 games.
Okay.
It somehow felt like all black games were great.
Yeah,
I think this was very nice position for you.
Yeah, like I have much better structure, and like if I get to play Bishop E3, it's like game over because he can never get his F1 lookout. And yeah, till a point I was doing quite well, I thought. And yeah, somewhere around here, like after B6 H4, here like I did not play well. But I see that like Bishop G6 was already a mistake. Maybe I should have just. It seems Bishop on F7 is good. Yeah, and then like he got his chances. I think he was better at A5. Oh, I underestimated my chances here.
King C7, CB4 looks also.
Yeah, I just stopped it after CB4 thinking.
Yeah.
And yeah, I made quite some mistakes. I guess he was better at some point.
Yeah, he started to push at some point.
Bishop A6 and I lost the exchange. Then he was pushing but okay, like I still have some compensation and in
In the end, it felt like you might also win, but okay.
Yeah, I also got optimistic.
And then finally, this crazy game with Vincent. I think what to say about this game? You looked really doing well, and suddenly he got his chances.
Yeah.
And then you were losing at some point.
This is blunder.
Knight F3.
Actually, yeah, like.
And now take, and just something like.
Bishop E2. Okay, we both missed that.
Oh, Bishop E2 was actually tough.
With the idea of coming here.
Yeah. Even after the game, we thought like Rook. Oh, Rook D6, Knight F5, Rook D3. And Rook D8.
So you were thinking you are better, right?
Like after Rook D8, I did not find anything. But I thought like I shouldn't be worse. But yeah, Bishop E2 I did not see, so I did not feel any danger.
And Rook D3, did you feel you are winning or?
Rook Rook d3, like at first I thought knight c d5, I mean knight e d5, but then I realized like he gets bishop g4, and like after I saw knight c d5, like there's just no way for him to stop the pawn.
Yeah. I think this was a very important win.
Yeah.
Because it puts you on a +1 score.
Also, after 2 back-to-back losses, like it's good to end the day with at least one win.
Yeah, and also it's like a cutthroat competition here. I was just discussing with Harshit and Amruta here that it's so difficult to know who are the people who will not make it because they are all so good.
Indeed, yeah.
This is so we have right now, this is the final standings here. After 6 rounds, we have Magnus and Nodirbek at 5, MVL at 4.5, Nepo at 4, Hikaru 3.5, Arjun on 3.5. Then there is a 1 point break there with Pragg and Fabi. And then we have Vincent, Gukesh, Rapport, and Vidit. It's amazing that the guy who won last edition might not even make it to the top 8.
Yeah, that shows like how tough the tournament is.
Yeah, absolutely. And Arjun, you are what will be your kind of strategy, because there's not preparation here? How will you spend time? And it's your first sort of long freestyle event. How are you liking it?
I'm liking it very much that like I don't have to like prepare a lot of openings before the game and just like chill, relax. And yeah, the games are like very interesting, as we could see. Like there were so many decisive games, like very few draws, like which is like so not the case in the normal traditional classical. So I'm loving this.
You are enjoying freestyle. And also tomorrow, I think, would your main focus be on making it to top 8 or just playing normally?
Yeah, that's the main focus, but I think like it's too early to think like it should be okay or and
awesome. Well,
but the discussion about with the players before the game, that's a very new element. How are you enjoying that, Lego?
Yeah, the first few rounds, like first and second games, the first 3, I think I was actively trying to participate, but after I started losing, I was just seeing what they were analyzing, and I was just going and playing them.
We were seeing like at some point Nodirbek was just showing the moves, and we were saying, oh, he's in the lead, so everyone's letting him show the moves. Maybe who's winning, they have more energy to show sometimes.
Yeah, maybe you feel more confident.
True.
Yeah, but do you like your blue jacket, by the way?
Yeah, like at first I wasn't that sure, but like after coming here, I realized like this is one of the best ones. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, it looks great. It's looked great. And Arjun, I think the bus is about to leave, so Amruta, we'll let him go and have a great day tomorrow, Arjun. All the best.
Thank you.
Guys, we have Arjun Erigaisi, who was here, and the best performing Indian today, Amruta, by a full point. And I think he is all set to make it to the top 8 tomorrow. He's at 6th position. Overall, Amruta,
and he beat Carlsen. I mean, Carlsen beating on the board. That to freestyle, it's like something Carlsen really loves.
It's amazing, Amruta, how good Arjun is, that his victory against Carlsen is now no longer hyped so much because he's beaten him now several times, which is amazing.
That is true. No, that's true. But by the way, bus is there. We forget that, it feels like a Waisenhouse, that everything is over there, everyone's over there. But now in Paris, I think the players stay in a different hotel. This venue is different. You guys are staying somewhere else. तुमको basically मुझे बोलना था बस कर, उसकी बस आ गई है.
True, Amruta. And by the way, Harshit is back, and Harshit bhai, these are the standings.
Magnus,
let's make a bold prediction here. Do you think that the bottom 4 are the ones who are going to get eliminated in this tournament?
Four people are getting eliminated?
Yeah, Amruta. It's instead of 10, it's 12. No, that's why.
So I feel like the top 3 really are going to have an uphill task because they have to win 2 games to have.
You mean bottom 3?
Yeah, the bottom 3 will have to win at least 2 games to have some chance. But Vincent, I think, he's very close. Vincent is very close. He's just half a point away, and that is very much catchable. So I think that if Vincent manages to strike back 2 times tomorrow, he'll have good chances. But for others, it's really tough.
Also for Gukesh, the remaining pairings are Pragg, Vincent, Nodirbek, Rapport, Nepomniachtchi. Okay, not. I think he's played most of the strong players. And for Vidit, the pairing is Rapport, Nepo, MVL, Caruana, Arjun. Very tough pairing for Vidit actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see, Amruta. I think it's time for us to call it a night. From here, I think in India it's already 11.
10:55, yes.
Yeah, I will.
Incredible stamina by Amruta.
Yeah.
I know.
By
It's the
you,
same, no? At the
Amruta.
end of it, only time zone is different.
Yeah, but like you were like staying for such a long time. It was incredible.
Yes.
Thank you.
But
No,
Mazda, again, the round one was, the
good.
day one was super fighting, super exciting. Even though some players weren't able to do as well as they wished, I'm sure that they were quite happy that they were able to fight and play very exciting games. Tomorrow will be the last 5 games for the qualifiers, and after that we'll go into the knockout section. So yeah, that was day one from the freestyle chess in Paris.
Yeah, and guys, tomorrow do not shine so brightly. Thoda brightness, take care.
थोड़ा
So
control करना
fix
पड़ेगा.
that, and so that you can save energy.
And guys, do subscribe. We are 70 people away from hitting 2614.
Oh, and I have a aim too. 15K on Instagram.
Oh,
I'm on
Harshit
11,000 right now.
Harshit Bhai, GM
Okay.
Harshit Raja on Instagram. 15K पहुंचना है Harshit Bhai को. We will, if there's any mod, can you please spam the link, and if people can follow Harshit Bhai to reach 15,000, तो भाई क्या ही मजा आ जाएगा.
मजा आ
क्या
जाएगा.
करोगे भाई 15,000 पहुंच के?
I'm always ready to do some fun dares.
Today we didn't do a dance, bhai.
True. So it's very easy. We can do it.
Okay.
It's 1 second. Let me just like.
No,
So
bhai, don't
Cole
prepare.
Palmer's celebration. It is like. Okay. Just give me 1 second before I see it. Amrita, will you also do it?
I'm watching you guys, and I will clap for
Amrita,
you
we
guys.
can't hear you.
I'm watching you guys, and I'll clap for you guys.
Just 1 second.
Okay, Amrita. Now everyone can see you. There's more space for you now. Earlier you were a bit cramped.
Yes. So he does. So it's like basically it was like very cold basically. So that's his celebration. Like after he scores a goal, let's say you score a goal, 3, 2, 1, bam, and then you do this. Day one was that, Sagar Bhai. See you all tomorrow, Amrita. Take care. Good night. Bye bye.
Bye bye.